start. Morning. The first one, base class, will be majorly discussing about the mapping marathon part. Now we'll discussing about mapping marathon. Now which all things we'll be discussing as a part of the mapping marathon. Now this mapping marathon will be for just 10 hours. Now in this 10 hours for a period of today and tomorrow, 5 hours each. Now today at 5 hours and tomorrow it will be of 5 years, 5 hours. Now the second major important one, call it as with respect to the 5 hours, which all topics will be studying under this, all topics we need to study as part of this mapping marathon. Which all things we need to cover as a part of this. Now major one, while discussing about this mapping part, now we'll be studying about majorly are the 13 studying under this part. Online, I hope it is well visible. Now with respect to this 13 themes, we'll be covering as a part of this 10-hour lectures. Now under this, we'll be covering this the 13 important, we call it as the pointers, covering as a part of this mapping part. Now then ಮೊದಲನೇದು ಯಾವುದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ the countries will be covering with respect to, we call it as the country. Now under this, all countries will be covering as a part of this. Now majorly we'll be covering about the first one, perfect, Iran must be covered. And one we need to cover about, we call it as Maldives. We need to cover about European Union. We need to cover about, we call it as New Zealand. We need to cover about the few island countries. So cover about the different island countries. We'll be covering as a part of this. Second one. Now second, the major theme is the conflict. Now which all conflict study while discussing about this conflict part. All regions were taken. Now majorly we need to know about, okay, it is Venezuela we need to study. And one, we need to study about major one, we call it as, it is the Sudan. We need to know about the Thailand. We need to know about Sudan. We need to know about Venezuela, followed by Thailand. We need to know about Israel, Palestine. We need to know about Russia. Okay. Third one, third major important one, international organization and the summits. Now we'll discuss about the international organization and summits. Now which all organizations as a part of our mapping all things. Now while discussing about international organization and the summits, now we need to majorly know about this basic international organization that we call it which one? NATO. We need to know about SEO. We need to know about SEO. What is NATO and what is SEO? Online. Yes. Now the major one we call it as NATO. What is NATO? North Atlantic Treaty Organization. What is SEO? The Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We need to know about G20. We need to know about G7. We need to know about, we call it as BRICS. We need to know about NDB. We need to know about, we call it as RATS. All those things we'll study as a part of, we call it as this mapping part. One we call it as the different island. We need to discuss. Now majorly we'll be discussing about the islands were in news. The last 15 months we'll be discussing about this islands parts also. Now while discussing about those islands, all islands we need to discuss. Yes, majorly we call it as Karag Island. Now Karag Island was in use. And one you should know about, we call it as yes, Paracel Island, Orborg Island. We need to know about, we call it as, we need to know about majorly yes, the Japan, the islands also. An island because it's, and the next one we need to know about the rivers. The next theme call it as rivers. Now which all rivers we need to know? The world rivers as well as we call it as the Indian rivers. Now which is that world river we need to discuss? Majorly we need to know about, it is Amazon. We need to know about Nile. We need to know about Blue Nile. We need to know about major one we call it as with respect to our, it is Yangtze River, Yellow River, Congo River, because all these are news. At the same time we need to know about the Indian rivers also. Now which is that Indian rivers we need to know as a part of, we call it as the news part. Now we need to know about our major one we call it as, we need to know about Kaveri. We need to know about Krishna. We need to know about, we call it as interlinking of rivers, which is the first interlinking of river took place in India. This Cain Betwa. Now we need to, as a part of this river system. And the next one we need to know about the maritime routes. Now, which is that maritime routes which is highly important and which is considered as a choke point. Which is considered as a choke point. Now we need to know about it as majorly we call it as Hormuz. It is Hormuz Strait, Persian Gulf, Gulf of Aden, Gulf of we call it as Aden, Strait of Malacca, Bab al Mandab Strait, Bab al Mandab Strait. Now this we call it as maritime routes, choke point. Next one we call it as the tunnels and bridges. Now we should know about the different tunnels also. At the same time, we need to know about the bridges also. Now, which is that tunnels was in use recently. Now, majorly we call it as it is Dedj More Tunnel, and we should also know about the Chinab Bridge. We should also know about Anjikad Bridge. Know about Sudarshan Setu. Know about it is we call it as Atal Setu. Followed by this, also know about Sigandur, Pamban Bridge, Glass Bridge, Pamban Bridge, Glass Bridge. I hope you are getting. Now, from all those things, questions will be asked. And the next one we call it as environmental hotspots. Environmental hotspots. Now, which all environmental hotspots we need to discuss as a part of our we call it as the environmental section. Hotspots. All things hotspots. Now, majorly we should know about our first and foremost hotspot. We call it as majorly we call it as the Brazil hotspots. Now, which is that Brazil hotspot we need to now the Brazil hotspots. Majorly we call it as Amazon. And one with respect to Africa, we should know about we call it as Sahel region. With respect to India, we should know about we call it as Thar Desert. Know about Himalayan, which is hotspot. Know about we call it as Western Ghats. Getting some ideas. So this covering as a part of our this today and tomorrow in our majorly we call it as the 10 are the lectures. And the next one we call it as the cultural heritage. The cultural heritage both with respect to our India as well as with respect to our the world level. Now, which all themes are important with respect to our the world and India level? Now, we need to know about we call it as the most important we call it as the museums. The most important the museums we discuss ಮಾಡಬೇಕು as a part of our culture. And the second one with respect to India, we need to know about we call it as Pavali. Know about we call it as Lucknow has been declared as what? Yes, majorly we call it as the city of gastronomy. The third one we need to know about we call it as yes, the 13th. The 13th, majorly we call it as MAB. What is MAB here? Man and Biosphere Reserve from India, which is that cold desert that we need to know. Now, as a part of our Indian perspective, covering A to Z aspect here. And after this comes our, now which all organizations has a chair? Now, which all things? Yes, majorly we should know about, it's not G20. Now, majorly we call it as BRICS. Majorly we call it as the BRICS. Now, we'll be talking about, we call it as administrative institute. We are the chair. Indian Institute of Administrative Sciences, we are the chair. We'll also be talking about all the different organizations where India is holding a chair. Either this year or last year or for the next 2 years. This will be discussing as part of our organization where India is the chair. That we'll discuss. And after this comes our the different volcanoes and earthquakes. Volcanoes and earthquakes. Now, what is volcanoes and what is earthquakes? And which all recent one has originated in India and which is originated at the world level also. With majorly we call it as Mount Etna. It is Leva Tobi Laki Laki. Hope you're getting it. Now, Leva Tobi Laki Laki, you should know your, and you should also know about Mount, we call it as. And at the India level, we should also know about, we call it as one. The Barren Island, you should also know about Narcondram. Also know about it as Barren, you should also know about Narcondram Island. Along with the things, also know about earthquakes also. Now, Vellappa recent earthquake aitu antandre, majorly we call it as Ethiopia. Earthquake and volcano, Ethiopia. And that we call which one? Yes, majorly we call it as one. Yes, the mount we call it as, you should know about, we call it as Mount Kilimanjaro. Now, recently there has been, we call it as earthquake also, Manjaro. And at the same time, we'll also talk about the Pacific Ring of Fire also. The Pacific Ring of, we call it as a fire. That also we need to discuss. As a part of our, we call it as volcanoes as well as earthquakes, majorly with respect to our, which was in news in the last 15 months. Ashta discuss. And after this comes our, the next theme we call it as the projects in news. Now, which all projects were in news? Now, the first and foremost this year most expected we call it as, it is the PIX Silica. I hope you are aware. What is this PIX Silica? It's an initiative launched by Europe. It is America. It's an initiative launched by America. This year most important one. And the second one you should know about IMEC. IMEC corridor. What's IMEC? India, Middle East, we call it as Europe Economic Corridor. This we need to know. And the next one we should know about Kaladan Multimodal Project. We should know about, we call it as, next one we call it as the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. We should know about the most important projects also as a part of our, the projects in news. And followed by this, the last one will be, we call it as, all the rest international organizations will be covering as a part of our, the themes. As a part of, be cautious. Now 13 themes. Now from this 13 themes, at least there will be 10 questions beat any examination. 10 questions beat any examination with respect to, we call it with respect to UPSC, CSC, minimum there will be 10 questions. And second one beat with respect to KPSC examinations, or it can be, we call it as KE examinations, there will be questions from this. Mapping means it's not only about mappings, it's all about the themes you need to discuss. We need to know about the projects, we need to know about the tunnels, bridges, we need to know about the glass bridge, we need to know about the tunnels. Now, which is the highest tunnel? Which is the highest tunnel? Which is the longest tunnel we have? Now, Atal tunnel is the highest one. It is longest tunnel. It is Sela tunnel, which is present in, it is Arunachal Pradesh. In the same manner, where we have established our first glass bridge, it is majorly in Kanyakumari in Tamil Nadu. And the next one you should know about, where is the headquarters of G7? Where is the headquarters of G7? No headquarters. Where is the headquarters of G20? Where is the headquarters of SCO? Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's in Beijing. Established in Shanghai, but headquartered is in, we call it as Beijing. That we need to know. And we need to know about NATO. What is NATO plus? What is blue line? What is yellow line? What is purple line? What is green line? That we need to know. And the next one we should also know about conflict regions. Majorly you should know about, it is Abel region. You should know about, we call it Darfur region. You should know about, we call it as, it is Luhansk region, Donetsk region. I hope you are aware. And you should also know about the Pashtun tribes. Where is Pashtuns? It is majorly you should know about Central Asia, between, we call it as Afghanistan and Pakistan. And there is a dispute also between Afghanistan and Pakistan that we will discuss. And at the same time we should also know about international organizations. Majorly it is ICC. What is ICC? What is ICC? It is International Criminal Court. And the next one you should also know about ICJ, International Court of Justice. We need to know about United Nations bodies. We need to know about NATO, European Union, FTAs. What is FTA? Free Trade Agreement, which FTA is called as mother of all the FTAs. It is India European Union. What is the difference between EFTA and European Union FTA? What's the difference between European Union FTA and Europe FTA? Is both the same? Let us know. Now this EFTA includes only 4 countries. European Union FTA includes 27 countries. That we need to know. And while discussing about, we call it islands, you need to know about few islands. Majorly it is Palau Island, Tuvalu Island. You should know about Maldives. You should know about Sri Lanka. Yes or no? And you should also know about Dio Garcia. You should know about Kamchatka Peninsula, related to, we call it as the environmental hotspot, as well as we call it as volcanic and earthquakes. Yes or no? Now we'll see all those things as a part of our, we call it as, it is in this, the mapping marathon, the series. Done? Online, I hope it is clear really again. Exactly. We'll see all those things A to Z. Good morning. Now coming to our, the first and foremost theme. The first and foremost theme will be our, the majorly countries in news. Just to give you some brush up or some ideas. Now with respect to our countries in news, now which all countries we need to discuss while discussing about countries in news? First and foremost one, we need to discuss about which one? We need to discuss about, we call it as the Scotland. The first one we call it as the Scotland. And the second major important one, we need to know about Israel. We need to know about Israel. I hope you are aware. Israel, why Israel? And the third one, we need to know about Iran. We need to know about Maldives. We need to know about, we call it as Philippines. We need to know about the Philippines. The next one we need to know about, majorly we call it as, majorly the Sri Lanka, UAE. We need to know about, we call it as Qatar. We need to know about the Qatar. We need to know about, we should also know about, it is the few countries from, we call it as the South America, which includes Brazil, which we should also study about, we call it as Russia, because all these things were in news either for some or the other reasons. At least some 10 countries should be in your tips. The question is, sir, whenever we are discussing about this countries, the countries in news, what is that theme we need to follow? What is the theme we need to follow? While discussing about, we call it as countries in news. The first and foremost one, be clear with respect to this. What should be our blueprint? The first blueprint ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, why it was in news. The first one, why was in news? And the second one, we need to know about what's the location of a particular country. And the third one, their capital. And the fourth one, bordering countries. Highly important. They'll be asking these bordering countries. The fifth one, some specifications they'll ask. Some specifications they'll ask. At least these 5 important pointers should be as a part of, we call it as, it is any island country, or it can be in general the countries as such. Now whenever we are discussing about, we call it as Maldives, we need to know about why this Maldives was in news. Why Maldives was in news? Yeah, okay. Because Maldives is facing huge amount of climate change. The Maldives is a low-lying country, it is submerging. The second one, you should know about what the location of Maldives. It's an island country which is present in where? Indian Ocean, the south of India. And the third one, what is the capital of Maldives? Malé. The fourth one, it is bordered by majorly we call it Indian Ocean because it's island. And the last one, the specifications. We need to know about specifications. Now, what else specifications we need to study? It is major, it's a coral island, it's an atoll. And the next one, we need to know about the world's first, we call it as, intergenerational ban on tobacco. We'll see that. And we should also know about what is this 8-degree channel, what is this equator, what is the type of climate we have in Maldives. We'll be studying the same manner. In the same manner, if at all, if I'm studying about Iran, the same things. Now, Iran ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ location, what is the location of Iran? It is Middle East. And the second one we call capital of Iran, Tehran. And the third one we call it as, the third one, it is bordering countries. Which all comes under bordering countries of, we call it as Iran. Now majorly which includes, it is Azerbaijan, Armenia, Turkey, Iraq. It is followed by Pakistan, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, as well as we call it Caspian Sea. Majority favorite for the examiners is the bordering countries. We'll see via map, and will also, it is plot via the mapping part also. And specifications. We need to know about specifications. We call it as Karag Island. You should know about Persian Gulf. You should know about Strait of Hormuz. You should know about Isfahan. You should also know about, we call it as, the where we are going for research centers. All this we need to study as a part of our individual countries. Now we'll see one by one. And under this, the first and foremost one, it's not about Iran. The first one, it's not about Iran because everyone knows about Iran. The first and the most expected question is the Scotland. The most expected is, we call it as Scotland. Sir, why Scotland? Why Scotland? Because Scotland becomes the first country in the world. Be cautious. Scotland has become the first, we call it as, the first UK country in the world to go for water cremation. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿ, ನಾವು ಸತ್ತಾಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಪ್ಪ, ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ತೀರ್ಕೋತಾರ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಇದ್ರ ಉತ್ತಾಕ್ತಿವಿ, ಬರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. But we have got a third concept here. We have got a third concept, and that third concept we call it as what? Water cremation. Understand my question here. The first one, either we will go for burying. It's a traditional method which is even followed in, we call it as IVC also. Even it is followed in IVC also. The second major important one we call it as, in the recent times we are going for fire. But the Scotland government has come out with a third major important rule, and that one we call it as water cremation. My first and foremost question is, sir, what is this water cremation? What is this water cremation? Now, it is the cremation will be done by using, we call it as a chemical called as the alkaline hydrolysis. Be cautious, the most important one, the cremation will be done. The cremation will be done, we call it as by using alkaline hydrolysis. Alkaline hydrolysis, this is considered to be, we call it as the safe. This is considered to be, we call it as environmental friendly. At the same time, it is the spread of diseases will also be lesser. The spread of the diseases will also be lesser when we are going for, we call it as the water alkaline hydrolysis. By using water, the alkaline hydrolysis, we are going for a method called as, the third method called as water cremation. So whenever the topic is on Scotland, we need to know about what's the difference between UK, what's the difference between Scotland, and what's the difference between British Isles. And you should also know about it is some specifications about, we call it as the Scotland itself. Now, what is Scotland? Is Scotland a separate country? Now, what do you think? Is it a separate country or not? Now, you need to know about three important specifications here. Which is that three important things you need to know? One, we call it as, what do you mean by Britain? What do you mean by Britain? What is UK? And what is, we call it as British Isles? Online fast. British Isles. Britain andre eno, UK andre eno, British Isles andre eno. Now, which one is more broader? It is British Isles is more broader because British Isles includes the two important islands. Which is the two important islands? Now, be cautious, this is one island, the bigger island, and this is second island. And this island we call it as, what? The Ireland. And the second one we call it as, this complete island we call it as, which one? The Britain. This complete island we call it as Britain, whereas this we call it as Ireland. Now this Ireland is again divided into two things. One we call it as Northern Ireland, this we call it as Ireland. It's not Southern Ireland, general island. The next one, Britain, again it is divided into three important provinces. Which is that three provinces? The first one we call it as the Scotland. Second one we call it as Wales, and the larger one we call it as England. Be cautious here. Now Britain means, or we call it as, we call it as the complete aspect, which includes England, Wales and Scotland. But we are specifically talking about which one? It is Scotland. We are specifically talking about, we call it as Scotland ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. And the second one we call it as, this completely include Britain, England, Wales, Scotland. But if I integrate this Northern Ireland, we call it as what? UK, United Kingdom, Brexit. What is Brexit? Now Britain exiting from where? It is European Union. What does Britain means now? Just three. UK means, which also integrate which one? It is Northern Ireland. If I integrate all these two islands, Britain plus Ireland, we call it as British Isles. Be cautious about this. British Isles includes two important islands. Which is that two important islands? One we call it as Ireland and second one we call it as Britain. And the second one, the second major important we should know about UK. What's UK? United Kingdom. United Kingdom includes the major island plus we call it as what? Northern Ireland. The third one we call it Britain. What is Britain? The complete island, the bigger island. But now we are talking about only this Scotland. Only about this we call it as Scotland. Now Scotland is a province of which one? Province of, we call it as Britain. The first one we need to know about this Scotland. Now whenever we are talking about the Scotland as such, whenever you are talking about Scotland, it's a northern part of which one? It is Great Britain. Northern part of Great Britain. See this? Now this is, we call it as Scotland. The northern part of, we call it as Britain. It's not England, it is northern part of Britain. This complete island we got as what? The Britain. But idರಲ್ಲಿ northern part ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is Scotland. So the Scotland is surrounded by which all things? Majorly we call it as surrounded by Atlantic Ocean towards our west. Now towards our east, Towards our east, we call it as North Sea. Towards our south, we call it as, major towards our south, which one? We call it as England or Wales, or we call it as the Britain. This we need to know. This we need to know with respect to we call it as the Britain. Now, which is the capital of Scotland? It is Edinburgh. This Britain game, it is Edinburgh, we need to know. And the most important, the place with respect to we call it as the most important one with respect to now with respect to Scotland, it is Glasgow. Now I hope you are aware about Glasgow. Now why this Glasgow is important? Now Glasgow, which COP? Which COP? COP 26. Now COP 26, what is COP? Conference of Parties, now which took place in the year 2021, and related to we call it as United Nations Framework Convention, which one? The climate change. COP 26, which took place in the year 2021, related to a conference called as United Nations Framework Convention on we call it as climate change. First, I've discussed about location of we call it as the Scotland. Second one, we have discussed about the surrounding parts, and the third one we have discussed about Edinburgh. And the fourth one, is it a landlocked country, or we call it as it has a coast? Now it has a coast. If it is having a coast, automatically how it will be economically beneficial? ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಮಗೆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಿ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ major which include fishing, as well as which includes the natural resources, which includes the oil, the gas, the petroleum products. At the same time, we are also using with respect to which one? We are also using with respect to we call it as renewable energy. Which renewable energy? Which renewable? Either it can be we call it as the wind energy, or it can be we call it as the tidal energy also. Be cautious here. Now my question is, whenever we are talking about any country as such, first we need to know about news. Why it was news? The first country from UK now to go for water cremation. Now water cremation ge yen use matra chemical? Alkaline hydrolysis. Be cautious. Alkaline hydrolysis is the technology which is used to cremate, we call it as cremate the dead bodies. And the second major important one, you should know about location. It's a northern part of Great Britain. And the second one we should know about the surrounding countries or the surrounding the territories, which includes it is Atlantic Ocean, which includes the North Sea, which include Britain part. Along with the things, we have also talked about the capital. Which is the capital here? It is Edinburgh. And we should also know about the most important locations here. And along with the things, we should also know about, we call it as the key sectors. If it is having a coast, automatically be cautious if it is having a coast. The first and the foremost one, it will be having huge potential with respect to which one? The wind energy, as well as we call it as that tidal. Along with these things, they are popular with respect to which one? Oil, and we call it as natural gas. Oil, and we call it as natural gas. And along with these things, sir, what type of the political representation we have in Scotland? We call it as unicameral, the parliamentary form of government. What do you mean by unicameral parliamentary form of government? Now, uni means one, it is cameral means we call it as single house. Be cautious here. It is unicameralism andre yenu antandre, nothing but we have a single house. And with respect to your it is content, you should know about what's the difference between Indian form of parliamentary form of government and the second one we call it as the UK form of government. Now what's the difference between it is UK and we call it as Indian, the form of the government or parliamentary form of government? Now we have taken parliamentary form of government from which country? From Britain or from UK? And the second question is, now is exactly same as it is followed in UK or it is different? Now how it is different? Now major in UK, it is monarch. Now what do you mean by monarch or what is monarchy? Head of the state. Head of the state is, we call it as hereditary. Head of the state is hereditary. They are coming from a single families. And that single family we call it as, it is king or we call it as the queen. The king or the queen, they are coming from royal families. They are only coming from Elinda. The royal families. This we need to know. And the second one in UK, it is Parliament is supreme. The Parliament is supreme. The supremacy of the parliamentary form of government in where? In UK. Nothing but UK can do whatever they want except changing from male to female, female to male, or vice versa. It is they can change whatever they want. Nothing but they are supreme. Who is supreme in UK? It is Parliament. Whereas in India, who is supreme? Yes. Whereas in India, it is our constitution is supreme. Our constitution is supreme. Within constitution, who is supreme? Within constitution, who is supreme? Judiciary is supreme. Online first. Now, in India, it is Parliament is supreme, or it is people is supreme, or it is judiciary is supreme, or president is supreme, or it is no one is supreme. It is Indian constitution is supreme, no doubt. Now, within Indian constitution, who is supreme? It is we. Our constitution starts with we, the people of India. We, the people of India, nothing but in India, who is supreme? It is people is supreme. It is people is supreme. Second one, head of the state is elected. Republic of India. Republic of India, which means it is the head of the state is not hereditary post, and it is not restricted to only few families. Rather, it is open for everyone. Yes or no? Can you contest for a post of president? It is no. Because your age is not 35 years. So, but it's open for all. After meeting the different criteria, you can contest. Done? And you should know about the difference between, we call it as, the major one we call it as UK, and the second one we call it as India. The next one we call it as, in UK, we call it as unicameralism, as well as we call it as unitary feature. What is unitary? What is unitary? It is there is presence of only one center, or we call it as there is only one government called central government. Whereas in India, we have federal nature. What does federal means? What is federal? Yes, majorly we call it as division of powers between center and the states. This we call it as federal nature. And the next one we call it as the next major important one. The next major important one, the PM can come from any of the house. Either it can be from Lok Sabha or it can be from Rajya Sabha. Whereas in UK, now only and only he should come from lower house, because we have unicameral world. He should come from only from lower house. The next one, it is in UK, there is a counter signing. Nothing that if I'm introducing a bill, now if a bill has been passed, automatically I should go for what? It is minister should counter sign. Minister should counter sign. Whereas in India, there is no counter signing. Why there is no counter signing? Because in India, there is a collective responsibility rather than what? Individual responsibility. Whereas in UK, it is more of individual responsibility rather than collective responsibility. At the same time, in UK, there is a shadow cabinet. Parliamentary form of government mele. We call it as shadow cabinet. What is shadow cabinet? It is, we call it as, there will be dedicated, we call it opposition for each and every minister. They will be shadowing it. Nothing but continuous, they are called a shadow cabinet, but the shadow cabinet is not followed in where? It is not followed in India, but in few states we are following as an, it is convention. In few states we are following as a convention. Example which includes Odisha. Even till today also, Odisha is following, we call it as major one called as the shadow cabinet. The opposition is being continuously watching a particular ministers, and they are called as the shadow cabinet. It is, remember some 5 important things with respect to UK and India. It is India. In India, it is republican nature. Nothing but President of India, the 15th President, Draupadi Murmu. He has been elected and office is open for all. And what is the criteria? Citizen of India, 35 years, they should be qualified to be a member of which house? They should be qualified to be a member of which house? Lok Sabha. It is lower house. That we need to know. And the second one we should know about, it is early monarchy. either king or queen. Now, which is a major disease which is seen in, we call it as royal families? Hemophilia. It is also called as royal blood disease. That we need to know. And the second one, it is the supreme and the constitution. Within constitution who is supreme? People. Whereas who is supreme in UK? It is parliament is supreme. Parliamentary supremacy. And the third one, the PM should come from only from lower house. Whereas it is either house. Example which includes Manmohan Singh or Deve Gowda, or it can be Indira Gandhi, or it can be anyone. And the next one, which majorly includes, we call it as countersigning is mandatory. Individual responsibility in UK. Whereas here, it is, we call it collective responsibility. Now the question is, executives are collectively responsible to which house? Executives are collectively responsible to which house? The parliament in general. But specifically to which house? Lok Sabha. Parliament in general, Lok Sabha in specific, that we need to know. That we call it as unicameral, the Scottish Parliament. Unicameral Scottish Parliament. And a few rivers also, the few rivers which includes the Clyde River, followed by the Tame, and we call it as the Forth. This we need to know. First is YN News, location, bordering the things, followed by we call it as, majorly we call it as the capital, Edinburgh, followed by the fourth one, some specifications we need to know. Done? Clear? I hope this part is clear. Okay na fast, okay na slow madla, just speed madla. Okay. The next one we call it as, UAE. The next one we call it as UAE. What is UAE? United Arab Emirates. Now, what does this United means? What does this United means? United means it's a group of how many provinces? It's a group of, we call it as the 7 provinces. 7 provinces under the Emirates and the Karitivi. In West Asia, we call that provinces as, we call it as Emirates. So the question is, sir, why West Asia is in news? Now, the West Asia, the news is not at all required. Why not at all required? Because there's the continuous ongoing of crisis between which 2 countries? Which 2 countries? USA and its allies versus we call it as Iran and its allies. Iran and its allies. Now my question is, why there is an ongoing crisis between Iran and America? Why there is a crisis? Why there is a crisis? The first and foremost, the crisis here is because Iran is going for a supremacy in which one? West Asia. They are going for the supremacy in West Asia, countering Saudi, countering we call it as UAE, United Arab Emirates, and they are going for supremacy. And second one, sir, how are they becoming supreme? How are they becoming supreme? By developing, we call it as the nuclear technologies. The nuclear technology started, it is back in 2013 by Iran. Sir, why in 2025? Why in 2025? It is Iran has gone for the nuclear testing since 2013. Why suddenly in the year 2025-26 the conflict has originated? Why? It is because they have crossed the uranium enrichment of more than 60%. And they are in line with developing how many nuclear bombs? 9 nuclear bombs. Now that will be threat to. That will be threat to which countries? Majorly we call it as USA and its allies. USA and its allies. Now we'll see all the things one by one here. Done. So the question here is, now the first part news is clear. Second one, United Arab Emirates, which includes how many provinces? How many provinces I already said? The major we call it as 1 + 6 or in general 7 Emirates. Now which is the largest one? Abu Dhabi. Just be cautious. Abu Dhabi, it's not a capital. Rather, it's a major province of, we call it as United Arab Emirates. United Arab Emirates. Ali, the most important one we call it as Abu Dhabi. That you need to know. And most important, it is second most important as Dubai. The largest one is we call it as Abu Dhabi. Most developed as Dubai. Most developed, highly tourism potential, it is Dubai and the Karitivi. Along with the things, We also have other the provinces also. And the second one, what is the capital of UAE? It is Abu Dhabi. And the third one, this UAE is surrounded by which all countries? Surrounded by, be cautious, surrounded by Saudi. Now, which is the capital of Saudi Arabia? It is Riyadh. It is Saudi Arabia. Second one, towards our, we call it as east, we have Oman. Oman's capital is Muscat. And the third one, it also has a coast. And that coast we call it as what? Persian Gulf. Be cautious. We have talked about what is UAE location. It is Middle East. And it's a group of, we call it as Ishto, 7 emirates. And the third one, it is bordered by, it is Saudi Arabia. And the second one, we call it as Oman. And followed by, we call it as, which also has coast. Is it a landlocked country or it has a coast? It has a coast. And the third major important one, sir, what is the type of geography we can experience with respect to this? We call it as Abu Dhabi, or completely we call it as UAE. Now, majorly we call it as desert. Now, majorly we call it as the desert on the Gariti. Desert, but the coast is plain. The coast is plain agirutte. The coast is, we call it as plain, followed by we call it as desert. Highly deserts, because ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ desert ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because of, we call it as the cold currents, because of cold currents, and because of dry weather also. Because of dry weather also. This region is majorly dominated by which one? Dominated by, we call it as deserts. Sir, which is that deserts ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it is Rub al Khali desert. Be cautious. Rub al Khali desert. This is a major important one we need to know here. Rub Khali desert. Now, what is the type of political representation we have here? Now, politics ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆಯಪ್ಪ? Now, politics ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, majorly we call it as constitutional monarchy. Now, constitution ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ, at the same time monarchy ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. Since which year? Now, since 1971. So, since 1971, I'll repeat while discussing about, we call it any country, we need to know about 5 important things here. Now, which is that 5 things we need to know? One we call it as majorly we need to know about location. What is the location of UAE? It is Middle East, or we call which one? West, we call it as Asia. West Asia. The second one, now this UAE consists of how many provinces? 7 provinces, perfect. Third one, which is the capital of UAE? Capital of it is UAE, we call it as Abu Dhabi. Now, which is the most, we call it as developed one? It is Dubai. The fourth one, what is the type of political representation we have? Now, monarchy, monarchical form of government. Mono means one, archy means the power lies with single authority. We call it as monarchy. The monarchy since 1971. What's the type of geography we have here? Now, geography we call it as deserts with plain coast. Desert with, we call it as the plain coast. Which is that desert we have? It is Rub al Khali, the Rub al Khali desert, followed by, we call it as the plain deserts anta kariteve. Sir, ivella okay. But the question is, we'll talk about little bit information about, we call it as Scotland, and we'll also talk about some information about UAE also. The first and foremost question is, now we have talked about basics information about Scotland. Now the current affairs, we call it as, now while discussing about the Scotland. Now the Scotland is majorly famous for, we call it as dairy products. Yes, dairy products. Now, which is the dairy product which is most dominant in Scotland? Yadappa antandre, it is major, which includes milk, the curd, the cheese, butter, all those things are majorly famous. Now, which is the breed which is majorly popular in Scotland? It is majorly, we call it as Jersey. Majorly, we call it as, it can be HF, Holstein, it is followed by, we call it as Jersey also. This is the most important, the cattle breeds which are found in where? Which are found in, we call it as the Scotland. The second one, which is the first country in the world to provide menstrual kit free for all. Which is the first country in the world to provide menstrual products. Menstrual products, the free of cost for all the people in their own countries. Now, which is that on the calendar? That is Scotland. Scotland has become the first country in the world. The first country in the world to go for which one? World to go for, we call it as the free, we call it as menstrual, the kit. Menstrual kit, it is, we call it as the free for everyone. Be cautious here. Free for everyone. Free for everyone. And the next one, now who is the sponsor for ICC? T20 men's, it is the Cricket Cup. Now who is the major sponsor? The Scotland is the sponsor. The Scotland is the sponsor with respect to, we call it as ICC. ICC, the T20, the Cricket Cup 2026. By replacing which country? By replacing Bangladesh. For the first time in the history, Bangladesh is not a part of the sponsorship. For the first time in the history, Bangladesh has been removed from, we call it as sponsorship. That is the major things you need to know. And along with these things, you need to know about with respect to Scotland. The most important one, we call it as, it is majorly famous for, we call it as oil and natural gas. We should also know about, it has most potential with respect to which energy? Wind energy also. This we need to know about some 10 pointers with respect to, we call it as which country? It is Scotland. And the next one we call it as, UAE. UAE, United Arab Emirates. Now with respect to UAE, we have discussed about all the basics. But coming back to the current affairs, now in which country we have established, it is AI minister, the world's first AI minister. It is UAE, the first AI minister. The world's first AI minister has been established at where? It is established at, we call it as UAE, United Arab Emirates. Salim, we have established the world's first AI minister. First one. The second major important one, recently IIT Delhi has established. IIT Delhi has established, it is overseas, Atal Innovation Center. It is IIT Delhi has established, it is India's first overseas. India's first overseas and the matarthi. India's first overseas. It is which innovation center? Atal Innovation Center. Atal Innovation Center. Now, Atal Innovation Center has been established at where? Has been established at, we call it as Abu Dhabi. Yes, we call it as Abu Dhabi. Be cautious here. Atal Innovation Center comes under Niti Aayog. Already there have been a question with respect to Atal Innovation Center. And the second major important one, this has been launched. It is in collaboration with which country? Or it is which country? India, as well as Abu Dhabi or UAE. And the third one we call it as IIT Delhi. IIT Delhi has collaborated immensely with respect to establishment of, we call it as Atal Innovation Center. The third major important one, it is India and UAE as the free trade agreement between the two countries. India and UAE as the free trade agreement between the two countries. Now, what is this free trade agreement? Now, if it is free trade, is it free of cost? What do you think? Is it free of cost or what? It is. Now, free trade agreement means, we call it as, it's not free. Be cautious here. The trade is not free, rather simplification of what? Rather, we call it as the simplification of trade between the two countries. The simplification of trade between the two countries. Between, we call it as the two countries and between, we call it as the two countries. And the next major important one, UAE is an ally of which country? Ally of which country? America. Ally of America. It is USA. And obviously India is also ally of which one? America. India is also an ally of, we call it as America. Now recently this UAE has joined, as we call it as, I already said, the PIX Silica. What is this PIX Silica? I already said it's an initiative launched by America, majorly with respect to trading up of rare earth minerals or critical minerals. Be cautious. It is launched by USA, related to with respect to, we call it as, trade with respect to which minerals? It has rare earth minerals, or we call it as critical minerals. It can be related to silicon, it can be related to, we call it as the chips, semiconductors, or it can be, we call it as microprocessors, or it can be critical minerals. Now this has been launched by which country? Launched by USA, America. This we need to know as a part of, we call it as UAE. Now with respect to UAE, I have talked about only 5 points. One, we call it as world's first AI minister, has been launched in which country? UAE. Second one, we call it as the Abu Dhabi. In Abu Dhabi, we are establishing, we call it as the first, it is India's first overseas Atal Innovation Center. At where? Abu Dhabi. The third major important one we should know about, it is India and UAE has a free trade agreement. And that free trade agreement is not free, rather we are going for simplification of trade. Fourth one, we call it as Ally of America. This America has launched the most important initiative, we call it as the PIX Silica. This year question PIX Silica. The PIX Silica, highly important one. It is launched by America, related to, we call it as critical minerals, or we call it as rare earth minerals. Now India is also part of this. Majorly the American allies are a part of this to counter which country? To counter China. This has been launched, and this we call it as UAE, as well as we call it as the Scotland. Clear? The next one, the most important one, we call it as Maldives. The third one, we call it as Maldives. I have already said why Maldives. Because the sea level rise is linked with Maldives. Why sea level rise is linked with Maldives? Because these low-lying regions are in verge of what? Submergence. Low-lying regions are on the verge of, we call it as submergence. My first question is, what is the location of Maldives? Exactly. Online, yes. Okay, now the next one we call it as the next major important one. It has the sea level rise linked with, we call it as Maldives and the Kriti. Now with respect to, we call it as Maldives and the Bandaga. Now what is the location? The location we call it as, it is located in, we call it as Indian Ocean. Located in, we call it as Indian Ocean. First one. Second one. Now what type of island is this? Now what type of island in the Kelidren? We call it as the Coral Island. This we call it as the Coral Island. The third one, capital of this Maldives, Malé. Now it is surrounded by which ocean? Indian Ocean. The fourth one done. Now coming back to the fifth major important one, sir, what is the type of currency we have when we call it as Maldives? We call it as Rufiya. We call it as Rupiam or Rufiya. And the second one, the language we call it as Divehi. It is the language we call it as Divehi, is the language which is followed in where? Which is followed in, we call it as Maldives. Now what type of geography we have with respect to our Maldives? What type of geography daily? Now island kuda okay, but near to equator kuda. Now it is equator passes through this country called as Maldives. Equator passes through this country called as Maldives. If that's the case, what type of geographical condition we can experience in these regions? We call it as equatorial type of climate. Be cautious. Now geography yavdiruttappa antandre, it is equatorial type of climate. Equatorial type of climate andre, we call it a, what is equatorial type of climate? It is first one, higher temperature followed by higher rainfall. High temperature followed by high rainfall. Now what type of soil we can experience here? Laterite soil. Now what type of economic activity we can grow here? Plantation crops. What type of crops we can grow here? It is, we call it as plantation crops. Be cautious. First I talked about location. Location is, it's an island, coral island, which is present in where? It is Indian Ocean. Second one, it's a coral island, and it's also an island surrounded by what we call it as Indian Ocean. And the third one, we call it as capital, Malé. And the fourth one, we call it as, it is separated by India with which degree channel? It is 8-degree channel. Be cautious. It is 8-degree channel separates, we call it as the Lakshadweep. Minicoy with we call it as, Minicoy with which one? Maldives. Be cautious. Lakshadweep with Maldives, we call it as what degree channel? 8-degree channel. 8-degree channel. Now what type of we call it as political representation we have in with respect to Maldives? Now we call it as unitary presidential. Yenappa unitary antandre? The power concentrated at where? The power concentrated at center. Second one, what is presidential form of government? What is presidential? Now all the power lies with a single individual. The power lies with, we call it as single individual. Whereas in parliamentary form of government, collective decision making. Whereas in, we call it as parliamentary form of government, collective decision making take place. Whereas with respect to unitary andre yenu antandre, it is all the power at a single tier of government. Single tier of government. This we call it as unitary. And along with the things you should also know about, little bit factuals or little bit current affairs with respect to Maldives. Little bit the concepts about, we call it as Maldives. Now Maldives ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ನಿಮಗೆ? First Maldives ಬಗ್ಗೆ the first and the foremost one, it is recent news, we call it as boycott Maldives. First one we call it as boycott. Now why boycott Maldives? Why boycott Maldives? Because majorly it is they are targeting India and targeting the Prime Minister of India. Because of that, it is targeting this with respect to India and the Prime Minister of India, and they are also moving towards China also. They are also moving towards China, and that's the reason our Prime Minister has clearly said that we need to boycott Maldives and we need to develop our own island called Lakshadweep Island. That's the major reason for it is the boycott. And the second major important one nodaga. Now, which is the different military exercises we have between India and Maldives? We call it as the equivalent. Exercise equivalent. Exercise equivalent. It is majorly we call it as equivalent. It is between which two countries? It is India and Maldives. India and Maldives. The third one, it is Dosti. Dosti, it's a trilateral exercise between which three countries? It is India, Sri Lanka, and we call it as Maldives. Dosti, it's a trilateral exercise. Exactly. It's a trilateral exercise. Exactly online. It is Dosti. It is equivalent between, it's a bilateral exercise. NPIRLI. Bilateral exercise between which two countries? It is bilateral between, we call it as India and Maldives. This is a trilateral exercise between three countries. And the fourth one, the fourth major important one, which is the first country in the world to ban. It is to ban tobacco after, it is one of born after 2007. Which is the first country in the world to go for intergenerational ban on which one? Intergenerational ban on tobacco. Which is the first country? It is Maldives. Now Maldives has completely banned it is tobacco. One who have born after, you know, 1st January 2007. And adukoskara generation ne ban martadi. They should never go for smoking of tobacco anta. One who have born after 1st January 2007, it is the complete banning up of what? Complete banning up of tobacco, and this we call it as world's first intergenerational ban on, we call it as tobacco. One who have born after, we call it as 1st January 2007. This we need to know. First one, Maldives, be cautious. Maldives location, Indian Ocean. Second one, capital, Malé. The third one, geography, it is we call equatorial type of climate. And the fourth one, we call it as, majorly we call it as, there is no rivers as such. And what type of political representation we have? It is, we call it as unitary, the presidential form of government. And the fifth one, we call what the language which is being followed in, we call it as Maldives. It is Divedi, and the fifth one we call it as the Rupee. It is currency called as Rupee or Rupee. And next one we call it as the boycott of this, we call it as Maldives, because of, we call it derogatory statement against the Prime Minister and derogatory statement against the ministers also. And the fifth one we call it as equivalent. What is equivalent? It's some bilateral exercises between, we call it as India and Maldives. Followed by this we call it Dosti. It is 3 countries which includes India, Sri Lanka and Maldives. Followed by this we call it intergenerational ban on, we call it tobacco. This is very much important. Arbitrary now important. Okay now. This is important intergenerational ban on, we call it as tobacco. This is very much important from our, we call it as Maldives perspective. Maldives perspective. Done. And the next one we call it as, Qatar. The next one we call it as Qatar. Now why this Qatar was in use? Online fast. Why this Qatar was in use? We'll see all the things. Operation Shield, we'll see all the things, everything. But this is just, I'm just giving you some ideas this time. Okay. Now the next one we call it as Qatar. Next one we call it as Qatar. Now the Qatar again or the other, the first and the foremost one. Now what is the location of this Qatar? What is the location? Now it is present in, we call it as West Asia or Middle East. Second one. What type of country is this? It is peninsular country. Now peninsular andre. Now 3 sides surrounded by, we call it as water. Now 3 side water yavude? The Persian Gulf. The next one we call it as 1 side surrounded by yavudu? 1 side surrounded by a land, and this we call it as what? Saudi Arabia. The Saudi Arabia anta matarti. The second one, which is the capital of Qatar? Doha. You should be aware about Doha agreement related to which organization? Doha agreement related to, we call it as WTO, World Trade Organization. Now this WTO has been established in which year? It is 1st January 1995. 1st January 1995. 1st January 1995. By replacing which organization? By replacing GATT. By replacing, we call it as GATT. GATT andre? General Agreement on Tariff and Trade. The third one, where is headquarters? Headquarters is in Geneva. It's in Switzerland. Third one. Fourth one, the fourth major important one. Now, is India a founding member? Yes. Is India a member? Yes. India is a member and a founding member of this organization also. And the fifth major important one, this WTO meetings take place once in how many years? Once in 2 years. Ministerial conference takes place once in 2 years, and that we call it as biennial summits. Biennial summits. WTO, World Trade Organization, World Trade Organization, free and fair election, or the free and fair trade. The free and fair trade with respect to, we call it as WTO. And second one, it has been established in the year 1st January 1995 as a part of, we call it as Uruguay Roundtable Conferences. Uruguay Roundtable Conference took place for a period of 6 years. From, we call it as 1988 in the, up till we call it as 1994, Uruguay Roundtable Conference. The outcome we call it WTO. The outcome we call it as WTO, World Trade Organization. And the next major important headquarters, where is the headquarters? It is Geneva, Switzerland. And the fifth one we call it as India is a founding member, and India is a member of this organization. And the next one we should also know about, this ministerial conferences take place once in how many years? Once in 2 years, and that we call it as the biennial, we call it as the meetings. This you need to know. Now coming back to the Qatar part, the first one we have talked about Qatar. It's in Middle East. It's a peninsular one. It is majorly bordered by only which country? Saudi is surrounded by which ocean or which Gulf? It is Persian Gulf. Surrounded by, we call it as the Persian Gulf and Karitibi. Along with these things, we need to know about sir, news Qatar wants the world. It is the Qatar wants the world. Iran war could lead to a catastrophic results. Iran war could lead to which one? Catastrophic, we call it as the results. Now, what is that catastrophic results? See, when West Asia is in crisis, the complete world will be in crisis. Why? It is majorly, we call it as majority of oil. Now, majority of oil is coming from which region? West Asia. Now, when there is a war in West Asia, automatically the complete, we call it as world will get stopped, or world will have an impact. And that we call it as, that is the catastrophic impact we will be experiencing when we go for a war with which country? Iran. And the second one we call it as, this Qatar is an ally of which country? Is it ally of USA or ally of Russia? It is this Qatar is an ally of which country? It is America. It's a Qatar is an ally of America. Saudi is also an ally of, we call it as America. And a third one, it is, we call it as United Arab Emirates. It is Pax Silica or Pix Silica. It is all these countries that are part of this. Be cautious. The Pax Silica or Pix Silica, highly important one. It is the Pax or we call it as the Pix Silica. Now, which all countries are a part of this? Automatically, all the American allies should be a part of this organization, should be a part of this project, should be a part of this initiative also. Now, this Pax Silica or Pix Silica has been launched by USA, followed by what is the main goal of this Pax Silica? It is majorly trade with respect to which one? The rare earth minerals or critical minerals or strategic minerals, which include the chips, microprocessors, which includes, we call it as rare earth minerals also. This we need to know. And second one with respect to IMEC. IMEC, what is IMEC? India, Middle East, Europe. Now, will all these countries be a part of this? Obviously, yes. Because IMEC itself is launched by America, or it's an initiative by America and which has been launched in India. That we need to know. See, as soon as we know the countries, we should know about now which all countries will be a part of this organization and which won't be a part of this organization. Iಷ್ಟು basic knowledge ಅಂತೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ವಿಚಾರ. I am not touching Iran now. I am not touching Iran. It is, let's see, it is some 5 or 10 minutes. I'll discuss about Iran also. And coming towards our second major important one. Coming towards our second major important one. Exactly. Done. Now, the second one we call it as, which is sole land border with, we call it as, which one is the sole land border with, we call it as the Saudi, Qatar. Now, Saudi jate ಒಂದೇ land border ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತ country ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ majorly which one? The Qatar. Nothing but it is land boundary with Saudi, and second one, all the three sides are surrounded with which one? Persian Gulf. If that is the case, ಇದನ್ನ ಏನಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ? We call it as peninsula. We call it as peninsula. First one. Second one, the second major important one, it is Gulf of Bahrain. The Gulf. Where is this Gulf? Majorly we call it as Gulf of, we call it as Bahrain. Now, what is this? What do you mean by Gulf? Gulf andre eno, bay andre narrow, or that is called as strait. Narrow water body andre it is straight. ಈಗ ಮೇಜರ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ we call it as Bay of Bengal. We have Gulf of Kutch or Gulf of Kuch, Gulf of Kataiwar, even India also. Park Strait. When water enters the land, that is called as Gulf. And Bay and Renu sir, when land is partially surrounded by water, that is called as Bay. I'll repeat. Now, when water is partially surrounding, major again, it is, you should be more cautious. There is water. Now, around this water is there is the land, partial land. That we call it as, that way which one? That we call it as Bay. And second one, example, Bay of Bengal, partially surrounded. Completely surround agbitre. Completely surround adre. Ee completely surround adre. Partial adre it is Bay. And adhe riti, if the water is intruding into the land, it is Gulf. If water entering it into the land, adre Gulf. Adhe if land entering it into the water body, we call it as Cape. I'll repeat. Now, the first one, it is Gulf. Gulf andre enappa antandre, when water enters it into what? Land. Second one, if the land is entering it into the water, we call it as the Cape. And the third one, narrower water body we call it as what? Strait. Narrower land we call it as isthmus. Narrower land we call it as isthmus. The narrower water body connecting two larger water bodies, we call it as which one? Strait. It is narrower land connecting, we call it as connecting two larger land masses, we call it as isthmus. And the third one, when the water body enters the land, we call it as, it is when the water body entering the land, Gulf. When the land entering or intruding into the water body, we call it as Cape. This at least the 4 important differences we need to know while discussing about, we call it as the geography part. Also, we need to know at any cost. This one we need to know. Now, really major again, there is no, we call it as, there is no permanent, we call it as the rivers. There is no permanent rivers. Irregular coastline. Irregular nodi. Irregular. This we call it as irregular the coastline. Irregular we call it as coastline. Sir, is yella okay? The major one. Now this Qatar is one of the richest, I can say, one of the richest country in the world. Qatar is considered to be, we call it as one of the richest country in the world. Why it is called as the richest country in the world? Because it has huge amount of, we call it as oil and we call it as gas reserves. It has the huge amount of, we call it as oil and we call it as the gas reserves. Now with respect to LNG, Qatar has been ranked the 3rd. With respect to LNG, Qatar has been ranked, we call it as the 3rd. After Russia, after Iran, the 3rd rank goes to what? The 3rd rank goes to, we call it as Qatar. Now, what type of political representation we are seeing with respect to, we call it as West Asia? What type of political representation we are seeing? It is, we call it as monarchy. We call it as monarchy. What do you mean by monarchy? It is, mono means one, the single person controlling the authority. We call it a monarchy, but we call it as, but major and absolute monarchy. It's not constitutional monarchy, rather absolute. Absolute andre 100% power lies with whom? It is a king. 100% we call it as the power lies with the king, and that we call it as absolute power lies with. Absolute power lies with, we call it as the king. This we call it as Qatar. Be cautious while discussing about, we call it as Qatar. While discussing about Qatar, you need to know about, it is most important, the factuals here. The first and the foremost one, what is the location of Qatar? Location, location, it's in Middle East, or it's in West Asia, or it is present in, we call it as Arabian Peninsula also. First one. Second one, what is the capital of this Qatar? Now, Qatar capital is Doha, and we should also know about WTO also, World Trade Organization we have discussed. And the third major important one, now it is bordered by which all things? Now, it is bordered land with, we call it as Saudi Arabia, and majorly all the 3 sides are surrounded by, we call it water body, and that water body we call it as Persian Gulf. Now, if the 3 sides are surrounded by water, that we call it as, it is peninsula. That we need to know. If all the sides are surrounded by water, it's an island. 3 sides, it is peninsula. That we need to know. After this, we should also know about it with respect to political representation. The political organization, it is monarchy, absolute monarchy, which has been controlled by a family called as Al Thani family since, we call it as 1860s. Al Thani family, they are controlling it. And the fourth major important one, what type of economic resources they have? Economic resource major, which includes limestone, which includes oil, the natural gas, all those things. Now, which is the topography which has been followed with respect to limestone topography? It is karst topography. Now, which is the topography and the keladre, we call it as karst. Karst, we call it as the topography. We call it as which one? Karst topography. Karst topography, and it is majorly famous for, we call it as the limestone. Suna. The limestone is majorly famous. Now, if it is limestone, it is majorly, it is also used with respect to, we call it as the cement manufacturing also. The cement manufacturing also. The cement manufacturing also. Along with the things, I have already said that with respect to LNG. With respect to LNG, now which country is the top producer of LNG? Second, third, it is Qatar. That we need to know. Done. This is with respect to our, we call it as Qatar part. The fourth one, we call it as Philippines. The fourth, the country, we call it as Philippines. Now, what is the location of Philippines? Now, what type of country is this? It's not an island, it's an archipelago. What is archipelago? It's a group of islands. It's a group of islands. Now, consists of in and around, it is 7,641 islands. If that's the case, that is called as it is archipelago or archipelago. It is majorly the group of islands. Now, which country has maximum group of islands? Indonesia. It is maximum, it is the islands the country yadappa andre Indonesia 11,000 plus 11,000ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ islands ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತ ಒಂದೇ country yadappa ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ we call it as it is Indonesia. Now this Philippines also has in and around some 7,641 it is islands. Now with respect to this, islands are present in which ocean? Islands are present in, we call it as which ocean? It is Pacific Ocean. Pacific Ocean, second one. The third major important one, it is capital of Philippines, Manila. Capital of Philippines, we call it as the Manila, because capital is the Manila. And along with the things, you should also know about the surrounding countries. Towards the north, we have which one? The Taiwan. It's an island, because it's an island. It is towards the north, we have, it is Taiwan. Now, Taiwan's capital is Taipei. Taiwan's capital is, we call it as Taipei. And towards our west, we have Malaysia. Now, Malaysia's capital is Kuala Lumpur. Malaysia's capital is Kuala Lumpur. Towards our south, we have Indonesia. Now, Indonesia's capital is Jakarta. Indonesia's capital is Jakarta. And along with these things, it is bordered by water also. It is bordered by water, which is that water we have. Which is that water towards our south, which is strait. Luzon. I have already said strait means it is narrow water body connecting two large water bodies. Which is that two large water bodies? South China Sea with which one? The Pacific Ocean. South China Sea with, we call it as Pacific Ocean. Second, the second major important one. Now towards the south, we have, towards the south or towards our west, we have the Sulu Sea. Sulu Sea, imagine markobek Sulu Sea. And the third one, we call it as Celebes Sea. Celebes towards our east, Philippines, or larger one, we call which one? Pacific Ocean. Larger one, we call it as Pacific Ocean. First one, be cautious. It's an archipelago. Second one, we call it as, it is bordered by which all things? Taiwan towards the north. Now, does Taiwan belongs to China? Okay. It is under one China policy. It is Taiwan also belongs to China. Be cautious here. One China policy antandre, there is only one China. There is no separate Taiwan. Which also includes which one? Which also includes Taiwan also. Under one China policy, be cautious. Under one China policy, it is Taiwan, Tibet, Hong Kong, followed by, it is majorly we call it as Hong Kong, as well as the PRC China. All this comes under one China policy. There is only one China. There is only one China. There is no separate Taiwan. But Taiwan, they are claiming separate independence. The Taiwan, they are claiming separate independence. This we need to know, we call it as one China policy also. And after this, you should also know about maritime borders. I have talked about Philippines towards our east, Celebes Sea, Sulu Sea, at the same time Pacific Ocean also. That we have discussed. And which is the highest peak? Highest peak, we call it as Mount Apo. It is Mount Apo. And longest river, we call it as Cagayan. Thus, the majorly we call it as longest river of Philippines. Longest river of Philippines, we call it as Cagayan. So, this is okay, sir. Now, major one, we call it as, now, which is the most, it is developed island? Luzon. There are three group of islands. One is called as Luzon, and second one, we call it as, it is majorly, we call it as Mindoro. And the last one, we call it as, the Mindoro, the complete Mindoro. And the third one, we call it as the Negros. The third one, we call it Negros. Now, there is a major three group of islands. One, we call it as Luzon. And the second one, we call it as Mindanao, and the third one, we call it as, it is the Negros, and there are a number of group of islands also. Group of islands, but be cautious, Manila comes under which island? Luzon. Manila comes under Luzon. Manila comes under Luzon. Sir, all these things are fine, sir. Why this Philippines was in use? Now, Philippines plans to import, we call it as, 3.8 million metric tons of rice. From which country? From, we call it as India. From, we call it as India. Now we'll talk about a little bit information about it is Philippines also. We'll talk about information about Philippines. Now the first question is Manila. Now Manila lenide. Manila lenidiyappa antandre we have IRRI. What is IRRI? International Rice Research Institute. International Rice Research Institute present in Manila. Second one. Now in Manila we also have ADB. What is ADB? Asian Development Bank, headquartered is in Manila. Now who has the highest shareholder in ADB? It has highest shareholder in ADB is Japan, followed by it is America. Third rank goes to China, fourth goes to India. First is Japan, second is USA, third is we call it China, and fourth one is India. It is ADB, Asian Development Bank. The third major important one. Now which is the first country which has brought our India made BrahMos? It is BrahMos. What does BrahMos means? Brahmaputra and Moskova. It is, we call it as, it is majorly we call it as BrahMos missile, developed jointly by which country? India and Russia. The fourth one, India and Philippines, we are celebrating 75 years of diplomatic ties between the two countries. 75 years. And the fifth major important one. The fifth major important one, it is the next one, we call it as the Asian Nobel Prize. What is this Asian Nobel Prize? Raman Magsaysay Award. The Raman Magsaysay Award, this Raman Magsaysay Award, it is given by our country? Philippines. Now for the last year, it is for the year 2025. Now which organization has received? It is Asian Nobel Prize or Raman Magsaysay Award? Educate Girls, the first NGO from India. Be cautious. The first NGO from India to get a Raman Magsaysay Award, we call it as Educate Girls. Educate Girls on the Kariti. Educate Girls has become the first NGO, non-governmental organization, now to get this award called as Asian Nobel Prize. It's also called as the Raman Magsaysay Award. Now this Raman Magsaysay Award is given by the Philippines. This we need to know. Now this Philippines comes under, we call it as Pacific Ring of Fire. This comes under which one? Pacific Ring of Fire. Now what is this Pacific Ring of Fire, Andreno? Now it is 70 to 80% of volcanoes and earthquakes happens in this zone or happens in the zone or region. This we call it as Pacific Ring of Fire, or it's also called as Circum-Pacific Ring of Fire. Circum-Pacific Ring of Fire. Now all those things you need to know with respect to, we call it as Philippines. Then it is, first is IRRI. It is, we call it as International Rice Research Institute. Now the second one with respect to rice. With respect to rice, now they are importing 3.8 million tons of, we call it, rice from India. Now if that's the case, which country is the top producer of rice in the world? It is India. India has become the first country in the world to it is produce rice by overtaking which one? By overtaking China. Now which is the first, we call it as, or which is the first country with respect to largest export of rice products? Again India. Be cautious. Even with respect to producer as well as exporting up of rice, which country is in the top? India. Second one, within India, which country is the top producer of rice, or which state is the largest producer of the state? It is the rice. Which state? It is West Bengal, followed by, we call it as UP. West Bengal, followed by, we call it as Uttar Pradesh. And the third major important one, now in India, it is South Asia's, the regional center of IRRI, present in where? It is Varanasi. The South Asia's, the regional center of which one? IRRI. It is International Rice Research Institute, regional center, which is present in where? Which is present in, we call it as Varanasi. Where is Varanasi? It's in Uttar Pradesh. Varanasi, be cautious. All those things at least we need to know while discussing about, we call it as the Philippines, the topics. Yes, online? Yes, okay now. This we need to know with respect to, we call it as the Philippines also. Done? Oh yeah, can I ask some questions? Okay. The first question is, which country is the largest producer of geothermal energy? ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು, ನಾನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? Okay. Second one. Now, what type of missile BrahMos is? It is cruise missile. Now, what is cruise and what is ballistic? I hope you are aware. Ballistic andre it is, we call it as parabolic trajectory. Cruise means straight, parallel hogutte. And which one covers maximum distance? Is it cruise or ballistic? Let's say cruise pakka heli. Pakka? Okay. Ballistic covers maximum distance, but which one is more safe? Cruise is more safe. Which one requires more energy? Cruise, because parallel against gravitation. And which one is more with respect to, we call it as the precision targets? Now, which one moves at faster speed? It is cruise. It is cruise, no doubt. It is advanced and it is cruise. Traditional and it is, we call it as ballistic missile. Now, which is the traditional ballistic missile which has been developed in India and it is IGMDP, Integrated Guided Missile Development Program. It is called as Patan. It is, we call it as Prithvi, Agni, Trishul, Akash, Nag. Ivella waste ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. But crews are more advanced because ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is majorly the precision target, hitting target, the speed is also more. But the challenges under our MTCR. In MTCR andre it is Missile Technology Control Regime. Missile Technology Control Regime. Now we cannot export, we call it as, we cannot export the missiles. It is if it is crossing more than what? 300 kilometers range. Now what is the, we call it as distance covered by BrahMos missile? It is 290. Intentionally we have dropped. Modify ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾರ. Intentionally we have dropped it to 290. Why? Because we need to export it to other countries. If we want to export it, automatically the distance or the kilometer covering is, it should be very less. Nothing but 290 ಇರಬೇಕು. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಪ್ಪ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿ. And the other strategies we are doing with respect to exporting of the defense equipments also. And which is the first country, ಯಾರು first ಬಕ್ರಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಫಿಲಿಪೈನ್ಸ್ ಅವರು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದೀವಿ, ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆನಾ? This we need to know. MTCR, Missile Technology Control Regime. Is India part of this MTCR? Now, Missile Technology Control Regime, India is a part of this organization. And adhikoskara intentionally we have dropped it to, we call it as that 290 kilometers. Now, this BrahMos can be launched from, it is which all platforms? Can we launch it from air to air? Can we launch it from air to surface, surface to air? It is water to air? Yes or no? Now, ಇಲ್ಲಿ launch ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. It is, we call it as, the BrahMos is multi-launch platform. What is multi-launch andre? Again, we can launch it from the land also. Can we launch it from India4IAS? They are very academic. Yes. We can launch it from, it is water to, it is land. Yes. Water to, it is air. Yes. We can launch it from anywhere. That we call it as multi-capable the platforms. It is BrahMos. It has been launched on the collaboration between, we call it as, it is India and Russia. It is Brahmaputra and Moscow. That we need to know. And the second major important one, we call it as, sir, what is the most important uniqueness about, we call it as Doha Agreement. WTO ಬಗ್ಗೆ Doha ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, what is the most important agreement about Doha? It is majorly talks about, we call it as, it is subsidies. Which all subsidies? It has subsidies, agriculture subsidies, the food subsidy, which also include fisheries subsidies also. That is still, it is a continuous debates which is ongoing in, we call it as Doha. That we need to know. And second one, you should know about Scotland. Now, why Scotland is more important? Because what type of climate we can see in Scotland? What type of climate irate? We call it as British type of climate. What is British type of climate andre? We call it as moderate temperature with moderate rainfall also. Moderate temperature as well as we call it as moderate rainfall. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಆ ಥರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಮಾಡರೇಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂಲ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. Nothing but we call it as British type of climate. It is moderate temperature followed by moderate rainfall also. Yes, done. Okay now. Now ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ we'll move towards the next country called as the next country out. It is Ethiopia. Now first one, whenever we are talking about Ethiopia, is it a landlocked country or does it have a coast? Exactly. On in perfect, yes. The next one, it is Ethiopia. Now first one, Ethiopia, is it a landlocked country or does it opens into coast? It is first one, landlocked. Second one, it is present in where? Horn of Africa. In Prelim, it is a landlocked. It is present in, we call it as Horn of, we call it as Africa. Horn of Africa. First one or second one. And the second one we call it as, which is the capital of, we call Ethiopia. It is capital yavadappa antandre major agi we call it as Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa. It is majorly Addis Ababa ali enidiyappa antandre African Union. Addis Ababa ali we have African Union also headquartered in Addis Ababa. And the third major important one, it is bordering countries. Not yavadiದೆ ಅಂತ bordering countries. Now bordering countries yavadappa antandre major which includes Sudan to the north. Sudan is now we call it as majorly we call it as it is the Sudan, and with respect to it is il bandaga Djibouti ide. Djibouti followed by we call it as, which country is this? Somalia. Recent news ali Somaliland anta, a separate country. It is we call it as Somaliland. Somaliland is different, Somalia is different. Nothing but be cautious. Sudan towards the north. And with respect to east anta bandaga, we have east anta bandaga major we call it as Somalia ide. We also have Djibouti. Djibouti capital yadu? Djibouti city itself. And we also have it is Kenya towards the south. Illi nodi Kenya barutte. Now Kenya towards the south, and illi nodadadre we also have it is Eritrea also. We also have Eritrea. First one, you need to know about Ethiopia. Now Ethiopia, it's a landlocked country. It is present in, we call it as Horn of Africa. But clockwise nodi yavu barutte anta? Clockwise which includes we call it as the Kenya, majorly which includes Sudan, South Sudan, followed by Eritrea, followed by Djibouti, followed by Somaliland and Somalia. Okay na? First one we call it as Somalia. Second one, Kenya. Third one we call it as Sudan, South Sudan also. Fourth one, Eritrea. Fifth one, Djibouti. And sixth one, Somaliland also. Now does it open it in Gulf of Aden? Gulf of Aden open agata open agalla? Illa. Nan first adane helide landlocked anta. Landlocked and there is no coast. The third one, the third major important one, it is which is it is river which originates from, it is Ethiopia, the most important we call it as the river. It is Blue Nile. It's a tributary of Eno. It is Blue Nile. It's a tributary of Yaudu, Nile. And this Ethiopia is constructing, we call it as, it is Africa's largest dam. And that we call it as, it is GERD anta karitivi. Grand, it is Ethiopian. Be cautious. Grand Ethiopian, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which has been constructed by yaru? Constructed by yarappa antandre Ethiopia. Constructed by Ethiopia. Now on which river? It is Blue Nile. Be cautious. And this is considered to be what? This is considered to be, we call it as Africa's. It is the largest hydroelectric dam also. The Africa's largest dam and Africa's largest hydroelectric dam also. Hydroelectric dam anta karitivi, related to yadappa antandre Ethiopia. Related to, we call it as Ethiopia. Now coming back to our, it is Ethiopia. Now first one we call it as Ethiopia. Now Ethiopia antakantadu elidiyappa location? It is Horn of Africa or East Africa. Now second one we call it as There is a conflict region in Ethiopia. Which is that conflict region which is found in Ethiopia? It is Tigray. It is the Turks fear the new crisis in Tigray. Now, a dispute region which is found in where? A dispute region which is found in, we call it as, which is found in Ethiopia. We call it as yaudu? The Tigray. First one we call it as the Tigray region. First one Tigray. The second major important one. It is COP. COP 32/2027 of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change will take place in which country? It is Ethiopia. Be cautious. COP 32. It's in Turkey or Turkey? It's in Turkey. It is 2027 ali elnadiyate antandre. It's in, we call it as Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. Now Addis Ababa, we also have African Union. Now this African Union is a part of which organization? G20, which has been joined in which year? 2023. It has been joined in 2023. Now, which is the volcanic eruption which has erupted in Ethiopia? Haile Gubbi. It is volcanic eruption which has erupted after 10,000 years later. It is the 10,000 years later. Which is that volcano? Which is that volcano? It is Haile Gubbi. Haile Gubbi in which country? Ethiopia. And the next one we call it as, now which is the first African country they are going for implementation of ANRLM? Which is the first country from Africa they are going for, we call it as implementation of ANRLM. What is ANRLM? Deen Dayal Antyodaya. It is Antyodaya Yojana. It is National Rural Livelihood Mission. Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission anna implement ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತವರು ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ Ethiopia, with the support of which country? India. The support of India. And next one, recently Ethiopia joined as a new member of which organization? It is BRICS. New member of BRICS. New member of, we call it as the BRICS. And they are also building the largest dam in Africa itself. Largest dam in Africa. Which is the largest dam in the world? Which is the largest planned dam in the world? It is Yarlong Sangpo. Yarlong Sangpo. It is considered to be, we call it as they are planned. It is planned. As of now, it is planned. But build it will be the world's largest one. Now, with respect to Africa, it is, we call it as GERD. What is GERD? Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which is again constructed by, we call it as Ethiopia. This we need to know while discussing about, we call it as Ethiopian, the concept as such. Done. This ends are the major one called as, it is Ethiopia. The next one we call it as Oceania. The next one we call it as Oceania. Now while discussing about Oceania, we need to know about two important things. One is called as, it is Vanuatu, and the second one we call it as Vanuatu, and the second one we call it as Tuvalu. We'll see that. Now with respect to Vanuatu ಬಗ್ಗೆ discuss ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, now why this Vanuatu was in use? Why this Vanuatu? Exactly. It is majorly we call it as major agi Vanuatu. Now Vanuatu ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ first one, what is the location of Vanuatu? It's in, we call it as Pacific Ocean. Now be cautious, in Pacific Ocean there are two types of island groups. Which is that two types, which is that major agi ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ two types of island groups. One is called as Melanesia and we call it as Polynesia. But ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ Micronesia ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. But Micronesian majority are submerging now. Now in traditional concepts we had three group of islands with respect to, we got a Pacific Ocean. But out of that ಈಗ ನಾವು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಎರಡೇ. ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ Micronesia ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, Micronesia ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because of sea level rise, it is majority of this are submerging. And which is more prominent now ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, at least we need to save this, which one? Melanesia and Polynesia we need to save. This we call it as three group of islands which is found in where? Which is found in, we call it as Pacific Ocean. Be cautious. Pacific Ocean has 3 group of islands, and that 3 group of islands which includes Micronesia, Melanesia and Polynesia. Now this Micronesia, majority of the countries are submerging. Why it is submerging? Because of, we call it as sea level rise. Now second threat yargagattappa andre Melanesia and Polynesia again. Now this Melanesia and Polynesian countries, they have filed a case in ICJ. They have filed a case in ICJ saying that it is ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಮರ್ಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ. They have filed a case in ICJ saying that it is the other countries, they are releasing huge amount of what? It is they are burning huge amount of fossil fuels and they are releasing CO2 also. They are releasing huge amount of carbon dioxide. It is releasing, or they are releasing huge amount of carbon dioxide. Now carbon dioxide release ಆದರೆ sea melting ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, or against ice melting ಆದಾಗ automatically sea level will what? Sea level will start to rise. Sea level rise ಆದರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಈ smaller countries, it will start to submerge. And ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ they have filed a case in where? ICJ. And the ICJ has given an advisory verdict. They have given an advisory, yes, advisory opinion in related or against, so advisory opinion in favor of which countries? In favor of, we call it as the Pacific Island countries. Majorly in favor of which island countries? Which island country? Yar island? Polynesia, Melanesia and Micronesia. But majority of Micronesia is no, it is no more present now. Now ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮೆಲನೇಷಿಯಲ್ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಕೇಸ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ Vanuatu. This we call it as Vanuatu. Now before to this, what is this ICJ? Before to this, what is this ICJ? International Court of Justice. Now this International Court of Justice has been established in which year? Established in the year 1945. Under which charter? Under, we call it as UN Charter. Under, we call it as UN Charter, ICJ. Exactly. ICJ, International Court of Justice. Exactly, International Court of Justice. Second one, established in which year? 1945. Under which charter? UN Charter. The fourth one, where is the headquarters of ICJ? It's in Peace Building, Hague, we call it as Netherlands. It's in Peace Building, Hague, Netherlands ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. It's in Peace Building, Hague, Netherlands. This we need to know. And fourth major important one. Now, is India part of this? India a part of this organization? And the fifth one, what is the role of this ICJ? What is the role of this ICJ? Now they provide judgments when there's a conflict between countries. Be cautious. When there's a conflict between countries, who provide judgments? Who provides judgments ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ this ICJ. When there's a conflict between ಯಾರ ಮಧ್ಯೆ? The states and states, or countries and countries. Between the states or between the countries. Now ಆಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. Individuals ಆದ್ರೆ ICC. It is, we call it as International Criminal Court. Now this deals with respect to, we call it as individuals, whereas this deals with respect to, we call it as countries, or we call it as the states. Now ICC ಯಾವಾಗ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಆಯಿತು? ICC ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2002ರಲ್ಲಿ. Now in the year 2002, under majorly we call it charter. It is under, we call it as, not under UN the charter, under Rome Statute. Under, we call it as the Rome Statute ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Where is Rome? It's in Italy. Rome, it's in Italy. Now Italy ರೋಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization. The third one, now this ICC is not a UN body. Be cautious here. This is not a UN body, rather it's an intergovernmental body. Where is the headquarters? The same building, Peace Building, Hague, Netherlands. But your ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು? They take up ಯಾವ ಕೇಸ್ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ? They take up individual cases like genocide, human rights violations, all those things. Now is India part of this ICC? No, India is not a part of this. But what about ICJ? India is a part. Be cautious. Done. Iveru difference gothirbeku. ICJ, it's a United Nations body. Now this is the only UN body which is present outside New York. This is the only UN, the major main body, the major body or main body which is present outside where? Outside we call it as New York, which is present in where? Hague, Netherlands Peace Building. And the third one, India is a part of this, and this deals with respect to, we call it as the conflict between the states. And the question is, sir, now IC generally ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ members ಇರ್ತಾರೆ? It is how many members? 15 members. They are being elected for a period of how many years? 9 years. They are being elected for a period of 9 years. 1/3 retire every 3 years. 1/3 retire every 3 years. I'll repeat. Sir, ICC go ಮತ್ತು ICJ go difference ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, now ICJ, it's an United Nations body. Now it's a judicial wing ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. It's a judicial wing. Now they take up cases when there's a conflict between ಯಾರ ಮಧ್ಯೆ? Countries. Is India part of this? Yes. Established under which structure? Or which charter ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ UN charter. In which year? 1949. There's the only body or there's the only main body which is present outside where? Outside New York, outside America. And the second major important one, it is the ICC, International Criminal Court. Now this ICC which has been established in 2002, under which statute? It is, we call it as Rome Statute, or it is the Rome Convention. And the third one, it's not a United Nations body. Is India part of this? It's India is not a part of this. Now it only deals with respect to which cases? Individual cases. It only deals with respect to, we call it as individual related cases. Where is the headquarters? The same peace building. The same peace building which is present in, we call it as, it is Hague, Netherlands. This we need to know. While discussing about, we call it as, it is the Vanuatu. Now Vanuatu ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, they have given an advisory. It is opinion related to climate change obligations by the different countries. And they have also supported, ಯಾವ country support ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? It is island countries. They are supporting island countries. Now when we are talking about Vanuatu, observe this Vanuatu ಯಾವ shape ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿ. Now Vanuatu, it's in the shape of, we call it as Y shaped. Now is it Melanesian country, Micronesian or Polynesian country? It is Melanesian country. Be cautious. It is, we call it as Melanesian country. It's a Y shaped Melanesian country. It's an archipelago ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. What is archipelago? Group of islands. Now which is the capital of, we call it as capital of this, we call it as Vanuatu. It is Port Vila. The Port Vila, it is considered to be, we call it as capital of Vanuatu. And this is majorly surrounded by ಯಾವ countries ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it is surrounded by, we call it as Australia, surrounded by, we call it as New Zealand, surrounded by, we call it as Papua New Guinea, surrounded by Solomon Islands, followed by Fiji. All those things are present with respect to, we call it as this group of islands. Majorly we call it as the Melanesia. Specifically if we are talking, we call it as Vanuatu. Vanuatu surrounding ಯಾವ್ದು ಇದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, it is towards the east of Australia. Now towards east of Australia ಯಾವ್ದಿದೆ? Vanuatu. And towards the north of which one? The New Zealand. Towards the east of which country? Papua New Guinea. And nearest countries ಯಾವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, nearest countries we call it as Solomon Islands, and we call it as Fiji, and we call it as New Caledonia. All this are the surrounding countries of, we call it as Vanuatu. Now we Vanuatu capital ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ? Port Vila. And the next one we call what type of, we call it as, it is what type of political organization we have? Parliamentary form of government. Along with those things, republic. What is republic now? Head to the state is, we call elected, and it is not hereditary. What is parliamentary form of government? Collective decision making. Collective decision making or majority party rule anta kariತೀವಿ. Majority party rule. And third major important one, there is a dual executive here. Now what is a dual executive? One is nominal executive and second one real executive. Who is nominal here? President. Who is real executive? The Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister is the real executive. And it's also an United Nations member organization. It is also United Nations member organization. This we need to know while discussing about, we call it as Vanuatu. Sir, Vanuatu ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, it is now in Vanuatu we are establishing underwater post office. Be cautious. Now, world's first underwater post office. World's first underwater post office. World's first underwater post office. We are establishing it in Vanuatu. We are also establishing the world's first underwater post office ellappa anta kelidre Vanuatu. It is present in which ocean? Pacific Ocean. Yav shape alli ide? Y shape. It's an archipelago. And the next one, it comes under which group of islands? It is Melanesian group of islands. Melanesian group of islands. And also one advisory opinion from which court? ICJ. That we call it as, it is a tiny Pacific nation of Vanuatu. Has won, it is we call, I can say, has won a judgment which has been issued by Yaro. Issued by, we call it as International Court of Justice. See, whenever you are discussing about anything, at least on the 8 point name tips alirbeku. ICJ and Takshna 1945 came into effect in 1946. Third one, it's a UN body, and it's the only UN body which is present outside New York. And the next one you should also know about. You should also know about major one called as headquarters. It has peace building, Hague, Netherlands. And is India founding member? Obviously yes. Which charter? UN charter. And the next major important you should also know about, we call it as 15 members for a period of how many years? 9 years. Now, which is the Indian judge which is present here? Which is the judge which is present in, we call it as ICJ. And which is the major judgment which has been given by ICJ related to, we call it as India. Major judgment is related to, we call it as conflict between, we call it as Pakistan and India. Related to, we call it as Kulbhushan Jadhav case. Now, all those things are related to, we call it as military agreements. Now, in general, what is the role of ICJ? Role of ICJ. Now, can they take up any conflicts with respect to the individual cases? No. It is, can they take up, it is any dispute with respect to countries? Yes. Can they take up any cases between the states? Now, it is taken example of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. No. Because states in the international forum means countries. Now, they can take up only the, it is cases related to, we call it as India, Pakistan, India, China, India, America, all those cases. But not with respect to the individual cases or the, it is provincial cases also. Now, that provincial cases are being dealt by Supreme Court. Repeating it. Now, when there is a conflict between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, yaar handle ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? Supreme Court, but not the ICJ. Yes, done. It is this we need to know with respect to, we call it Vanuatu. And the last, it is topic from this major countries, and that we call it as, it is Tuvalu. That we call it as Tuvalu. Exactly online, it is Tuvalu. It is major agi, it is Tuvalu anta bandaga, again it is present in where? Again it is present in Illappa. It is present in, we call it as Pacific Ocean. Now, I already said that there are three group of islands, but now it is Micronesia almost on submergence. Now we are left with only two. That is, we call it as which one? It is Polynesia and we call it as Melanesia. Now, from Melanesia we have talked about Vanuatu, and the next one from Polynesia we will be talking here as, we call it as Tuvalu. First one we call it as the Tuvalu. Now, when we are talking about Tuvalu, it is present in, we call it as Pacific Ocean. Now, the capital yavadappa antandre, it is Waiaku. It is capital, we call it as Waiaku. It's considered the capital of, we call it as, it is Tuvalu. It is present in Pacific Ocean. As a part of which island? As a part of, we call it as the Polynesian group of island. As a part of, we call it as the Polynesian group of the island. And the second major important one, sir, with respect to our international dateline nodadre, it is towards the west. Now, this is our international dateline. Now, ideal. What is ideal? International dateline. What is international dateline? IDL. It is 180 degree and 180 degree meeting point. This we call it as, it is international dateline. Now, 0 in the 180, 0 in the towards our east 180. The meeting point we call it as international date line. Now this international date line, is it in straight manner or in zigzag manner? Zigzag manner. Again, you need to know. And the third major important one, the surrounding countries. Now surrounding countries, towards our north we have Kiribati, towards our west we have Solomon group of islands, and towards our southwest we have Vanuatu, towards our south Fiji. Now all these countries are present with respect to where? All this present with respect to, we call it as majorly the Tuvalu. Now surrounded by Yadapandra, lies towards the west of international date line, surrounded by Solomon Islands, the Fiji, followed by Vanuatu, followed by, we call it as Kiribati, all those things. And the next major important one, it is the largest, it is atoll Yadapandra, it is Funafuti. Now out of this 9 coral atolls, now largest Yadapandra, it is Funafuti and the Kriti. Funafuti. And what type of political representation we have? The parliamentary democracy. Now what is parliamentary? I already said, it is collective representation, collective decision making. Now democracy means, what is democracy? The people is more supreme, the people is having more sovereignty, and that we call it as democratic nature. The parliamentary democracy means the people is supreme or the people is sovereign. Parliamentary means collective decision making. They are also part of FAO. They are also part of, we call it as FAO. Now what is FAO now? What is FAO? Now first one, abbreviation. Now Food and Agricultural Organization. Food and we call it as Agricultural Organization. The Food and Agricultural Organization. And the second one, we call it as now when it has been established Yavaga, October 16, 1945. October 16, 1945. This October 16 has been celebrated as what? The World Food Day. And the third one is a member of this. Yes. And next one, it's an United Nations body. It's an United Nations body. United Nations body. Where is the headquarters? It's in Rome. Perfect. It's in Italy. And the last one is the Kelsa. Food and agriculture. Now food related aspect, and we call it agriculture related aspect, it has taken care by yaru FAO. And major report release ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ GIAS. It is GIAS. What is this GIAS? It is majorly, we call it as globally important agricultural heritage the system. The globally important agricultural heritage system. Now how many are there in India? It is 3. Which all? Yadappa 3. One in Kerala. Kuttanad. It is rice growing place, Kuttanad. Second is Odisha, Koraput agriculture. And the last one in J&K. Now J&K. It is Kareva formation. It is saffron cultivation. Now which country is the largest producer of saffron? It is Iran. The second place goes to India. Now within India, J&K. Majorly you should know, it is Kerala, it is the Kuttanad, Odisha, it is Koraput. The third one, J&K, we call it as, it is majorly we call it as, it is saffron cultivation, or we call it as Kareva formations. It is majorly famous for the saffron cultivation. This 3 has been identified by FAO as a part of, we call it as GIAS. It is globally important agricultural heritage system. Done? Now all this are related to our first theme, we call it as, the countries. Now take some time and observe. Doubts ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಪಟ್ಪಟ್ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. Okay, I'll show that. Okay, if you understand this, now major agi, it is now towards our northeast of Australia. northeast of Australia, there has been division into, we call it as the three important countries are divided. Now, we call it as Polynesia, and second one we call it as the Micronesia, and we call it as Melanesia. So why it is called as Melanesia? Because melanin pigmentation is more. Now, what is that melanin pigmentation? It is the skin color is, we call it as brown to black. Now, our people anna we used to call it as Melanesian people. Now, with respect to it is now towards ilnodi iga Vanattu ashte. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ towards our east of this Vanattu, we call it as Polynesia. But ಇವೆಲ್ಲ it is almost nearby. But ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು it is Melanesia ಯಾಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is brown to black. But these Polynesian people are not, it is brown to black. ಒಂಥರ fair ಆಗಿದೆ. That's the reason. Yes. And the question is, sir, Polynesia country majorly this Tuvalu ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, now Tuvalu has become the first country in the world. The first country in the world to go for, we call it as planned migration to which country? Planned migration to Australia. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ now 280 members every year. 280 members every year they'll be shifting or they'll be migrating from elindelige Tuvalu to, we call it as Australia every year. That is called as planned migration. Why are they going for planned migration? Why are they going for planned migration? Because of, I already said that, because of climate change. Automatically climate change ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ? It is the increase in temperature. When there is increase in temperature, sea level rise. Now sea level rise ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದ್ರೆ automatically submergence. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ this Tuvalu has gone for an agreement with Australia. Now to evacuate the people from Tuvalu, it is on an average they will be evacuating a jana. Now 280 members every year. 280 members every year they will be, it is, be cautious, every year they will be evacuating that 280 people from Tuvalu to, we call it as Australia. This we need to know, be cautious. It is really, there are three group of islands. One we call it as, it is, you should know about Micronesia, Melanesia and Polynesia. Now Melanesian people and Polynesia in different sense. Melanesia they are, it is majorly we call it as brown to black people because of high melanin pigmentation. And second one, Polynesia, they are very fair people. Adukoskar one Polynesia people. And second one we have talked about Vanuatu. Why Vanuatu? Because they have won ICJ judgment. They have won ICJ judgment related to, we call it as climate change. And second one, this we call it as Tuvalu, related to, we call it as related to planned migration. This considered to be world's first, the planned migration because of climate change. That has been transferring from which country to which country? Tuvalu to Australia. Tuvalu to, we call it as Australia. Then this at any cost you need to know with respect to, we call it as all these countries. I hope these countries are clear. Now we have talked about, I'll summarize before going to the second topic. Now first one, it is we have discussed about Scotland. Now are you in a position to at least remember some 10 points about Scotland? Now which is the 10 points you need to remember with respect to Scotland? Now first one you need to know about, it is Scotland they are going for, we call it as, it is water cremation. By using which chemical? It is alkaline hydrolysis. Perfect. Second one, which is the first country in the world to go for, it is free. It is the periodic plans or sanitary kit is being provided. It is free for everyone. It is Scotland which year? 2020. Now even in Karnataka also we have gone for menstrual, we call it as the kit, and that is called as, it is, we call it as Major Ragi, we call it as Suchin Anna Maitri. The menstrual cups and menstrual packs are also being provided. Who is ambassador? It is Saptami Gowda. That we need to know. And the third major important one you should know about, who is considered to be, because sponsor for, it is ICC T20 Men's World Cup 2026. It is, we call Scotland, be cautious. This is the first time in the history where Bangladesh has been completely removed from the sponsorship. This is the first time in the history. And next one you should also know about Scotland. It is, what is the capital of Scotland? It is Edinburgh. That we need to know. And after this you should also know about our second topic, we call it as UAE, United Arab Emirates. Now it's not a majorly we call it a single province, rather it's a group of provinces. How many provinces? There are 7 emirates. The 7 provinces called as 7 emirates. and this was being established, or constitutional monarchy has been established in 1971. And the third one, they are also close ally of, we call it as USA, and we call it as India also. Now we also have a good ties with, we call it as India and America, and India and USA as well as UAE also. And that agreement we call it as I2U2. That we call it as I2U2. Which is that I2U2? It is India, Israel and USA, and we call it as UAE. We also have good ties with all these countries because they are also allies and we are also allies. But USA, it is they trust Israel and UAE as a trusted partners. But India is considered to be the non-trusted partner of USA. That difference you need to know. And a second, because namge exact stable policies illa, because we change according to our situations, according to our national policies. That we need to know. And after this, you also know about Qatar. Now, the most richest, it is country in the world anta nodaga, it is Qatar and matartivi. It is Qatar resources. When it comes to resources, LNG resources, they are considered to be what rank? Third rank. After Russia, adadmele Iran. After this, it is Qatar. That we need to know. And this Qatar is a, we call it as the peninsula country. What is peninsula? Now it borders with only one country. Which is that only one country? It is Saudi Arabia. That we need to know. And next, you should also know about bordered by, we call it as Persian Gulf. Capital of Qatar, Doha. And it is capital of, it is Vanuatu. Port Villa, perfect. It is Port Villa. Why it was in use, Port Villa? Because they have won an ICJ judgment related to, we call it, climate change, related to Paris Climate Agreement, related to, we call it as INDC targets. What is the INDC targets? What is INDC? Intended nationally determined contributions. Intended nationally determined contributions we need to know as a part of, we call it as climate change agreements. And recently in the month of March 25th and 26th, there has been updated targets which has been released by, it is India also. That we need to know. We'll see while discussing about, we call it as current affairs also. And a third major important one, you should also know about, we call it as Tuvalu, the world's first, we call it as planned migration. Now, it's not planned because of natural conditions. Now we are going for planned. And that planned one, we call it as Tuvalu. Now this planned one called as Tuvalu, it is present in, we call it as Pacific Ocean, and it's a part of which island group? It is Polynesian island group. That we need to know. That we need to know. And we are planning, or it is shifting it to which country? Australia. That we need to know. Now Australia, it is which capital of Australia? It is major Australia Dadappa. It is Sydney na Canberra na. It is Canberra. It's considered to be, we call it as the capital of, we call it as Australia. At least basic concept gothirbeku. Jotagi you should also know about Philippines. Now Philippines, it's an archipelago. It's a coral island also. It also comes under, we call it as major one. We call it as Pacific Ring of Fire also. And you should also know about different group of islands called as Luzon. It is Mindanao. You should also know about Negroid Island. All the things. Now capital of Philippines, Manila. Now in Manila we have ADB also. Asian Development Bank. Is India part of ADB? Yes. Ella bank na member because Dudusika Talvanta. We are also part of NDB also. We are also part of ADB also. We are also part of AIIB also. We are also part of World Bank, IMF. Ya bank heltire elladralli ideo. Even we are also part of African Development Bank also. We are also part of European Development Bank also because nothing but we are also part of every organizations. But when it comes to it as ADB, we are the fourth largest, we call it as shareholder. The fourth largest shareholder after Japan, it is USA. China, admile fourth shareholder is, it is India. That we need to know. And after this, you should also know about BrahMos. Now BrahMos missile by Gutterlin, and you should also know about, we call it Philippines. We are celebrating 75 years of diplomatic ties between, we call it as India and Philippines. That we need to know. Done. Okay na. Ishtantum Gotidram. That is more than sufficient. There will be one question for sure from all those countries. Clear? Done. The next one we call it as conflict regions. The next theme we call it as the conflict regions. Exactly. Now, which all conflict regions were in use with respect to, we call it as, with respect to our current affairs? Now, conflict regions on the Bandaga. Conflict regions on the Bandaga. Now, which all conflict regions we need to discuss here? The first and the foremost conflict region. The first and the foremost conflict region we call it as, it is the Sudan. Now, that we call it as Darfur. That we call it as Darfur. Second dispute we call it as between Israel and Palestine. Israel and Palestine, we call it as yellow line, blue line, purple line. It is green line we need to discuss. And the third one we need to discuss about Iran. Now Iran bandaga we should know about, it is Natanz, Fardo, it is the disputed regions. We'll see that also. And Karag Island also, Karag Island, we'll see. And while discussing about, we call it as Pakistan and Afghanistan. We call it as Durand line, Durand line. And at the same time, when it comes to India, we need to know about which are the disputes we have between the different countries. We have India and Nepal, jotege Kalapani, Limpai Dura, Lepulik. Between, we call it as China, Nepal, jotege Kalapani dispute, Limpai Dura, Lepulik. With respect to China, it is Aksai Chin, LAC, whereby we call it as Arunachal Pradesh, McMahon line, as well as Johnson line. The third one, we also have dispute with respect to, we call it as Pakistan also. Now, which is the dispute we have with respect to Pakistan? LOC or POK, Pak occupied Kashmir. And we also have seen related to, we call it as Saksham Valley, Saksham Valley by Gutrapeko. Along with these things, you should also know about, we call Sri Lanka. Now, what's the dispute we have with respect to Sri Lanka? Kachativu Island. Kachativu Island. This, all the things you know. Along with the things, Bangladesh. Bangladesh jote yadara news se lidiya. It is major, we call it as, it is the major one, we call it as Rohingya Muslims. They are crossing from Myanmar to Bangladesh. Bangladesh settle agidare. Now from Bangladesh they are entering India. That's a major conflict. And second one, we call it as, it is drug trafficking, followed by cow trafficking, followed by we call it arms trafficking is being happening with Bangladesh. We have territorial disputes. And at the same time, we also have a dispute with, we call it as the Myanmar also. We also has dispute with Myanmar also. Now Myanmar, we have dispute upon security disputes. Security related dispute is a major challenge. And the dispute we call it junta government, they are sending arms. They are sending arms, they are sending drugs to India. And all this are leading to, we call it as the conflict regions or instability in the region itself. Instability in the region itself. Now we'll see all the things one by one. Now as a part of this first one, we call it as Darfur region. The first one, we call it as Darfur. The first one, we call it as Darfur region. Now the first one, Darfur anta bandaga. Now where is Darfur? Where is Darfur? First one. Now the first question is, now this is Sudan. Sudan. Now Sudan ali, we have major dispute, we call it as the Abyei region. Now Abyei region, and the second one we call it as Darfur region. Second one we call it as Darfur. Example keltare. Now first question will be, this Darfur, it is present in, we call it as which country? Sudan. No, it's not South Sudan, be cautious. South Sudan is different, Sudan is different. Now, which is the capital of Sudan? Khartoum. Now, in Khartoum, two important tributaries of Nile River meets, and that we call it as Blue River or the Blue Nile, and we call it as White Nile. Be cautious. Blue Nile originates from which country? Ethiopia. And second one, White Nile originates from Elinda. It is Victoria Lake in that. It is considered to be the largest. It is the tropical lake in Karitivi. Now, which is the largest lake with respect to surface area? Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea is considered to be, we call it as largest lake with respect to, we call it as surface area. Which is considered to be the deepest lake? Lake Baikal. It's in, we call it as Russia. Which is considered the second deepest lake? Lake Tanganyika. Lake Tanganyika Gutrabekili. Lake Baikal, it is considered to be, we call it as deepest lake in the world, which is present in, we call it as Russia. And second deepest yadappa anta kelidre, it is Tanganyika, it's in Africa. And the third one you should know about, which is the longest river we have. Longest river is Nile. And which is the largest river? It is Amazon. That we need to know. Now we should know about all those in basics. Now Darfur region, which is present in which country? Sudan. First one, it is present in Sudan. Now Darfur agirbodu jotege, we call it as Abyei region. Sir, why there is a dispute between this Sudan and we call it as Sudan as well as this Darfur region? Now be cautious. Now this Darfur region up till 1916 varage, up till 1916, it was controlled by a separate family. It was controlled by, we call it as the separate Sultan used to control this Darfur region. Now after 1916, this Sudan has captured this. The Sudan government has captured this. Now Sudan government yava capture martaro, are they giving all the treatment in the kelidre illa? They are practicing genocide against this Darfur people. Now what does this genocide means? It is mass killing. Now yavaga genocide madidro, they filed a case in which organization? ICJ yake. It is ICJ kelsa enu. Now already held them. Now ICJ na ICC barutte ಈಗ. Already held them. Now if it is between countries ಆದಾಗ automatically they cannot go for war. ICJ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. Now if it is mass killing or if it is genocide, human rights violations, they will file a case in where? ICC. They filed a case in ICC against this Sudan. And this ICC has also issued an arrest warrant against the president of Sudan. It is that we call it as, it is Major Sultan of Sudan. It is Omar al-Bashir. Not required, but they have issued, we call it as arrest warrant against this, it is Sultan. Now yavaga issue madidro, it is, they said that it is, we won't stop this. We won't stop this genocide. Some or other we want to capture this. It is, we call it as Darfur region. Now the people went for a rebellious attitude and have attacked the Sudan people itself, saying that we want independence, we will be claiming this independence and we will be, it is ruled by our own people rather than ruled by Sudan people. And that led to, we call it as, that led to the conflict between which two regions? The mainland Sudan and we call it as Darfur region. So Darfur ali rich resources idea antandre, it is automatically, this Darfur region comes under a desert called as Libyan desert. This Darfur region comes under, towards the north we have Libyan desert, towards the south we have, we call it as Mara mountain, and this Mara mountain is called as volcanic mountains. Be cautious here. Now this Darfur region, it is on one side we call it as Mara mountain to the south. We have Mara, this we call it as volcanic mountain. And second one towards the north we have a desert. And which is that desert? Libya. Now this Libya comes under, we call it as Sahara desert. This comes under largest desert of the world. Largest desert of the world. Largest desert too. It is Sahara. Now which is considered the driest desert of the world? Which is considered as driest desert of the world. It is Atacama desert is considered to be, we call it as driest desert of the world. The largest desert in Nordaga, largest hot desert, that too hot desert, we call it as Sahara, which is present in where? Which is present in Africa. First one you should know about some 2 to 3 points here. One we call it as this Darfur region, and which also includes, it is Abyei region. Abyei region comes from which country? Sudan. It's not South Sudan, it's Sudan. And the second one we call it as, second major important one we call it as Darfur is present in Sudan. Second one, capital of Sudan, it is Khartoum, second part. And the third major important one, in this Khartoum, there is a meeting up of two important tributaries of Nile river, and that we call it as Blue Line and we call it as White Line. Now blue originates from where? Ethiopia. White from? It is Lake Victoria. That we need to know. And fourth major important one, why this majorly we call it Darfur people, they are claiming independence from the Sudan years because of an issue called as genocide, the mass killing against this people. And they have gone against the Sudan people itself and they are claiming independence. This we need to know. And the second major important one, which is the disputed region we have with respect to Ethiopia, it is called as Tigray region. We call it as Tigray. We call it as Tigray. I have already discussed. Now, which is the disputed region we have with respect to Ethiopia? We call it as Tigray region. And the third major important one we should know about, we call it as Sudan. Now, in Sudan itself, we are building, we call it as GERD. What is GERD? Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. It is built by Ethiopia, but they are planning to build in where? It is Sudan. Be cautious. And the fourth major important one, is this Sudan a landlocked country, or it opens it into, it is the water body? It opens it into water body. It opens into which water body? It is Red Sea. See this? It opens it into, we call it as Red. And the second one, we call it as this Darfur region is surrounded by which all countries? It is towards our north, we call it as Libya. Now towards our west, it is Chad. Towards our south region, towards our south, we call it as South Sudan, and we call it as the Central Republic. And towards our east, obviously we know it is Sudan. First one you should know about, it is present in Western Sudan. It borders with respect to which all countries? Libya towards our north, Chad towards our west, Central African Republic towards the south. Towards the south we call it as South Sudan, as well as we call it as Central, we call it as African Republic. And the third major important one, it is semi-desert. Now majorly which desert is that? It is Libyan desert. Libyan desert, it's a part of which one? Sahara. It's a part of Sahara desert. Towards the south we have mountains. Towards the south we have mountains. Which is that mountain we have? It is, we call it as majorly the Mara mountains. Now this Mara mountain is majorly which one? Volcanic mountain. Majorly we call it as volcanic mountain. This we need to know while discussing about, we call it as a region called as Darfur region. And it will challenge us in face martiwappa anta kelidre. One is desertification, drinking water problem, as well as we call it as conflict between the Sudan people and we call it as the Darfur people. The conflict between, we call it as Sudan and we call it as Darfur people. The major issue we call it as the genocide. The major issue we call it as genocide. Okay, now this we call it as genocide. Now sir, all these things are fine, but my question is, now we need to know about a little bit information about, we call it as the Sudan. Now what do you know about Sudan? Yen gottideyappa Sudan ಬಗ್ಗೆ? First, Sudan ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ? ಏನು ಸುಡಾನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಣ್ಣ ಸಿಗತ್ತಾ? Now in Sudan, the first one, the Sudan. Now is it a landlocked one, or it opens it into, we call it water body? Opens it into, we call it as, it is a sea called as which sea? Red Sea. Why Red Sea is red in color? Because of algal bloom. Because of algal bloom, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅದನ್ನ ರೆಡ್ ಸಿ ಅಂತ, ರೆಡ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. And second one, now it is with respect to Sudan. Now Haki Piki has stuck in Sudan. It is Haki Piki has stuck in Delhi. Now in Sudan, South Sudan is stuck agidru ಈ Haki Piki ಅವರು. Now this Haki Piki are a tribal group from which region? Karnataka. They are a tribal group from Karnataka. Now they have been stuck there. Now stuck ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಫೋನ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಗೆ. ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕಾಪಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಕಾಪಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ, which is that operation? Now Operation Kaveri, that we call it as Operation Kaveri. Operation Kaveri, it is to evacuate the people. It is from Sudan and South Sudan back to India. Majorly ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, majorly we call it as, it is Haki Piki tribal groups. Why are the port called as the Port to Sudan? Why are the port we call it as the Port Sudan? You can observe this Port Sudan also. Observe this Port Sudan. Why are the port called as the Port Sudan? From this Port Sudan, we have evacuated the people from there. And the fifth one, it is, you should also know about Khartoum. Favorite for the examiners, Khartoum. Now Khartoum is a capital of Sudan where the two important tributaries meet. Which is the two tributaries? It is majorly we call it as the tributaries of Nile. Now there are two tributaries, one we call it as White Nile and Blue Nile. Now White Nile originates from, it is Victoria Lake, the Great Victoria Lake, and second one we got a blue line originate from we call Ethiopia. Ethiopian islands alin originate agutte, and majorly when it merges automatically at Khartoum and drains in which sea? Mediterranean Sea towards the north of we call it as Egypt. Towards the north of Egypt, Mediterranean Sea, and this is considered to be we call it as the longest river also. This is considered to be we call it as the longest river in we call it as the world. Now, which is the longest river of Asia? It is majorly we call it as Yangtze river. It's considered the longest river in Asia. Longest river in India? Ganga na Indus or Brahmaputra na? It is Ganga. Largest? Now largest and longest itself is Ganga. Eradu kuda Ganga ne. Now with respect to peninsular rivers, now which one is longest? Which one is largest? Adhyanya Guru. Okay. Which one with respect to Karnataka? Which one is largest and which one is longest? Longest is we call it as Krishna based on area. Largest is west flowing rivers. Largest is west flowing rivers, which includes it can be Kali or it can be Shravati or it can be Netravati. All this comes under where? It is maximum water carry ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. Now we'll see all this thing while discussing about it is this things, but this is more than sufficient. Sudan, it is not a landlocked country. It opens it into Red Sea. And the second one you should know about it is Aki-Piki tribal groups. They have stuck there, and we have evacuated them from we call it as Sudan and South Sudan. It is from we call it as the Port Sudan. This we call it as Operation Kaveri. And after you should also know about Khartoum. It's a place where the two important tributaries meet, and that we call it as it is White and Blue Nile. Or by this we call it as the Red Sea also. Done. Related to we call it as Darfur. The next one, okay. Okay, we'll stop it here. Now we'll go for a break. Now break. It is 10:30. Now it is take a break up till 7:15. Will we continue? Our next topic we call it as Iran. Now while discussing about Iran, first thing we need to know about why this Iran was in news. Why this Iran was in news. The most important one, expected question this year on Iran. Now while discussing about Iran, the first one we need to know about, there is a conflict between which all countries? USA and we call it as Israel on one side versus which country? Versus we call it as Iran. Now why they have launched a war on Iran? क्या क्या कारण है इन्हों? Now majorly because of we call it as nuclear enrichment which has been done by Iran. First one. Second one, now they are in a position to develop how many nuclear bombs? Now 9 nuclear bombs. The majorly targeting ಯಾವ countries ಅಂದ್ರೆ America and we call it as Israel. And the second major important one, now to attack Iran, now America and Israel, they have launched we call it as operations, and that operation we call it as which one? Operation Midnight Hammer. Operation Midnight Hammer. And the second one we call it as the operation which has been launched by Israel. That we call it as Operation which one? It is Operation the Roaring or Operation Rising Lion anta kariti. That we need to know. And the second major important one, it is majorly we call it as, which is the operation which has been launched by Iran. Now operation we call it as True Promise. Operation we call it as the True Promise anta kariti. Operation True Promise. This is a major issue. And the second major important one we need to know here is, now which is the capital of Iran? Now capital of Iran we call it as Tehran. Capital we call it as the Tehran. And the second major important one, now which is the most important locations of Iran from this year's point of view? The first one we call it as Fordo, highly important one, Fordo, and second one we call it as Natanz, and we call it as Isfahan. Now Fordo and Natanz are considered to be, we call it as uranium enrichment plants. Uranium enrichment plants yavu. It is Fordo and it is Natanz. It is nenpittukolli, it is FN anta. FN, Fordo and Natanz is considered to be, we call it as uranium enrichment the sites, whereas the next one, the second one we call it as Isfahan. Now second one we call it as Isfahan. Now Isfahan is considered to be what? Isfahan is considered to be ಏನಪ್ಪ Isfahan andre? Now Isfahan is a location which is present in where? Which is present in, we call it as how to track this? Illa. Okay. Now coming to this, it is Natanz and Fordo. Now Natanz and we call it as the Fordo. Now with respect to we call it, I already said that it is Fordo and Natanz. It is considered to be, we call which one? The uranium enrichment, the plants. And the last one, Isfahan, is considered to be what? The uranium conversion plant. Now we call it as uranium conversion plant. Major enrich ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, they will go for, we call it as establishment of, we call it as, it is R&D and development of bombs, the nuclear bombs. Highly important one, this we need to know. And the next major important one we need to know about, we call it as, it is Bandar Abbas port. Now this Bandar Abbas port, they are going for, we call it blocking up of which one? Blocking up of Strait of Hormuz. And next we need to know about, we call it as, now which is the port which has been developed by India? It is Chabar port which is present in, we call it as Arabian the Sea. Now it is in Iran, this we need to know. And we should also know about major one, we call it as a major island. The major island where Iranian 95% of our oil export take place. Be cautious. Iran's 90 to 95% of the oil and gas, it is gas, takes place via an island called as which island? Karg Island. That we call it as, majorly we call it as, it is the Karg Island, or we call it as Karg Island. Where? Be cautious. Now this is the only island where, this is the only island in, we call it as Persian Gulf, where fresh water is available in the island. Be cautious here. It is the only island, it is controlled by, we call it as controlled by Iran. Second one, it is considered as the export destination of which country? Iran. And the third one we need to know about, it is the only, it is island where it is the fresh water is being available here. And this we need to know with respect to, we call it as, it is Iranian the part. So it is mugdadmele. The first and the foremost question is, now this Iran is present in where? Highly important, I'm saying. It is highly and highly important one with respect to all those things. First one we call it as, it is present in West Asia. Second one, this Iran is bordered by, example bordering countries are very favorite for the examiners. Now with respect to which all countries borders with, we call it as Iran. Now the other countries, the first one we need to know about towards our east, which is this country? Pakistan. The first one we call it as towards our east, Pakistan. Second one we call it as Afghanistan, capital of Pakistan. Majorly Islamabad, Afghanistan, capital is Kabul. And the third one we call it as, it is the Turkmenistan, followed by this we call it as the Caspian Sea. The Caspian Sea. Now this Caspian Sea is not a sea, it's a lake. It's the largest lake based on surface area. Caspian, the sea or Caspian lake. Next one we call it as Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan capital is Baku. And the next one we call it as Armenia. Now Armenia's capital is Yerevan. Followed by this we call it as the Turkey or Turkey. Turkey's capital is Ankara. It's not, we call it as Nenpitkoli. Now it is majorly you should know about the capital of Turkey, and we'll also see about all the things one by one. It is Turkey, and the next one you should know about major again. It is our country. It is Iraq. Iraq's capital is Baghdad. Iraq's capital is Baghdad. This is Turkey. This is Iraq. And this we call it as the Persian Gulf. A water body called as Persian Gulf. And this we call it as towards our deep south. We call it as Arabian Sea. Be cautious. Arabian Sea and Persian Gulf, Iraq, Turkey, followed by it is Armenia, Azerbaijan, Caspian Sea, it is Turkmenistan, followed by Afghanistan, followed by Pakistan. All those things we need to know with respect to, we call it as which one? It is, we call it as Iran. This we need to know with respect to, we call it as the Iran, the part. Now while discussing about Iran, the first one is Tehran, the capital. Second one is bordering countries Mugitu. And the third one here is, now what type of geographical conditions comes under, we call it as Iran? What type of geographical conditions baratili? Now major geographical conditions ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is majority of the region is what? Majority of the region is desert. Majority of the region is, we call it as desert and karitivi. And other jotege we should also know about, it is this Iran is also facing huge amount of, we call it as destruction of lakes because of climate change. Now yakappa climate change aagtide anta kelidre, because of desertification, because of over exploitation of the, it is natural resources by this Iran. Now which is the major lake which is leading to threat anta kelidre, we call it as Lake Urmia. Be cautious. It is Lake Urmia. It is considered to be, we call it as a lake which is present in, we call it as Iran, but it is facing huge amount of, we call it as the threats. Huge amount of threats that we need to know with respect to enappa antandre, it is the Iran. That we need to know at any cost. Okay now this we call it as related to Iran. East bit exam ಏನು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, but ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. It is Iran ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, first we need to know about the Karag Island. Second we need to know about bordering countries. The third one we need to know about Tehran. And the fourth one we need to know about the most important one, we call it as the Isfahan, Natanz, Fardo. And fifth one we need to know about, we call it as the Tehran. Now towards the, it is northeast of Tehran, we have a palace. We have a palace called as Gulistan Palace. Now this Gulistan Palace is an archaeological site. Now this was being attacked by, we call it as USA also. This was being attacked by, we call it as USA. Nothing but ಯಾವ palace ಅಪ್ಪ ಇದು? It is Gulistan Palace. Now ಇದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿ. Gulistan, the palace, it is considered to be, we call it which one? Considered to be, we call it as the most important one. It is towards the northeast. Now this has been attacked by, we call it America. Now can any country attack? It is the archaeological sites. though it is in war, can they attack civilians? Can they attack unarmed people? It is army illa, or I can say army illa. Second one, it is majorly, I don't have weapons. Can any country attack me? And a third major important one we need to know about, it is attacking any of the archaeological sites. It is against UNESCO convention. That should also be aware. Now, adu jotage now idikke ati ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆದಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ via oil and natural gas. Now this oil and natural gas is being exported from where? The Karg Island or Karag Island. Now in Karag Island attack ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ it is they have reactivated all the it is we call it as the military bases of America. Now the military bases are present in where? UAE. It also has military bases in Saudi. It also has military bases in we call it as major northern it is Bahrain, Qatar, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ. That is highly dangerous for Iran also. But major agi it is Iran has clearly said that we are blocking it. Namgu beda nimgu beda. But now kalisbekare via Chabar we can send. But if you want to send or if any country want to send, they want to use this Strait of Hormuz. If I block this, it is we call it a choke point called as Strait of Hormuz, where 20 to 30% of the oil it is being passed. Block agat. That is major. The resistance which has been given by we call it as Iran. Via it is resistance called as axis of resistance. We call it as axis of resistance. Okay na? Ishtum related to we call it as related to Iran you need to know. Related to Iran you need to know. First one America and Iran. Second one you need to know about the capital list we call it which one? That Iran. The third one you need to know about the bordering countries. The countries ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. The fourth one we need to know about Lake Urmia. This year the Lake Urmia is important. It is Lake Urmia. Adarme bartakantadu. It is Fardo, followed by we call it as Natanz. Fardo, Natanz. Yenappa I Fardo matte Natanzo. It is enrichment sites. Whereas Isfahan are considered to be we call it R&D or we call it as it is converting part. The converting it is into nuclear bombs. This we need to know. And the fourth one, recently Iran joined which all organizations? Now recently Iran joined, we call it as BRICS. Iran joined, we call it as BRICS, along with UAE, United Arab Emirates. Again, Iran also joined BRICS, followed by we call it as Iran also joined Yaudo SCO. Any SCO? Now if I want to counter NATO, now it is I need to join SCO. Now SCO andre Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It has or Iran has joined SCO. Gotirli. Jotage now which country is the largest producer of we call it as the saffron? It is Iran. Largest producer of we call it as the saffron, and second largest it is producer of LNG. Second largest producer of we call it as LNG. Gotirli. Jotage where 90% from where the 90% of the oil and natural gas the export take place with respect to India or with respect to Iran. Now Iran nodaga it is Karg Island and karitivi or Karg Island input basically 90% of oil export now with respect to Iran takes place. And along with the things we should also know about the Chabar port. Now the Chabar port which has been built by Yaro. It is Chabar port which has been built by we call it as India. In which country? Iran. Now for what purpose this Chabar has been built? Now majorly for two important reasons. One is to counter Gwadar port. Now one is to counter Gwadar port which is present in where? Which is present in we call it as Pakistan. First one it is to counter we call it as now Gwadar. Be cautious, Gwadar it is present in we call it as Pakistan. Now this is also called as CPEC. China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. That we'll see. Now it is to counter this Chabar port has been established and to access a country called as Afghanistan and Central Asia. And to access a country called as it is Afghanistan and Central Asia, bypassing which country? Bypassing Pakistan. And next one you should also know about this. It is the Iran is also part of INSTC. What is INSTC? It is the International North-South transport corridor connecting from India to we call Russia. It is via we call it as via Persian Gulf or via we call it as majorly from Iran. It is Caspian Sea ಮೂಲಕ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. Already there was a question about INSTC. It is we call it as it is multi transport corridor connecting between India to we call it as the Russia, and that we call it as INSTC. Your common sense question really and again. Now, is Iran a part of it is IMEC corridor? Why no? Because any initiative launched by USA, it is Iran won't be a part of it. Because it is Iran is an ally of Russia and China, automatically it is India India ibru kade irtare. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿ SCO ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೀವಿ. At the time we are also part of IMEC also. But ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನಾವು ಅಂತ. Okay alva. This we need to know. It is Gulistan, Chabahar, Rising Line. We have discussed about all this, the things with respect to we call it as. Yeah. The next one we call it as the Baltic. The next one we call it as Baltic Sea. First Baltic Sea ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಏನು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. First one, sir, Baltic Sea ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ? Now, do we have America and Russia, or it is or the allies of America and Russia, or only American countries? Now we have it is the two important countries. One we call Russia and its allies, and second one we call it as America and its allies. Now yarappa America and allies anta kelidre, now recently nodi, now recently it is Sweden has joined the organization, Finland has joined the NATO organization. Now adara jotege illinda nodidre we call it as Russian allies. Now this ballistic sea is converting as a warlike situation between which two allied groups? One is the Russian allied groups, and second one we call it as the America and allied groups. Now even situational, the problem is we call it as this NATO is converting this region into we call it as warlike situation. That's a major issue here. What is NATO now? North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NATO means North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Now the question is, now this NATO is supported by Yadappa and America, whereas to counter this, even Russia also has their own the countering mechanism, and that countering mechanism we call as what? Warsaw Pact. That we call it as Warsaw a pact anta kariti. But this is infunctional or it is not functional now. But now it is being countered by we call it as SCO. Now it is being countered by we call it as SCO. Whereas this NATO is making this Baltic Sea on the peaceful, I can say. Now you would have also heard about the Scandinavian countries. Now the Scandinavian countries are very peaceful. But now this NATO, now this NATO is making this region we call it as unstable by disturbing all the regions. By including Sweden, by including Finland into NATO, this has led to a conflict zone. But now yenadru irli news yenadru idru paragilla, but the question is, now where is Baltic Sea? The first question is, where is Baltic Sea? Now Baltic Sea, it is present between we call it as, it is majorly we call it as the Western Europe on the one side, and second one we call it as Eastern Europe. We call it as Eastern Europe. Both are Europe, but one is Western Europe and second one is Eastern Europe. Now Western Europe is an ally of which countries? USA. And this Eastern Europe is an ally of majorly we call it as Russia, or we call it as USSR, or we call it as which country? Russia. Now this is leading to we call it as conflict zones. But really major again, you need to know about Baltic Sea is present in we call it as, it is major ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ in Europe. It is present in we call it as, it is major ಎಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯುರೋಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. Now ಎಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಯುರೋಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ via Atlantic Ocean you can enter Baltic Sea. Via Atlantic Ocean, via Atlantic, be cautious here. Via which Atlantic Ocean? Northern Atlantic Ocean. We can enter North Sea. North Sea ಮೂಲಕ ಈಗ think that Atlantic Ocean ಇದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ North Sea ಸಿಗದ್ ಮೊದಲು. North Sea ಇಂದ I'll be accessing which one? Baltic Sea. Now this Baltic Sea is surrounded by which all countries? Observe now. Now this Baltic Sea is being surrounded by, the first one we call it as, the first one you know Denmark. First one is Denmark, second one is Germany, Denmark, Germany, second one is Poland. Now in the majorly they are allies of we got Russia. Poland, followed by it is the Russia, Kaliningrad, Russia, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, example kelta, Russia is also part of this. Russia is also bordering Baltic Sea. It is Lithuania, Estonia, followed by we call it as, it is Latvia, followed by this, Finland, Sweden also. Now all these countries, they are bordering which one? They are bordering, we call it as Baltic. Yes or no? Yes, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now first one, Baltic Sea. Where is Baltic Sea? It is present in, we call it as Europe. Now it is differentiating between two important things. One is called as Western Europe and Eastern Europe. Now Western Europe are majorly allies of which country? US, whereas Eastern Europe, they are majorly allies of USSR. This is making a ground for, we call it as the war zone or unstable zone. Now to reduce this, ಏನು effort ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ it is bordering countries which includes Denmark, followed by we call it as Germany, the Poland, followed by Russia, it is the Lithuania, Latvia, for Estonia, followed by this we call Finland, and we call it as Sweden also. This is about our first one, enclosed arm of North Atlantic Ocean. Second one we call it as bordering countries ಯಾವ್ಯಾವು ಅಂತ. And the third major important one we call it as, sir, this Baltic Sea, will it be saline water or will it be fresh water or will it be it is we call it as estuarine water. Salt ಇರುತ್ತಾ, ಉಪ್ಪಿರುತ್ತಾ ಅಥವಾ ತಿಳಿ ನೀರಿರುತ್ತಾ, ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಅಥವಾ it is estuarine water ಇರುತ್ತಾ? Why fresh water? It is because of the flow of the, it is we call it as the rivers. Along with this melting up of, we call it as the ice. When there is melting up of ice, there will be lower salinity, I can say. Now this Baltic Sea, because of, we call it as the lesser temperature, because it is near to, we call it as Arctic. Near to Arctic, less temperature. Second one, we call it as flow of rivers. And the third one, we call it as melting up of what? The melting up of glaciers are making this region, we call it as, making this region less saline, or we call it as low salinity. We call it as low salinity. And next major important one, sir, ಯಾವ ಗಲ್ಫ್ ಇದಾವೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾವ ಗಲ್ಫ್ ಇದಾವೆ ಅಂತ already. What is Gulf now? What is Gulf? It is when the water enter into what? It is land. Now which all Gulf you can experience with respect to Baltic Sea? There are three important gulfs. One is called as Gulf of Bothnia. Gulf of, we call it as which one? The Bothnia. And the second one we call it as Gulf of Finland, and the third one we call it as Gulf of Riga. There are three important gulfs. This we need to know. One we call it as which one? One we call it as Gulf of Bothnia. Second one we call it as Gulf of Finland, and we call it as Gulf of Riga. This we need to know. And the second major important one, ಸರಿ ಬಾಲ್ಟಿಕ್ ಸಿ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನನ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಸಿಗತ್ತೆ? ಅಟ್ಲಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಓಷನ್. ನನ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಸಿಗತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ I'll be getting, we call it as Atlantic Ocean. Okay alva? Now all the things we need to know. Now we'll see with respect to, we call it NATO and all, but ಇಷ್ಟ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. Now with respect to, we call it as the basic part, is this clear? Now if it is clear, next one getting called as Baltic. The next one now getting called as the Baltic. Now with respect to Baltic ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, now which all were in use? Yes. Online, I hope it is clear. Fast in ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? Okay, manageable. ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ. Because I need to cover ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನನಗೆ ಆರಾಮ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನನಗೆ it is anyways recordings ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. It is Baltic 1. Now with respect to Baltic 1, you should know about first and foremost one. Now where you can experience lower salinity ಅಂತ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Now lower salinity ಯಾವ CL ಅತಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it is in where? The Baltic Sea. Now higher salinity ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಎಲ್ಲಿ? It is Dead Sea ಅಲ್ಲ, Lake Van. Now Lake Van, which is present in where? It is present in Turkey or Turkey. That we need to know. This Baltic, we call it as lowest salinity. Now lowest salinity, I gave you the reasons also. And second one we need to know about, it is Nord Stream. That 2 anta kariti. What is this Nord Stream 2? It's a gas pipeline between ಯಾರ ಮಧ್ಯೆ? Between Russia to ಎಲ್ಲಿಗಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ Germany. It is from, we call it as Russia to, we call it as Germany. The first one, it is the Nord Stream. And the third one, now sir, ಈಗ Baltic Sea ಇಂದ Baltic, the sea in the, if I want to get connected to, we call it as North Sea. Now, which is the strait or which is the canal we have constructed here? Now, the canal ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ Kiel Canal ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now, artificially constructed canal to reduce the distance between Baltic and North Sea, and that canal we call it which one? The Kiel Strait. The Kiel Strait, we need to know this. And the fourth one, this Baltic is now becoming instability because of ಯಾವ organization in the? Because of NATO. Because of NATO. Next one, give heading called as NATO. Next one, give heading called as NATO. Now, first one, what is the abbreviation of NATO? Okay, ಆಯ್ತು. North Atlantic Treaty Organization. ಆಯ್ತು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಜೋಶ್ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. Okay, second one, when it has been established. Established ಯಾವಾಗಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 1949 in the year 1949. In the year 1949, the third major important one, so ಇದನ್ನ establish ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ, which has been established under which charter or under which treaty? Now, ಯಾವ charter ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it is the Washington Treaty. We call it as Washington Treaty. Washington Treaty. Washington is present in where? USA. Now, America's capital is Washington. UN headquarters, it's in New York. UN headquarters is in New York, except yadu? ICJ. Except ICJ, be cautious. Now, the next one we call it as, the next one, it is the NATO. Now, what is the main role of NATO or main objective of NATO? It is the political and military alliance. Be cautious. The political and military alliance. Now, military alliance ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? They'll attack us. That is called as collective defense. Be cautious. Organization, ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಮಿಲಿಟರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಅಲಯನ್ಸ್ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕೆಲವು ಮಾತ್ರ. ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅವು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, one is NATO and second one we call it as SCO. That we need to know, military alliance. Now, objective here is the political and we call it as military alliance. Now, it's also called as collective defense. Ellaru seri attack ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. We call it as the collective defense. We call it as collective defense. The next one, how many countries are a part of this? Now, 32 countries are a part of this. 32 countries are a part of this. Is India part of this? No. Now, has India given a proposal? Invitation ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರ ಬಾರಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ? Yes. India has given invitation. Tempt ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. But India did not tempt. It is next one, we call it as the next one. Now, it's the 31st and 32nd country. Now, 31st ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, it is we call it as the Finland and we call it as Sweden is considered, we call it as 31st and 32nd countries. Finland and Sweden, the Scandinavian countries. Where is the headquarters of, we call it as headquarters of NATO? Now, Brussels, Belgium. It's in Brussels, Belgium. ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಯುರೋಪ್. ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದೀನಿ, ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಯುರೋಪ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೈ ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಮೆರಿಕಾ. And automatically ಆಗಿ it is headquarters ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ? Brussels, Belgium. And the question is, sir, ಯಾವಾಗಾದ್ರೂ ಈ ಒಂದು NATO, it is Article 5 ಅನ್ನ ಯಾವಾಗಾದ್ರೂ it is impose ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ? Have they imposed any time? Now, if it is yes, ಯಾವಾಗ? It is ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it was majorly we call it as, it is the Twin Tower attack. Now, this has been imposed only once. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now, NATO Article 5 has been activated only once. Activated only once against Taliban. Against we call it as majorly. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, it is only once with respect to we call it as, it is the Twin Tower attack. The Twin Tower attack Article the 5 has been introduced only once or imposed only once or activated only once ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Okay na? This we need to know with respect to we call it as the NATO. Now, is India member ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. Now, sir, ಈಗ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ it is NATO ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ the country should be a part of we call it as in and around Atlantic Ocean. Yes or no? Now, in and around Atlantic Ocean ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು, or they should border at least Atlantic Ocean. But the question is, America has alliances outside Atlantic also. Now, how to join them as a part of NATO? ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ we have brought in a separate criteria called as ಒಂಥರ ಈಗ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನ್ಯಾಟೋ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಅಂತ ತಂದ್ವಿ. ನೀವು ತುಂಬಾ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರು, ನೀವು ತುಂಬಾ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಿ have brought in a criteria called as NATO plus. It is we have brought in a criteria called as it is NATO plus 5 ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. NATO plus 5. Now who all comes in NATO plus 5? Does India comes in NATO plus 5 at least? No. That's the reason I have already said that it is India is not a, it is a stable friend of, we call it as stable friend of America. That's the major challenge. It is NATO plus 5. ಯಾರಪ್ಪ NATO plus 5 ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, one is we call it as South Korea, Japan. South Korea, Japan, from we call it as from which region? Majorly from Pacific. And second one, it is from Australia and New Zealand, from Australia continent. Australia, New Zealand and ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ all time friend ಯಾರು? Israel. All time friend we call it as Israel. This we call it as NATO plus 5. NATO plus 5. So ಈಗ NATO plus 5 ಆಯ್ತು. But ಈಗ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರನ್ನ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. What to do now? And they have said that it is non-NATO countries. Now, under that non-NATO countries, majorly we call it as Saudi Arabia has been integrated as non-NATO countries. We call it as Saudi Arabia has been integrated as ally of America. As a part of, we call it as non-NATO, we call it as alliance countries of America. Non-NATO alliance countries of America. This we need to know with respect to, we call it as the complete aspect of Baltic. I'll repeat. Now Baltic anta noduvaga it's a part of, we call it as semi-enclosed part, we call it as majorly which one? It is Atlantic Ocean. And the second one we need to know about, because we need to know about the bordering countries. Once an input nenepagutte. Germany, Poland, it is the three countries we call it as it is Baltic countries. The Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia. What by we call it Russia nodi? What by Russia nodi? They are bordering with which one? They are bordering with Baltic Sea. That we need to know. What by this Finland and we call it as Sweden. Now recently joined as a part of which one? NATO. The 31st and 32nd country. 2025 question also. And the next major important one we need to know about, it is which is the Gulf. We have Gulf of Bothnia, Gulf of Finland. It is Gulf of, we call it as Riga. And it is directly connecting it into, we call it as which one? It Atlantic Ocean via North Sea. And this Baltic is being connected via North Sea, we call it as via Kiel Canal. Via Kiel Canal, that we need to know. And the second major important we should know about, which is it is the project which is moving from Russia to, we call it as Germany, that we call it as Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. That also you should know. Done. To basically now related to, we call it as related to Baltic, and we also discussed about, we call it as complete Baltic region again. Followed by this we call it as NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organizations, followed by established in 1949 under Washington Treaty. Headquarters under Brussels, Belgium. How many countries are a part of this? 32. India is a part under illa. Now India is a part of SCO. It is adukoskara we are not integrated. It is NATO plus 5 also we have discussed. Done. Ishtu at any cost basic ಆಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂತ ವಿಚಾರ. ಜಾಗ ಇದೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಜಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲೂ? ಓಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್. Okay, next one we call it as it is Zangyor corridor. Now Zangyor corridor. Now the first question is, sir, what is this corridor andre? Now what is corridor? First we need to know about corridor. What is corridor? It is a narrow land connecting, we call it as the two larger regions. Narrow land. This is not natural, this is rather we call it as artificial one. Be cautious. It is artificial corridor it is using to connect the two important regions. Now take an example of we also have a corridor. Now we have corridor is sir antandre between India and Pakistan also we have corridors. Which is that corridor? Kartarpur corridor we have. It is to connect the two important countries, and that we call corridor. It's a man-made corridors. Now corridors ಏನಿದಾವೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ corridor ಮೇಲೆ. Now first and foremost corridor we call it as IMEC corridor. It is IMEC ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಅಥವಾ IMEEC ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. Yes, IMEC ಸೇಮ್ ಎರಡು ಕೂಡ ಸೇಮ್. It is India, it is Middle East, Europe economic corridor. India, Middle East. Now from India we will be connecting it via, we call it as ಯಾದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ? Middle East ಜೊತೆಗೆ connect ಆದ್ರೆ this we call it as India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. Now it's an initiative which country? Initiative of we call it as America. Now we got initiative of America antandre which all countries will be part of this? Only American allies. Is India part of this? Yes. Now India is a close, it is alliance of this project custard. Alliance of this project that is called as IMEC corridor. India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. Second one we call it as BRI. Now you launch madidre you sumne irtara? No, I'll also launch my corridor. Now that corridor we call it as BRI. But in fact ide first launch agide adadme barutte. Now BRI we call it as Belt and Road Initiative, or it's also called as OBOR. One Belt, One Road. One Belt, One Road. It's an initiative of which country? Initiative of China. To counter this, America has come out with a IMEC corridor. India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. The third corridor we call it as Lachin corridor. The third corridor we call it as Lachin corridor. What is Lachin corridor? It's a humanitarian corridor between two countries. It's Armenia and Azerbaijan. It is Armenia and Azerbaijan to connect. It is Nagorno-Karabakh region. Nagorno-Karabakh region. It is, we call it as Nagorno-Karabakh. That we call it as, last year discuss ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ last year question ಬಂದಿದ್ರು. Nagorno-Karabakh region, that we call it as Lachin corridor. It's an humanitarian corridor between, we call it as Azerbaijan and we call it as Armenia. Azerbaijan and we call it as Armenia. This we need to know. And the fourth one we need to know about, we call it as Kartarpur corridor. Kartarpur corridor between yaar madhye? Now it is between India and Pakistan. It's a Sikh corridor anta kuda karitivi. It's a Sikh corridor on the banks of which one? On the banks of river Ravi. On the banks of river Ravi. It's a Sikh corridor. This has been extended up till 2028-29 varage. This has been extended up till 2029. Kartarpur corridor, this we need to know. And the next one we call it as Philadelphia corridor. Philadelphia corridor. Philadelphia corridor. Now between which two countries? Online fast. Philadelphia corridor, it is present between, we call it as present between Israel and Egypt, or we call it as Gaza and Egypt. Majorly it is Gaza and Egypt. It is majorly we call it as Gaza and Egypt. Philadelphia corridor. Philadelphia corridor. And the next one, the next major, the important one we call it as, sir idella okay, but innondu corridor bartade. Aa corridor yadappa antandre, the major one we call it as, it is Zanzibar corridor. Now again this Zanzibar corridor, it is connecting, we call it as connecting two important locations, and that two important locations we call it as the mainland Azerbaijan with, we call it as, it is Nakhchivan, the region anta maatadthivi. Again this Nakhchivan region is also present in where, or this belongs to which country? Azerbaijan. It is Nakhchivan, be cautious. The Nakhchivan, it's a partial enclave. Now this is mainland Azerbaijan. What is the capital of Azerbaijan? Baku. Now Azerbaijan capital is Baku. And which is the sea, or which is this lake, or which is this, we call it as the sea anta nodadadre, Caspian Sea. Now it's not a sea, it's a lake. Yeah, Baku. Now we got Azerbaijan, mainland Azerbaijan, we need to connect it, we call it as Nakhchivan, or Nakhchivan ge connect agbekadre we need to establish a corridor, and this narrow corridor, it is being controlled by which country? Armenia. It is, be cautious, it is Zanzibar corridor. It is connecting, we call it as Azerbaijan with, we call it as enclave of Azerbaijan, and that we call it as this Nakhchivan corridor or Nakhchivan enclave. Via which country? Via, we call it as Armenia. Via Armenia, and this we call it as, it is Zanzibar corridor. Zanzibar corridor ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. Now Zanzibar corridor ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, Zanzibar corridor, it's a corridor connecting which one? corridor connecting, we call it as major the mainland. It is Azerbaijan with which one? It is Nakhchivan. Now via which country? Via we call it Armenia. What's the capital of Armenia? Now Yerevan. The capital we call it is the Yerevan. This we need to know. That 2026, the COP to CBD. 2026 ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ Yerevan. Now what is the logo of this? It is majorly the COP CBD 2026, that is called as Yerevan butterfly. Yerevan butterfly. This we need to know. Yes, it is already discussed. Major ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ it is Azerbaijan ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Azerbaijan ಇಂದ we call it as it is Nakhchivan, and this corridor, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ corridor ಯಾವ್ದಿದು? This corridor we call it as it is Zangjiar corridor. Zangjiar, the corridor, be cautious here. This is important. Here ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ Azerbaijan ಮತ್ತೆ Armenia ಮಧ್ಯೆ we had a disputed territory called as it is Nagorno-Karabakh. Now to connect the it is Nagorno-Karabakh region, we call it as a corridor called which corridor? Kachin corridor. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು the Turkmen corridor or Turkmen corridor. The Turkmen corridor, it is present between Pakistan and Afghanistan. The Turkmen corridor, it is present between क्या country मध्ये? Pakistan, and we call it as Afghanistan. And you should also know about CPEC, China Pakistan Economic Corridor. ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಪ್ಪ CPEC? CPEC from ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ? It is China to Pakistan. China Pakistan Economic Corridor. China Pakistan, we call it as Economic Corridor. China to we call it as. Now from China ಎಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ Xinjiang province. Location ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ Kashgar. Location we call it as Kashgar, which is present in China. It will connect it to where? Gwadar. It will connect to Gwadar port, which is present in where? Pakistan. Balochistan province of Pakistan. Balochistan province of Pakistan. This is present in, we call it as China. This project we call it as China to Pakistan Economic Corridor. This passes via which country? This passes via POK. This passes via POK. Actually corridor ಏನಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ it is China India Pakistan corridor ಆಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. That's the major issue we are seeing here. Though it is passing via, we call it as Indian territory, they did not take our consent. At the same time they have not given adequate recognition to Indians. That's the major things. It is ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ China Pakistan ಬದಲು China India Pakistan CIP, it is economic corridor ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು. But I said that only China Pakistan, and the CPEC is a part of BRI. The CPEC is a part of sub project under which one? BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, launched in the year 2013 by the present president of China. We call it as Lawen Zinping. Okay. It is, we call it as Xi Jinping. We call it as Xi Jinping. Now he has launched in the year 2013. It's a prestigious project also. Here it is Zangjiar. Zangjiar, it is connecting which one? Azerbaijan to, we call it as it is Nakhchivan, the enclave of the same Azerbaijan itself. The same Azerbaijan itself, and this corridor we call it as the Zangjiar, the corridor. Zangjiar, the corridor. This we need to know while discussing about this part. And the next one we call it as a conflict between, we call it as Pakistan and Afghanistan. The next one we call it as, the majorly we call it as Pakistan, Afghanistan. ಈಗ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಅಫ್ಘಾನಿಸ್ತಾನ್ಸ್ ಇವರು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವ ಜಗಳಾಡಲ್ವ ಇವರು? ಆಡ್ತಾರೋ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ? What is the reason for that? Because it's a major conflict between, we call it as it is the Pashtuns. The Pashtun population called a tribal population, and second one we call it as the military rule in, we call it as Pakistan. And the second question is, Afghanistan has been ruled by, we call it as majorly the theocracy. What is theocracy here? It is majorly we call it as religious head will be the ruler. Now they hate Pakistan because they are more liberal. They are more liberal. Islam na follow madi, clear Islam na follow madi anta. But that has led to we call it as conflict between we call it as Pakistan and Afghanistan, and that has led to we call it as border related issues. And that border related issues we call it as yes, the issue related to Durand line issue or Durand line anta karitivi. Now Durand line which has been finalized in which year? 1893 example keltare. Pashtuns are the tribal groups which are present in which all countries anta. You know which all countries majorly illidare? Now majorly irtakkantadu Pakistan, followed by we call it as Afghanistan alli major Afghanistan irtakkantadu. And many of the Afghanistan, it is major populations are tribal groups. And in mikkirtaka idin matra nama Taliban rule ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Only this part is ruled by Taliban. Whereas if you go to tribal areas, they'll kill you. But they are more brutal. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. These are tribal groups. Now these tribal groups ಗೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರ್ತಾರ ಅವರು ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ because tribals ಗಾದ್ರೆ there is no dedicated boundary line. Because ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಓಡಾಡ್ತೀನೋ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಂದೇ. No. Now these military people or this Pakistan people they are saying that ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬೌಂಡ್ರಿ ಲೈನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರ ಯಾವ ಬೌಂಡ್ರಿ ಲೈನ್ ನಾನು ಯಾವಾಗ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರು ನಂದೇ ಅದು. Because tribal people, forest people, and that has led to conflict between we call it as Pakistan and we call it Afghanistan. That conflict we call it as Durand line conflict. Be cautious. Durand line it is not present between we call it as Afghanistan and India. Rather it is present between we call it as Pakistan and we call it as Afghanistan. Now this starts from we call it as Iran and passes via we call it as the Pakistan and it is Afghanistan, and this ends at it is ends at India. Ends on the tri-junction between Pakistan, India and China also. It ends at tri-junction. This we call it as Durand. Now Durand antakkanadu permanent boundary na sir andre illa. It's a de facto temporary boundary ashte. Now that is we call it as de facto. What is de facto? It's a temporary boundary line between which two countries? Afghanistan and Pakistan. Now this has been yaksar in the Durand line. Durand alladu. Durand. Now why it is called as Durand? Because of a British, because of we call it as a British diplomat, it is Mortimer Durand, has gone for we call it as boundary line. Sir, British or yak ತೀಟೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಗೂ boundary line ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ because it is Afghanistan during that period of time majorly were controlled by we call it as Russia. Now Russia ಇಂದ ನಮ್ಮ British empire ಗೆ enter ಆಗಬಾರದು ಅಂತ. Now to reduce the we call it as great game hunting. To reduce we call it as great game hunting. Now they went for Afghanistan as a buffer. ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಡ ನಿನ್ಕೋಬೇಡ ಈ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತ. They'll act as buffer. Now this took place in the year 1893 between we call it as Britishers and we call it as Afghanistan, or to be frank it is Russia. Yes, you need to know. And this line we call it as Durand line. Now this Durand line runs from we call it as Iran ಇಂದ run ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Iran ಇಂದ between it is Afghanistan, Pakistan, ಹಂಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ it is China, India and Pakistan also it is differentiated. Now Durand line anta ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ you should know about the difference between we call it as major ಆಗಿ it is or the boundary between the Afghanistan and Pakistan. Done? This we need to know. Now Afghanistan never formally recognized this. Adukkoskara I have mentioned clearly saying that it's a de facto. Now what is de facto here? It is a temporary boundary line which has been signed between we call it as Afghanistan and Pakistan. Done? It is next one getting called as Afghanistan. ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಪ್ಪ Afghanistan ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ? First one, Afghanistan. What is the location of Afghanistan? It is the Central Asia. Now, Afghanistan, Istanistan anta bandre majorly it is Central Asia. Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, or it is Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan ಇವೆಲ್ಲ. Istanistan anta bandre it comes under where? It is Central Asia. Pakistan ಬಿಟ್ಟು. Because Pakistan comes under South Asia. You know, And second one, Afghanistan's capital, Kabul. It is ruled by Taliban. It is Islamic State of Taliban anta. Avrige title kottidare Islamic State of Taliban anta. And next one we call it as the next major important one. Now, what is the relationship between India and Afghanistan? Now, boundary yavudappa namma matte Afghanistan andre it is Durand. Now, the smallest boundary line yavudra ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is with Afghanistan. Durand line. And the next one we call it as, which is the operation which has been launched with respect to Afghanistan. Operation Devi Shakti, to evacuate the people from Afghanistan during the takeover of the country by whom? Taliban. And that we call it as Operation Devi Shakti. Operation Devi Shakti anta ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Operation Devi Shakti. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು Afghanistan majority projects have been built by India. Our civil servants get trained ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ನಾವು. It is Salma Dam or Friendship Dam has been constructed by India. Salma Dam or Friendship Dam. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರೋ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ನಾವು ಕಟ್ಟಿರೋದು, ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ನಾವು ಕಟ್ಟಿರೋದು, ರೋಡ್ ನಾವು ಕಟ್ಟಿರೋದು, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡೈಮಂಡ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾರಿಡಾರ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವೇ ಕಟ್ಟಿರೋದು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜನರು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದೆ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ದಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ Afghanistan. Second one, the next one we call it as Pakistan. Pakistan, location of Pakistan, it is South Asia. ಇದೊಂದು ಇಸ್ತಾನ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಸ್ತಾನಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತವೆ? ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಏಷ್ಯಾ. ಓಕೆಲ್ಲ, 5 ಇಸ್ತಾನ್ಸ್, ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ 5 ಇಸ್ತಾನ್ಸ್. ಅಫ್ಘಾನಿಸ್ತಾನ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಫ್ಘಾನಿಸ್ತಾನ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಬಫರ್, ಐ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಸೆಡ್. ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಜಕಿಸ್ತಾನ್, ಕಿರ್ಗಿಸ್ತಾನ್, ಉಜ್ಬೇಕಿಸ್ತಾನ್, ತಜಿಕಿಸ್ತಾನ್, ತುರ್ಕಮೆನಿಸ್ತಾನ್. ನಾ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಾಟ್ ವಿಚ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಲ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ? ಅವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ, ಆರಾಮಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ Turkmenistan is the neutral country. Turkmenistan is a neutral country. Neither they are supporting Russia nor they are supporting America. They are a neutral country, that we need to know. Yes, South Asia. Exactly online, perfect, yes. The next one we call it as, the next one it is Pakistan. Aito capital Islamabad. Capital we call it as Islamabad. Now, which is the boundary line we have with respect to, we call it as, it is Ratcliffe line, Ratcliffe boundary. Now, which is the, it is paramilitary which is present between India and Pakistan. It is BSF. BSF ಅಂದ್ರೆ Bangalore Security Force. Okay. The Border Security Force comes under Ministry of Home Affairs. Ministry of Home Affairs, be cautious. They have brought in a bill. Recently, CRPF bill ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. It is CRPF. And the next one we call it as, the next one with respect to Pakistan. Now, the state sponsored terrorism. Now, they have been ranked the number 1 with respect to. They have been ranked number 1 with respect to. It is that terrorism report 2026 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Under terrorism report 2026, Pakistan has been ranked the number 1. Pakistan has been ranked the number 1 terrorist country ante. And the next one, report ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. The next one we call it as, the next one major ಆಗಿ. It is CPEC, China Pakistan Economic Corridor, and they are a close friend of which country? China. They are a close friend of China. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಗಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಾಕ್ಸ್ಗಮ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದ ಇಯರ್ 1963. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಬೇರೆನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇವರು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಾಕ್ಸ್ಗಮ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ವೇರ್? POK. Saksgam Valley which has been given to China the year 1963. The year 1963 which is present in, we call it as present day POK. The Pak occupied Kashmir. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಇಷ್ಟು ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ Afghanistan and we call it as the Pakistan. This is Israel. This is Israel. The question is, the next topic we call it as Israel. Now within Israel we have 2 important enclaves of Palestine. Now, which is the 2 important enclaves of Palestine? One we call it as now Gaza Strip, which is bordering with which sea? Mediterranean Sea. And second enclave of Palestine, we call it as, second enclave yavdu? West Bank. Be cautious. Now, West Bank is on the east of Israel. Never get confused. West Bank is on the, it is the east of Israel. Sir, matlab West Bank kya kya? Because it is present on the, we call it as west of Jordan. The west of Jordan. Now this Jordan river originates from where? Originates from, we call it as, originates from, it is Golan Heights. Originates from Golan Heights, and exact location ellappa andre Sea of Galilee. Exact location we call it as, exact location yaudu? Now Sea of Galilee. Exact location we call it as Sea of Galilee. And it finally drains at where? It is Gulf of Aqaba. Finally drains at, we call it as Gulf of Aqaba. Finally drains at Gulf of Aqaba. And which is the surrounding countries we have with respect to Israel? Now yavadappa antandre yave patpadu helbadu ಈಗ. Now towards west game Mediterranean Sea, towards north Lebanon, towards east game Syria, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ it is Jordan. Now towards the deep south we have Egypt. Towards deep south we have Egypt. Okay, now these are the bordering countries. Now capital of Mediterranean Sea, capital of Lebanon, it is Beirut. Capital of Lebanon is Beirut. Capital of Syria, it is Damascus. Capital of, it is Jordan, we call it as Amman. And the next one, Egypt capital yadappa antandre it is Cairo. This we are aware. This we are aware gothirli. And the next major important one we need to know here is, now Israel ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜೊತೆ ಜಗಳ ಆಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Because the problem is, now this Israel came to this location as we call it as, it is to take shelter in this region. But now they have become gigantic onthara elephant ತರ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈಗ. ನೋಡಿ ಅವರು ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ರೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಲಯನ್, ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ರೋರಿಂಗ್ ಲಯನ್. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ರೋರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇರೋ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶತ್ರುಗಳೇ. ಸರ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಶತ್ರುಗಳು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ Israeli people they practice Jews or the Jewish community, whereas surrounding countries are we call it as Islamic community. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಈಗ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಇಸ್ಲಾಮಿಕ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ they'll support. Yes or no? ಬಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ ಜೊತೆ ಕಿತ್ತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಕಿತ್ತಾಡೋದು ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸಂಧಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು. They'll go for mediation and they'll say ಸಾಕು ನಿಲ್ಸೋಣ ಅಂತ. The question is, sir, what is the, recently there is it is conflict between, we call it as the Gaza Strip region and we call it as Gaza Strip region and we call it as the Israel people. Now Israeli has captured some part of Israel. This is Israeli controlled Gaza and this part we call it what? It is Gaza controlled Gaza. Yes or no? Now the question is, now ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿನ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಮೆರಿಕನ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಸಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. Now this line we call it as yellow line. Now what is yellow line? It's a yellow line, it is present in Gaza between, we call it as Israeli captured Gaza towards east, whereas western part of Gaza it is controlled by, we call it as Hamas. It is controlled by yaru? Hamas now. That is called as Gaza controlled Gaza yadappa andre west idu. Now it is Israeli controlled Gaza we call east, and this line it is yellow line ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ yellow line corridor ಅಂತ, or we call it as yellow line. Yellow line ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is line, it's in yellow color. And next one, ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಲೆಬನಾನ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಲೆಬನಾನ್ ಜೊತೆ ಕೂಡ ಜಗಳ ಆಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಲೆಬನಾನ್ ಜೊತೆ ಕೂಡ ಜಗಳ ಆಡಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿನ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, they'll say to America saying that ಸಾಕು ಸುಸ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಈಗ ಸಂಧಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ they said that okay ಸಂಧಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ. And this line we call it as blue line. This line we call it as blue line. Okay, next is we call it as the major with Syria. Now Syria jothe ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಗಳ ಆಡಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸುಸ್ತಾಯ್ತು. Now they said it is purple line. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು again with West Bank, and with West Bank ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ green line. Be cautious, green line is a boundary which is present between Israel and West Bank. And second one, the purple line which was present between Israel and we call which one? The Syria. This we call it as the purple line. And with respect to it is Israel and Lebanon, we call it as the blue line. And the line which is present between, we call it as, it is Israel and we call it as Israeli controlled Gaza, and we call it as the western part of Gaza. We call it a which one? Yellow line. Yellow line. Yellow antandre aa yellow alla. It is color yellow. Okay, it is called as yellow line. It is yellow line, blue line. It is, we call it as major gothirbeku. It is purple line and we call it as green line. Done. Gothirlin. It is major agi Gaza irtakanta major terrorist organization, or we call it as rebel. It is group yadu. It is Hamas. That we need to know. And second one, what's the capital of? We call it as Israel. It is major again Jerusalem. Jerusalem is considered to be called as capital. Second capital has also been declared, that is called as Tel Aviv. Second capital of Israel, we call it as Tel Aviv. And the third one, we call it as a third one. Now the Golan Heights is a disputed region between which two countries? Syria and Israel. The fourth one, we call it as, the fourth one, as of today, Jordan kadage it is the conflict illa. Because this Jordan is the very poorest country. Our Mordru kuda en martilla jagla adtilla avaru. I thought hogbekandre anta. And this is called as Jordan River, and the Dead Sea which is present between, we call it as present between, it is West Bank and Jordan. Dead Sea which is present here. And next one, West Bank also. Now West Bank is also enclave of which group? Palestine. Enclave of, we call it as Palestine. Now Palestine has only two enclaves. Which is the two enclaves? West Bank on the eastern part of Israel. West Bank admele bartakadu erane yadu. Gaza on the western part of, we call it as Israel, that is bordering with which sea? Mediterranean Sea, that we need to know. And last one, even though it is the Jordan River, finally drains at where? Finally drains at, we call it as the Gulf of Aqaba. Gulf of Aqaba. Istu gothirli idu bitte ಏನು exam. Done. It is hanging ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ ಈಗ. Now major agi, what is this yellow line, sir? What is this yellow line? Now yellow line antandre major agi, it's a north-south division in Gaza. It's a north-south division in Gaza, runs across central Gaza. Now yaryar madhye barutte antandre, now majorly we call it as Israeli control eastern part, and we call it as administrative border with which one? The Gaza part. This one. You know, this part is controlled by yaru? Gaza controlled Gaza. And this part we call it as, this part yellow line. Now idenappa antandre, it is Israeli controlled Gaza. Israeli controlled Gaza. And this we call it as yellow line. Okay now, done. And next one, it is Ilnodi. Now it is Rafah corridor, Rafah crossing. Example keltare. Rafah crossing which is present between which two countries? It is Gaza and Egypt. Gaza and Egypt. Gaza and Egypt. Gothilli Egypt yadappa andre Sinai Peninsula anta kariti. Sinai Peninsula, which we call it as the Egypt Sinai Peninsula. And second one we should know about, we call it as Erez corridor. Erez corridor between yav country madhye? Gaza with Israel. Gaza with Israel. Gaza with Israel, gothirli. And I have also talked about Philadelphia. Philadelphia corridor. Adamele green line, purple line, followed by blue line. Yar madhye blue? It is Lebanon and Israel, purple. Syria, green. It is West Bank. West Bank, and we call it as Israel. No, Jordan, it is majorly we call it as West Bank, and we call it as Israel. The next one we call it as, the next one, blue line. Already I nailed the blue line. Yar madhye? Now blue line, it is between, we call it as Israel, and we call it as Lebanon. Now what's the capital of Lebanon? Now Beirut. Capital of Lebanon, we call it as, majorly we call it as the Beirut. Beirut is also bordering with which one? Bordering with, we call it as Mediterranean Sea. And second one, you should also know about, it is Golan Heights. Now Golan Heights, it's a disputed region between which two countries? Israel and Syria. Israel and Syria. Which is the capital of Syria? It is Damascus. Capture ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಲೈನ್ ಹಾಕೋದು. Which is this line? Purple line. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ Sir, my simple question is, why America is always supporting it is Israel? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವರು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. Exactly. Major one, exactly. Help. Exactly. Now, when you go to America, it is majority of the decisions are being taken via lobbying. Now, highest lobby ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ community ಯಾರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ Jews. Nothing but ಏನಾದ್ರೂ it is, if anything goes against Jews, automatically they'll put more pressure. ಹೋಗಿ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕುತ್ಕೋತಾರೆ ಟ್ರಂಪ್ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ, ಮಾಡು 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 ಅಂತ, because lobbying is very common in America. And they'll go for huge amount of lobbying, they'll give huge amount of money also. It is stop this, line haki ಏನಾದ್ರು ಅಂತ. And that is the reason Jews are more powerful in America. Though they are citizens of America, it is their lineage tracks back to, we call it as a country called as Israel. And as Israeli Jews are more involved in, we call it as science and technology. They are more involved in banking. They are more involved in business activities in America. And that is the reason they are, it is wealthier also. Wealthy idaga ದುಡ್ಡು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, it is ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. That is the reason, though American presidents were not interested to go for, it is Israel supporting. But via lobbying they'll go. It is President Donald Trump ಬರೋದು ಕಾರಣ Jews. They have gone for huge lobbying with respect to elections. Elections ಅಲ್ಲಿ huge lobbying ಮಾಡಿ, ಡೊನಾಲ್ಡ್ ಟ್ರಂಪ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕೋ ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. If it was Obama, you would have never cared. ನಾನು ಬರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. See, if you are wrong, I'll say wrong. If it is Donald Trump, automatically whatever the Jew says, he'll hear to that. That's the major reason it is winning the elections game. Major reason was the Jews and Sikhs. Lobbying is common in America. Lobbying is common in America, but comparatively it is major Donald Trump, and if you compare it with Obama, it is their policies were very different. Lobbying ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ, but ಆದರೆ it is they used to say it is ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀರಾ ಅಂತ. Because presidential form of government, who is the more authoritarian? President. Maximum ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಸಾಯಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅವರು. Again, killing American president is very difficult. He is highly secure. Next one, it is the major, the dispute regions we call it as, yes, the dispute between ಯಾವ countries ಮಧ್ಯೆ. It is Russia and Ukraine. The Russia and Ukraine, that we call it as disputed territories. ಮೂರು disputed territories ಇದಾವೆ. One we call it as Luhansk region, and we call it as, it is Donetsk region ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. The Luhansk region and Donetsk region, followed by we call it as Crimea also. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now Crimea also, you need to know about what is we call it as Black Sea bordering countries. And second one you should know about, we call it as a strait, which is a strait which is present between, we call it as Ukraine and Russia. Which is the strait which is majorly present between, we call it as Crimea with, we call it as Crimea with Russia. ನಾನು ಇದೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿ ಸಾಕು, ನಂಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕೀಗ. The first one we call it as, ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಈಗ. Now Crimea. Now the Crimea, it's a territory which belonged to which country? Which belonged to Russia. Now this Crimean peninsula was being captured. Was being captured by which country? Captured by Russia. When this Crimean peninsula was being captured by Russia, automatically this Russia has been removed from, we call it as G8. Removed from, we call it as G8 and remove ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, and later on it got converted to what? G7. It got converted to, we call it as the G7. And the second major important one, when Ukraine decided to join NATO. Now Russia thought that once the NATO join ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 3 years. ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. And they have also captured a territory called as, it is Donetsk region, and we call it as Luhansk region. Donetsk region, and they have also captured Luhansk region. And they have also captured the complete, we call it as Crimean Peninsula. Followed by this, they are also controlling this complete Black Sea as such. Black Sea ಅನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because if you want to transfer any of the goods to, we call it as the Mediterranean Sea. Now only route which is present here is Black Sea. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಕ್ರಿಮಿಯನ್ ಪೆನಿನ್ಸುಲಾರನ್ನ it is capture ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, I can move via Bosphorus Strait, I can move via Dardanelles, and I can reach where? I can reach, we call it as Mediterranean Sea via Turkey. That's the reason they are capturing the Ukrainian part, and they are controlling this region also. Yes, ಇಷ್ಟು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು. Now which one related to we call it as the Egypt, related to Ukraine, and related to we call it as the Russia, or related to Israel, related to Palestine. All these regions majorly comes under which one? Exactly done. Exactly, perfect online. Okay, Alva. Now as a part of our dispute, we have discussed all those things. Now which is the state we have? Perfect. Which one? It is Kerch state. Now connecting Sea of Azov with which one? It is Black Sea. Now Black Sea in the Mediterranean go ಯಾವ states ಬರ್ತವೆ? Bosporus, Dardanelles, and directly reaching it to where? Directly reaching it to we call it as Mediterranean. Direct access. Sir, ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ರಷ್ಯಾದಿಂದ ಮತ್ತೆಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಬಹುದು? ರಷ್ಯಾದಿಂದ via we call it as Baltic Sea. Baltic Sea in the North Sea in the directly Atlantic Ocean. I have two routes. Sir, ಇದು ಬೇಡ. ಇಂಡಿಯಾಗೆ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ನಾನೀಗ. How can I come? Now for India we have two routes. One is called as from far eastern Russia, far eastern Russia in the ಬರ್ಬೋದು. Via we call it as Kamchatka Peninsula. I'll discuss that also. And the second one, I can come via INSTC corridor also. What is the INSTC corridor? What is this INSTC corridor? It is International North-South Transport Corridor ಮೂಲಕ I can reach here. Exactly. It is not seen the corridor to Chennai ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. No, I'll discuss that also, not an issue. But ಇಷ್ಟು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. Now this we call it as the complete aspect of we call it as the disputes which were in news from the different locations also. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now in this major session ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, it is after our break, we have discussed about our major one called as, we have discussed about Iran. We have discussed about Iran. Now Iran discuss ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ we have majorly discussed about we call it as, now why Iran was in news, and second one why America and Israel they are attacking, we call it as Iran ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. And third one we have talked about, we call it as Golistan Palace. We have talked about it as Karag Island. We have talked about it as majorly we call it as it is Urmia Lake. And we have talked about Tehran. We have talked about Natanz. It is Iftar. We have also majorly talked about we call it as it is the Tehran and surrounding regions also. And the second one we have moved towards our Baltic Sea. Baltic Sea ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ we have talked about NATO. We have talked about Baltic countries also, and we have talked about it is the different Gulf also. And the third one we have moved towards our location called as major location, which is a major location. Now we have moved towards our corridor between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Now Azerbaijan it is and Armenia. Azerbaijan is being supported by we call it Russia, and Armenia is supported by USA. See, wherever you go, it's a conflict between America and Russia ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Nothing but they have been it is frontal ಯಾರು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Even in Iran and with respect to Israel also, it is Israel is supported by Russia, or Israel is supported by America, and it is Iran is supported by which one? China and Russia. As a major things. Sir, you support ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, it is support ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ. Because I'll be sending defense equipments. ಇವಾಗ ನೀವು ಇಬ್ರು ಜಗಳ ಆಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಾ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, it is ಜಗಳ ಆಡ್ರು ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಡ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡು ಅಂತ. Some or the other day I'll get a business. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ it is America and Russia, they are very intelligent people. Nothing but they don't want a peace in the world. Peace ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ, just peace ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು peace ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ. That's the reason no world should be peace if I want to be at peace. That's the reason they want ಬತ್ತಿ ಹಚ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಇಸ್ರೇಲ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಹಾಕೋ ಬಾಂಬ್ ಹಾಕೋ. Nothing but if they are going for a war, automatically I'll get huge amount of business. And second major challenge is, it is when there is a crisis in West Asia, it is the people will buy oil from, it is America. Because America is the largest producer of oil. It is purchased from me. And the third major important one we have discussed here is corridors. Now corridor ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ, different corridor, Philadelphia corridor, it is followed by we call it as Lachin corridor. We have talked about Kartarpur corridor. We have talked about the Turkmen corridor. We have talked about we call it as it is Eris corridor. We have seen. After this we have moved towards our Israel. Now Israel ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ we have talked about different lines, the blue line, purple line, green line, yellow line. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we have moved towards it is Luhansk and Donetsk region. It is Luhansk and Donetsk region ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ we have talked about conflict between it is Russia and Ukraine. Now which is the operation which has been launched by India with respect to we call it as it is Russia and Ukraine. Which is the operation which has been launched? Operation Ganga. Operation Ganga in the year 2023. Now which is the operation which has been launched by we call it as India with respect to it is Iran-Israel war? Operation Sindhu. It's not Sindoor Allah, it is Sindhu. Operation Sindhu or Operation Indus. Operation Sindoor is related to majorly Palgam attack, and Operation Sindhu is related to, we call it as Iran-Israel war. That we need to know. And after that, you should also know about, we call it as Kerch Strait. You should know about it is Sea of Azov. You should know about Black Sea. You should know about Bosporus Strait. You should know about Gibraltar Strait. You should know about Strait of Malacca, Hormuz Strait, Bab al-Mandab Strait. You should know about Chabar, all those things. Done. Now that ends are the complete, we call it as the conflicted regions. That ends are conflicted regions. And next one, we are moving towards our international organizations and international summits. Now international organizations, only first topic anyways we have discussed. The first one we call it as the NATO. I have discussed about A to Z. But ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೇನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is 2025 the NATO meeting ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತು ಅಂತ, NATO summit ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತು ಅಂತ. Now add this 2025 the NATO summit which took place at where? Which took place at, we call it as Hague, Netherlands. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now this is the first time in the last 70 to 75 years Netherlands has hosted a summit. Now be cautious. Now Netherlands and Hague is considered to be a peace location. ಅದನ್ನು ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈಗ. It is influence ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡು ಅಂತ ಹಿಂಸೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು they have organized. This is the first time they have organized in, it is, we call it as Hague, Netherlands ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Now ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ automatically investment will drop. It's a major challenge because organizing NATO is not a big deal. It is after impacts will be a big deal. That's a challenge. Now this is the first time, it is in the last, it is 70 years, the Hague, Netherlands has organized a NATO summit. And this summit is an annual summit. This summit is, we call it as annual summit. And in Mickey, I have discussed already, it's a military alliance and a political alliance of how many group of countries? 2 group of countries. Recent one we call it as Finland and we call it as Sweden. Now this NATO means North Atlantic Treaty Organization. This has been established via, we call it as Washington Treaty in which year? 1949. Where is the headquarters? It is majorly Brussels, Belgium, and India is not a part of this. India is not a part of this. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. Now majorly you should know about India is not a part of this. Now ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಪ್ಪ major NATO members ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is all this comes under NATO members. NATO membership ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. NATO membership that we need to know, and we also discussed about NATO +5. We have also discussed about non-NATO active member of NATO. Active member ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ Saudi Arabia, that also we should know. Done. First one done. Second one. Now the second major important one here is, now what is the difference between, first what is FTA? Free trade agreement. Now is the trade free of cost? No, I said that simplification of trade. Now I said, sir, simplification of trade adre enagatte, it will benefit both the countries. Rather than making complicated process, we are making it simplifier. That we call it as free trade agreements. Now we have free trade agreement with more than, we call it as 20 to 30 countries. But in the last 5 to 6 years, we have gone for free trade agreement with more than 10 countries. Now otherly, which one is called as mother of all the FTAs? European Union. ಯಾಕೆ ಅದನ್ನ mother ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ? Because one agreement adre will get in access to 27 countries. Repeating it. One agreement will get in access to 27 countries. That is the major reason that's called as mother of all the, it is FTAs. And second one, which one has been done in a fast manner? Within 9 months al ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ agreement. ಹಿಂಸೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ತಲೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಮಾಡೋ ಬೇಗ ಅಂತ. Now we have done it in a faster manner. That we call it as with New Zealand. Now with New Zealand, we have done it in a faster FTA. Within 9 months we have gone for an agreement. The third one, it is the first, it is Africa ಗೂ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. Africa is ಕೂಡ FTA ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. Now it's the first African country to go for, it is FTA. We call it as Mauritius. There's 3 things you need to know. First one is mother of all the, it is FTA ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is European Union. First one, this first one we need to know about FTA. Free trade agreement. Free trade agreement. Sir, my simple question is, sir, ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಈ ಫ್ರೀ ಟ್ರೇಡ್ ಅಂತ ಸಾಯ್ತವ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು? ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? ಪಕ್ಕ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಗೆ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟು. ಯಾಕೆ? ದ ರೀಸನ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮರ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಎಕಾನಮಿ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆಯೋದು ನಮಗೆ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಇಂಪೋರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. And why UK? Why European Union? Why New Zealand? Why Australia? Even we are going for it is FTA with America also. So why are these countries interested to be? It is an FTA with India. It has dump the goods. They can send the goods to India because India is a consumer country, or India is an, we call it as the consumption oriented economy. They can come to India, it is automatically they can export more to India. But ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದವ್ರು ದಡ್ರ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಬಟ್ ನಮಗಿಂತ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Because India is not an industrialized country, rather we are not we call it as manufacturing country, rather we call it as we are more of consumer oriented economy. Yes or no? Now free trade means it is we call it as reduction of tariff. Be cautious. Reduction of tariff. What do you mean by tariff? Taxes. We are reducing the taxes between the two countries, so that we are going for increase in, we call it as increase in the trade between the two countries. Trade between the two countries. But if you understand from 2021, we have gone for agreement, or we have gone for FTA with more than how many countries? 10 countries. Do we have an FTA with UK? Yes or no? It is ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಇದೆ. We have it is UK ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ, Australia, New Zealand, UAE. We also have it is with Oman. We have with we call it as Mauritius. Now along with this European Union. ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಮೇಜರ್ FTA ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ automatic ಆಗಿ it is from India perspective our export can increase. And second one, import perspective, our cheap goods will be available. The cheap goods will be available in the market, and other reason we are going for FTA. Now the first one, which FTA is called as mother of all the FTAs? EU FTA. EU FTA is considered to be the mother of all the FTAs. Now with which country we have gone for faster FTA? Within 9 to 10 months ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊಡೆದು ನ್ಯೂಜಿಲೆಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ we have done it within 9 months. ಮಾಡ್ರು ಅಂತ. And the third major important one, it was first African country nu ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ we call it as Mauritius. This we need to know as a part of our FTA. So the question is, all these things are fine. All these things are fine. Now with respect to FTA ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ the question is what's the difference between EFTA, what's the difference between UFTA, and what's the difference between Shenzhen zone? What is ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೆಷ್ಟು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. EFTA, what is Shenzhen zone, and what is we call it as EU FTA. Is UK part of European Union? Is UK part of Europe? Yes or no? Yes. Geographically it is a part of Europe, but it is not a part of European Union. Done. The question is sir, EFTA again, European Free Trade Agreement, and a second one Shenzhen zone, and a third one we call it as EU FTA. What's the difference between these three? ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ನಿಮಗೆ ಇದು ಹೇಳಿ ಇವೆರಡರಲ್ಲಿ. Now what is EFTA? Now be cautious. EFTA means it's a group of 4 countries. They are going for trade liberalization. Be cautious. How many countries are a part of this? Only 4 countries are a part of this. Only 4 countries are a part of this. Now, sir, if 4 countries agreement ಯಾವಾಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ in the year 1960, via an agreement we call it as Stockholm Agreement or Stockholm Convention. In the year 1960, the Stockholm Convention ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Stockholm Convention. Now be cautious here. It is EFTA. It's a group of 4 countries. They are going only for we call it as trade liberalization. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕೀಗ. ಈಗ 4 country ಇದೆ. There are 4 countries. Now that 4 countries which includes These 4 countries have their own governments, separate governments. Separate governments, but when they are going for trade, they are going for trade liberalization. Now, which is these 4 countries? One is called as Switzerland. One is called as Switzerland. Second one we call it as Liechtenstein. Third one we call it as Iceland. And the fourth one we call it as Norway. Be cautious here. They will be having the separate governments in their own country. But we are only going for, we call it as trade liberalization. What is trade liberalization? FTA. We are going for FTA. European FTA. Within the European countries itself, they have a FTA. That we call it as EFTA. Now, with respect to EFTA, they deal only with respect to trade related aspect. Now, think that when India and it is UK, when they are going for FTA, we are establishing a separate government for both the countries, or we'll be having separate governments for ourselves. We have separate governments, but we are only going for trade. That we call it as EFTA. Okay, now innೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್ EFTA ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is only trade ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ they are going for what? Free trade. Whereas with respect to European Union, are they going for trade or are they establishing common customs union? Common custom union. Think back, by group of all the 27 countries, they are establishing a dedicated government. Hope you're getting it. It's not only we call it as trade, it's a political and we call it as customs union. It's both political and we call it as customs union. We'll be having common political setup, common legislature, European Union executive, European Union legislature, European Union judiciary. That is called as political. For how many countries? 27 countries. Whereas there, do we have any common political setup? No. Only trade liberalization is taking place there. Whereas this customs and the Keladren, they are also going for, we call it as trade liberalization also. Trade plus political EUFTA. Repeating it. Now only trade, EFTA. Be cautious. And the third one, it's a group of 27 countries from Europe, and this has been originated in the year 1993. Under which treaty? It is Maastricht Treaty. Under a treaty called as Maastricht. Under a treaty called as Maastricht Treaty, which took place in the year 1993. Where is the common headquarters of European Union? It is Brussels, Belgium. The Brussels, Belgium is the common headquarters. Is there common headquarters? No. They have their own countries or they have their own governments. Switzerland has their own, it has governments. Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein. Now, Liechtenstein, most important, it's a double landlocked country. Liechtenstein is considered, we call it as double landlocked country. Double landlocked country. And next one, what is this Shenzhen zone? What is this Shenzhen? It is passport free zone. Passport free zone. Now, this concept has been originated in the year 1985. Passport free zone. The passport, the free zone. Okay, now my simple question is, sir, ishella artha agidre. My simple question is this EFTA, are they part of European Union? No. But can they trade with European Union? Yes. Can they be a part of Shenzhen? Yes. They can be a part of Shenzhen zone also. Shenzhen andre it's a group of countries where there will be no passport. That we call it as no passport zone. We call it as Shenzhen zone. Now that we call it as EFTA. EFTA is different. European Union FTA is different. The first one we call it as the first one is the Pandri EFTA. I have already said. Now EFTA has been originated in which year? 1960 under we call it as Stockholm Convention. Under Stockholm Convention in which year? 1960. Where is Stockholm? It's in Sweden. It's in Sweden. First one. Now it's an intergovernmental trade organization. Be cautious here. I already said it's a group of 4 countries. They are only involved in LA. They are only involved with respect to which aspect? The trade related aspect. Norway, the Iceland, Liechtenstein, double landlocked country, Switzerland, the most peaceful country, that we call it as, it's an intergovernmental, government to government anta, intergovernmental trade association. That trade association anta karitiri. We call it as trade association. Are they part of European Union? It has all 4 member states participate in European single market. And they are also participating as a part of what? Schengen area. Are they part of European Union? Be cautious here. They can participate. Or involve agbodu. But they does not hold a membership of which organization? European Union. European Union ge join adre iro government na collapse ಮಾಡಿ. It is, we need to give all the powers to which one? European Parliament ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. Done. This we need to know as a part of our, we call it as the first things. All 4 countries are not a part of the Union. This at any cost ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. EFTA ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು only trade. But now ಈ opportunity use ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is, we went for trade. With which country? It is, India has gone for trade with EFTA. What is EFTA? It is Europe Free Trade Agreement. One agreement or 4 countries ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ. Getting it? Now it is India FTA. ಯಾವಾಗ ಇದು ಮೊದಲು ನಮಗೆ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಯಿತು, when we got a success of this EFTA, we got some confidence saying that European Union convince ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ. First 4 and later on we went for 27 countries. Now we have got that bid also. We have got that bid also, and that we call it as India EFTA TEPA ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. It is TEPA ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement ಅಂತ. TEPA is nothing but it is Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement between which 2 countries, or it is how many countries? It is 4 countries. Which is that 4 country? It is Iceland, Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein. Done. Yes, we have gone for, it is majorly we call it as, it is the 4 countries major agi, and if it is interested, all the non-European members can also participate. But yaru illa, ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ? They have gone for you. They have gone for you. Now the free trade ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, majorly we are going for liberalization of trade rules, and it will benefit both the countries. It will benefit both the countries, and this we call it as, yeah, it is European Free Trade Association. Indian Free Trade Association, ಅದನ್ನೇನಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ? TEPA ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. What is TEPA? It is Trade and Economic Partnership, we call it as agreement, and that we call it as TEPA. Done. Now we have gone for a number of agreements with different countries. With different countries, ಯಾವ್ದು ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಜೊತೆ. It can be UK, it can be New Zealand, it is majorly we call it European Union, it can be Oman, it can be UAE, it can be New Zealand, Mauritius, all those things. But the question is, sir, we have done, I said, more than, it has 10 agreements in the last, we call it as 5 to 6 years. Now, Adali, which is the first one, it is, we have gone. The first one, it is with Yadapa African countries jote anta kelidi yadu? Mauritius. Mauritius has become the first ever the trade deal with African continent. Mauritius. What is the capital of Mauritius? The Port Louis. The Port Louis. The Port Louis is considered to be a capital. Now, Port Louis ali first, the abroad or the first foreign Jack Center has been established. First abroad Jack Center. ಏನು ಜಾಕ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ Jan the Aushadhi Kendra. Jan Aushadhi Kendra has been established, and we call it as Port Louis by our Ministry of External Affairs, Jai Shankar. Yes, Jai Shankar, first one. Second one, we have gone for trade with UAE in 2022. Adadmele, it is with Australia, with TEPA. With TEPA. TEPA andre EFTA, European Free Trade Agreement with which country? It has 4 countries. Which is that 4? Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Switzerland. Perfect. I hope now you got the difference between EFTA and European Union FTA. The 5th one, we call it as UK ಜೊತೆ ಕೂಡ UK and this UK sir UK ಜೊತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಸೆಪರೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ UK is not a part of we call it as European Union. They exited from EU or it is Brexit ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. What does Brexit means? Britain exiting from European Union. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಕಚಡವಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. That is called as Brexit. European Union exiting from we call it as the European Union, we call it as Brexit, which took place in the year 2016. ನಾವು ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಾ ನಿಮ್ ಜೊತೆ ಟ್ರೇಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು. We went for UK FTA. And next one we call it as Oman. Now Oman we call it as India's biggest ever tariff reduction with respect to Gulf countries. Biggest ever. Oman. Which is the capital of Oman? It is Muscat. The Oman's capital is Muscat. Now majorly we call it as, you should know about the biggest ever, it is Gulf countries, we call it as Oman. Okay na. New Zealand. Now New Zealand is considered to be, we call it as, it is the fastest or within a short period of time, within how many months? Within 9 months. And the last one we call it as mother of all the trade. Mother of all the FTAs we call it as European Union FTA. EU FTA I already said. Now EU has been established in which year? 1993. Under which treaty? Maastricht Treaty. Now it consists of how many countries? 27 countries. Now where is the headquarters? It is Brussels, Belgium. And the fifth one, what's the objective of European Union? Now it's a political and a customs union. It's a political also. We have surrendered all our powers to a single authority. It's a political and we call it as customs union of how many countries? 27 countries. That is called as EUFTA. That we need to know as a part of our, we call it as, it is EU, UK, FTA also, the same things. Reduce or eliminate the tariff with respect to goods and services. The same thing UK jothe again. And the second one we call it as New Zealand also. It is within some major, again 9 months only. It's a big win. It's a big win. Nodi ordu. Okay. Now the next one we call it as India matter papa nam Indians nodi. Done. I hope you guys are enjoying the class. Then artha agtideya? Done. It will be for 30 hours. 30 hours irutte. At least I will cover some 300 topics. Now 300 topics al majority questions irutte. Adu bittu majority baralla. Adu exam adru kuda it's not about mapping antalla. It is current affairs related with respect to mapping. In locations that I am discussing all those things. I am also discussing simultaneously international organizations also. Now India yadak chair agidare, that also we'll discuss. We'll discuss about earthquake, volcanoes. We'll discuss about cultural perspective. We'll discuss about natural resources. We'll discuss with respect to, we call it as environmental perspective. All those things A to Z we'll discuss today and tomorrow. Majorly I'll focus. In case bittirtakantadna I'll carry you to the, it is majorly we call it as our current affairs issues. Done? Not an issue. Now the next one we call it as UN Ocean, we call it as conference. Now it is what's the difference between conference and an institution? What's the difference between conference? Now is this class a conference or an institution we are trying to establish? It's just a conference, we are organizing it. You might will sit for 30 hours. Adadmal neevu yaru nanaram godilla. Or no? It's just a conference, we are it is doing it. Now conference ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ we are going for discussion on a particular topics. Now particular topics ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬರುತ್ತದು ಅಂತ. In the same manner this UN Ocean conference ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ now conference like it's a meeting. It's not a treaty or it's not an institution we are trying to create here. Rather we are going for it is discussion on which topic? Discussion on we call it as the oceans. Now this conference has been conducted by which organization? UN, United Nations. They are conducting a conference with respect to which sector? Ocean sector. So ಈಗ ocean sector conference ಅನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಇರಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? Now where was the location where we conducted UN Ocean Conference 2025? ಎಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ nice. Where is nice? Now nice it's in we call it as France. Now this conference took place from we call it as 9th June to we call it as 13th June 2025. Done. Now this was been organized by yaru? Okay. Sir ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಕತೆ ಐತಲ್ವಾ, ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಏನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ? ಓಕೆ, ಚಾಯ್ ಬಿಸ್ಕೆಟ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ. Now they will talk about first one, now what is oceans, second one, yes, how much biodiversity is being supported by oceans. The third one, they'll talk about how oceans are changing because of climate change, how to control it. Now what are the different challenges we are facing? ಇದೆಲ್ಲದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಈ ಒಂದು ಓಷನ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಓಷನ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೈ 2 ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್. One is France and the second one we call it as Costa Rica. One we call it as France, a developed we call it as country. They'll be providing funds, they'll be providing technology. At the same time, innovative ideas yaar kodtirtare antandre Costa Rica, because Costa Rica it's a majorly we call it as, it is one of the majorly because the smaller country. If it is smaller country, they'll be facing huge amount of climate threats majorly from oceans also. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇವರೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಆನ್ ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಇಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಟ್ರೀಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ವಿಚ್ ಒನ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ರ್ಯಾಂಡಮ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಆನ್ ಓಷನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್, ವೇರ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ರ್ಯಾಂಡಮ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ ಓಷನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್. ಸರ್, ಈಗ ರ್ಯಾಂಡಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರ ಹೌದು ರ್ಯಾಂಡಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ? ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಆತರನ್ನ. Now random agandre, what will they talk with respect to, we call it as the oceans. Now they will talk upon some 3 to 4 arenas. First one they'll talk about what is oceans. What is oceans? Second one they'll talk about why we need oceans. Why we need oceans. And the third one we will majorly talk upon, we call it as, it is how to control this. The fourth one we call it as, what are the challenges faced? What are the challenges faced with respect to a sector called a which sector? Oceans. But if ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಈಗ ನಾನು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿ, ಈಗ it is major ಆಗಿ what is oceans? Yes, oceans we call it as, it is a land which is covered with water. Land which is covered with water, we call it as oceans. Now oceans constitute what percentage of our earth? Now we call it as 79% of our land is covered with water. And otherly if the salinity is more than, we call it as the 35 parts per thousand, we call which one? Now in and around, I can easily say that in and around 78 to 79% of our land, it is made up of oceans. And salinity kadme irata, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರೋದು ಉಪ್ಪು ನೀರು ಇರುತ್ತಾ? ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಎಷ್ಟು parts per thousand? 35 parts per thousand. Sir, average, it should be more than 35 parts per thousand. Now which ocean has the maximum salinity? Which one? Lake one. Understand my question? Which ocean ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ ನಾನು, ಲೇಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. It is Red Sea, it's not an ocean, it's a sea. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ. Now out of it is the 5 oceans: Pacific, Atlantic, Indian, Antarctic and Southern Ocean. Out of this, which one is more saline anta kelidre? Pacific Ocean is more saline. And second one, which one is less saline anta kelidre? Arctic and Antarctic is less saline. Why? What's the reason for this? It has nimgo the 3 reasons. One is temperature influence, second one influence of the rivers, and the third one we call it as melting of glaciers. In matadtara. And after this they will talk about why we want oceans. Do you seriously want oceans? Kya questions ಬೇಕು? beach ಇದೆ ಸಾಕಲ್ವಾ? Why we want oceans? Because oceans support maximum biodiversity. Yes or no? It can be, it is animals, it can be plants, it can be microorganisms, it can be natural resources. Everything is being supported by our oceans. But this resources are being overexploited. This has been overexploited. How are we overexploiting it? By mining offshore, it is the oil drillings, or by oil spills. But idella agadrinda, it is our oceans are changing. Our ocean temperature is changing. Our ocean, we call it as organisms are dying. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್. ಹೌ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ we need to go for 3 important approach. One we call it as we need to go with respect to we call it as it is rescue part, temporary rescue ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Second one we need to go for adaptation, and third one we need to go for mitigation also. ಸರ್ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬೇಕು, ಪೈಸಾ ಚಾಹಿಯೆ. ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಫ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ ಅವರು, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿರೋದು. ಅದೇ ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಎಲ್ ಕನ್ವಿನ್ಸ್ ಅದರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಬಟ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ರೀಸನ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೋಸ್ಟಾರಿಕಾ ಅವರು. ನೋಡಿ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ಫ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಸೇ ಓಕೆ ಹೌದು ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬಿಡು ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್. ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಷನ್, ರೆಸ್ಕ್ಯೂ ಪಾರ್ಟ್, ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್, ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ ಮಿಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಇಷ್ಟೇ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್, why we want this, what are the challenges we are facing, and how to reduce that. Even COP bond ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, COP conference, bond conference ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗಿರಲಿ, they will talk upon all these 4 important aspects. Done. The question is ಸರ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಈ ಓಷನ್ ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರಾ? If it is yes, which is that initiative which has taken up by it is the world level as well as at India level also. Now first and the foremost one we call it as it is majorly SDG 14. Now what does SDG 14 talks about? It is SDG 14 talks about it is life below what? Water. Life below water. First. Second one. Second major important one. It is the BBNJ, or it is also called as. It is BBNJ, you know, biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. It is also called as. It's also called as, you know. First, it is high seas treaties. Now, why it is called as high seas treaty? Why it is called as it is high seas treaty? Because we are normally conserving our oceans after which one? After 200 nautical miles. Be cautious here. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ. Because this high seas treaty, or it's also called as biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, came into effect last year. This came into effect, ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. This came into effect last year. Second one. Third one, with respect to Kunming-Montreal Protocol, we brought in a target called as 30 into 30. We brought in a target called as which one? We brought in a target called as 30 into 30. 30 into 30 andre now 30% of land and 30% of oceans should be protected by which year? 2030. 30% of land and 30% of we call it as water should be protected by which year? 2030. Why 2030? Because SDG goals ends at 2030. That's the reason. Third one. The fourth one, sir, are we doing anything with respect to India? Now, India we have brought in 2 important initiatives. One is we call it as MISTI initiative. What is MISTI? It is, we call it as the mangrove conservation, and we also established, Tamil Nadu government has established Dugong Conservation Sanctuary. Yelli. It is, we call it as the Gulf of Mannar in Tamil Nadu. Gulf of Mannar. Idhar jotege they have also gone for bio-rock technology. Bio-rock andre it is artificial construction of coral reefs. Ellappa Gujarat. In Gujarat. This is an initiative related to, we call it as oceans part. Sir, ನಾವು destroy ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌದು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ via mission called as deep ocean mission. We are also leading to deep ocean mission. We are also going for it as offshore drilling projects. mining projects, jotege oil spills, all this are leading to, we call it as destruction of which one? Destruction of oceans. Now oceans in the bandaga, you should know about little bit about oceans, and you should know about, we call it as morphology of oceans. What is continental shelf, continental slope, continental rise, abyssal plains, deep trenches, mid oceanic ridges, it is sea mount, guyats, islands. You should know about majorly we call it as Harry Hess model, a model which has been proposed by, we call it as Harry Hess. Now what is that model called as? Sea flow spreading theory, that we need to know. And second one we need to know about, we call it as why oceans are required, because it is acting as, we call it as carbon stock. Carbon stock carbon has been absorbed, but over carbon absorption ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is, we call it as, it is the sea level will start to rise, expand ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Expand ಆದಾಗ sea level rise, sea water intrusion into the land, it is submergence of the oceans or submergence of islands. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ? ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಕೂಡ ಸೇರಿಸಿ. How are we able to reduce it? It is via, we call it as, it is awareness, education, adaptation, mitigation, financing. Now have you taken any initiative ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ from exam point of view? This four exam ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, but ಇದು important. BBNJ, biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, or it's also called as high seas treaty. And you should know about UNCLOS. What's UNCLOS? United Nations Convention on Law of Seas. United Nations Convention on Law of Seas. At any cost you should know. And only 12 nautical miles or ಏನು ಕರಿತೀವಿ? Territorial zone up till 24. Okay, territorial zone ಆಯ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ it is contiguous zone. Contiguous zone up till 200. Exclusive economic zone after that. Open seas or high seas, or we call it as beyond, we call it as the national jurisdiction. Okay, now that we need to know as a part of our, it is BBNJ. Is India part of this BBNJ? Is India part of this? Yes, India is also part of BBNJ. BBNJ. This we need to know at any cost with respect to, we call it as this ocean conference. The nice ocean again, it is SDG 14 implementation. SDG 14 ಏನಿಲ್ಲಿ life below water. Second one we are talking about BBNJ agreement, that we got as biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, high seas treaty. 13 to 30 goal, Kunming Montreal Protocol. Where is Kunming? China. Montreal, it's in Canada. That we need to know. Fourth one we got as financial or finances and initiatives. ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ₹1 ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. That's a challenge. The next one, the COP 30. COP 30. Which COP is that? Exact, long and perfect? Yes, yes. Okay, next one, we call it as COP 30. Now, COP 30 with respect to which conference or which organization? UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Now, in the year 1992, under our Rio Earth Summit, we had 3 important sister organizations that we call it which one? Okay, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. And second one we call it as UNCBD, and the last one UNCCD. Now that we call it as United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, that deals with respect to which one? That climate change. Now this deals with respect to, we call it as biodiversity, United Nations Convention on Biodiversity, and United Nations Convention to combat desertification. Now this 3 majorly deals with respect to their own sectors, but in major sector is this. Now every year this conference is being organized, and that conference we call it as COP. COP anta ಕರೀತೀವಿ. COP ಅಂದ್ರೆ conference of parties. ಎಲ್ಲ parties conference ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ let's call COP. Now the recently COP 30 took place. COP 30 took place. ಎಲ್ಲ COP 30. Now COP 30. Now COP 30 took place, that we call it as It is Belém, Brazil. COP 30 took place at, we call it as Belém, Brazil. Now COP 29 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತು ಬಾಕು ಅಜರ್ಬೈಜಾನ್. highly important ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಫ್ ಲೈನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಾಕು ಅಜರ್ಬೈಜಾನ್, ಬಾಕು ಅಜರ್ಬೈಜಾನ್. Now COP 28 ಪಕ್ಕ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನಂಗೀಗ. It is now major Dubai, UAE. Dubai, UAE. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು ದುಬೈ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಎಮಿರೇಟ್ಸ್, ದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಡ್ ಎಮಿರೇಟ್ಸ್. And COP 27, it is Sharm el Sheikh. Sharm el Sheikh. Where is it? Egypt. Sharm el Sheikh. Now COP 26, Glasgow, it's in where? UK, Scotland. UK, Scotland. Now COP 21, it is Paris. COP 21, it's in, we call it as the Paris. Now COP 1, it's in Berlin. That's COP 1, it's in Berlin in the year 1995. COP 1, the year 1995, that we call it as Berlin. It is Paris, France. Now this took place in ಯಾವ year ಅಲ್ಲಿ? 15, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. It is 26 illappa and Turkey. 26 will take place in, we call it as Turkey, supported by, we call it Australia. And next one, 27, COP 31, it is Turkey. Now COP 32 will take place in, we call it as Ethiopia. Already nailed it. Ethiopia, it is Africa. COP 33, wrong. But India has withdrawn the bid. India has withdrawn the bid. Now madalla anta withdraw madidare. COP 33, as of today, there is no update. It is not India also. It is not India also. They have withdrawn the bid. Now madalla anta. That we call it as, related to, we call it as COP. COP, be cautious. Now the most important COP yadappa antandre, the most important, the COP is this. This, they can ask a question about COP 1 also, Berlin. They will be asking a question about this also. Belém. Then, ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮೂರು ಬಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಆನ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಆನ್ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟೇಷನ್, ಥರ್ಡ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಆನ್ ಮಿಟಿಗೇಷನ್. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. They'll talk about only these four parts. That we call it as the Brazil Belém COP 30 took place in 2025. Normally all these conferences will take place in November, and this will come into effect from which year? The next year, from January 1st, 2026 in ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. Done. Normally it will be in the month of, we call it October, November, ಆ ಥರ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ, and after discussions and debates, this will come into effect from the next upcoming years. This we need to know as a part of, we call it as the COP. Clear? Done? Exactly. Online, perfect, yes. Now, where is the headquarters of UNFCCC? No headquarters. ನಾನು ಪಟ್ಪಟ್ಟಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೋಡೋಣ. ನನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ನೀವೇನು ಓದಿರ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ UNFCCC ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟೇರಿಯೇಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟೇರಿಯೇಟ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಾನ್, ಜರ್ಮನಿ. And second one, CBDಗೆ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟೇರಿಯೇಟ್, it is present in Montreal. It is Canada. And the third one, UNCCD, as of today, there is no, it is official secretariat, but it is provided by UN itself. UN andre New York. UN andre it is provided by, we call it as New York. That we need to know. Okay, now done. Now coming back to our most important one, we call it as COP 30. Already COP 30 note has been. Now 30th United Nations Climate Conference. 30th United Nations Climate Conference is took place at where? It is Belém, Brazil. November, already held in November, and that will come into effect from where? Next year. The next one we call it as the follows: COP 29 Baku, and COP 31 will take place in where? Take place in, we call it as Turkey or Turkey. That we need to know. And next one we call it as the next one. Sir, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ? ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯುನೈಟೆಡ್ ನೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಕನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ climate change, UNFCC, and this UNFCC take place every year. Be cautious, it takes place every year. Now every year ನಡೆದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಕರಿತೀವಿ? Now annual COP meetings. Now how many members are a part of this? Now majorly we call it as 198 members are a part of this. Now is India founding member? Is India part of this? Yes, India is a founding member and India is a part of this also. India is a part of this. India is a founding member and India is a part of this. And next one we call it as Bonn, Germany. Bonn, Germany. This we need to know with respect to we call it as Secretariat. Okay na? Done. It is class ಬರೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಒಂದು ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು 2.5 ಗಂಟೆ ಕೂರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ. ನೀವು ಎದ್ದೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ನನಗೂ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಟ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿರೋರ್ಗು ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅವನಾದ್ರೂ ಬಯಸ್ಕೋಬಾರ್ದು. ಇಸ್ 2.5 ಗಂಟೆ ಕೂರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಬಾರೆ, 2.5 ಗಂಟೆನೇ ಕೂರಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನನ್ಗೇನಾದ್ರೂ ತಲೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟರೆ ನಾನು ಬೈದ್ರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸರ್ ಬೈತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಸಿಟ್. ಇನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಇದೆಯಪ್ಪ? 40 ದಿನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಗೆ. ಹೌದು ಇಲ್ಲ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ನೋ. Now whenever we are talking about we call it as the COP. Now COP 30 the outcomes ಏನಿದೆ? COP 30 outcomes ಏನಿದೆ? Now COP 30 the outcomes ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ major one we call it as they are talking about Bellam package. Now Bellam package and Bella ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Now what is this Bellam package talks about? Now Bellam package talks about majorly they'll talk about awareness, and second one they'll talk about major one we call it as major one how to collect the finances. Now ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂತ finance ಅನ್ನ how to give it to the indigenous people and how to reduce our burning up of fossil fuels. All those things will be talking about as a part of we call it as ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ in the COP 30. Be cautious. COP 30 ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಇವರು ಇನ್ನೇನು ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಮಾಡದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. That's the reason this UNFCC is a majorly a failure organization. Why it's a failure ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ because the major challenge is there is lack of finances, the lack of awareness, the lack of we call it initiative, political willingness. All these are not being taken up. And ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ this is one of the failure organizations ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Done. It is be cautious. Bellam package. This Bellam package major talks about we call it as it is collecting finances from the developed countries and giving it to the developing countries. And otherly we have established we call it as it is majorly we call it as the forest forever facility ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. We call it as it is ನೀವು ಓದಿರ್ತೀರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಕೇಳಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ, EFFF ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಫಾರೆವರ್ we call it as forest facility. ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Now the global forever facility has been established under Bellam package. Now all the money will be provided to we call it as GFF. It's a fund. The question is, sir, who will provide the fund? Who will provide the fund? Now funds will be provided by we call it as developed countries who are contributing more amount of CO2 towards our atmosphere. Now funds will be provided. Now ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂತ funds ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ? They'll be providing it to the we call indigenous people, one who are conserving the forest. One who are conserving the forest. ಸರ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 1 ಎಕರೆ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ $4 ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಪರ್ ಇಯರ್. ನೀವೇ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕ, ಎಸ್ ಮರನ್ ಕಡಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೋಬೇಕಂತ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ $4 ಅಂತೆ. ತುಕಾಲಿ $4 $400. ಒಂದು ಮರನ್ ಪುಷ್ಪತ್ರ ಕತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರೆ 4 ಕೋಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. That's the reason no one is interested to consider this. See, ಹೆಂಗೆ tempting numbers ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. Don't you think so it is? They are conserving it. My question is simple question. Why the Brazilian people is asking ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, see, we are conserving the Amazon forest that is contributing to 18 to 20% of the oxygen. ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ನಾನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ at the cost of my own development. ನಾನು ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಸಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. Now it's a good deal ಅಲ್ವಾ? See, if we are contributing 80 or 18 to 20% towards our it is world oxygen, it is called as lungs of the world also. give us good amount of, we call it as compensation also. Now they have established GFFF and they have announced it as, we call it as, it is only $4 per hectare. 2.5 ಎಕರೆ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ $400 ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಂತೆ. ನೀವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಅಂತ. $400 ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಾನು? ಅಗೇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್. ಸರಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾಮಿಡಿ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ $4 ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ದುಡ್ಡೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಅದೇ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್. ಒಂದು ಮೇನ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಫಂಡ್ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. GCF fund, Global Climate Fund, Global Adaptation Fund, whereby it is majorly we call it as Bellam Fund anta, Kali Fund. We are establishing a number of funds. But if fund ge undil ದುಡ್ಡು ಹಾಕಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. What to do? ಅದನ್ನ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ. That's a challenge. Now the biggest problem with respect to COP, that is the finances. Then the next major problem we call it as ozone depletion is a challenge. Ozone depletion is the challenge. Now, how ozone is being depleting? Via we call it as release up of the chlorine gases or chlorinated gases in the, we are releasing chlorinated gases. One biryani with coke ante. ಅದೇ ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಕೆಡ್ಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ. ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ, ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಎಣ್ಣೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಪ್ರೋಟೋಕಾಲ್ ಅದು ಓಕೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್, now the question is, the next major challenge we are facing here is, ಅದಪ್ಪ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, the next challenge we call it as, it is ozone depleting substances, ODS. Now the second problem we call it as ozone depletion. Now this ozone has been depleting now because of release of now a gases called as the chlorinated gases. It can be the CFCs or it can be, we call it as chlorinated gases. Now to reduce this, we have brought in an organization, or we have brought in a treatise. Now which treatise we have brought in as a part of, we call it as a part of, it is ODS. Now first convention ಯಾವಾಗ ತರ್ತೀವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, in the year 1985. In the year 1985 we brought a convention called as Vienna Convention. Now this Vienna Convention now talks about reduction of which gases? Now reduction of ODS ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಒಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ. But how to do it anta ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ we have brought in a clear cut guidelines, and that clear cut guidelines we call it as protocols. Be cautious. Conventions are not binding, whereas protocols are binding. Why protocols are binding? Because it gives a clear cut, the guidelines, the clear cut we call it as the set of rules is being provided, and that's the reason protocols are binding. Now it is majorly after some 2 to 3 years we have brought in a convention we call it as, or a protocol called as, this protocol. Now Montreal Protocol we have brought in under this Vienna. We have brought in a protocol called as Montreal Protocol. ಯಾವ ತರ್ತೀವಿ Montreal Protocol? It is after 2 years, year 1987 we have brought in a Montreal Protocol, but that came into effect after some 2 to 3 years. After some 2 to 3 years, now this Montreal Protocol is considered to be the most successful, we call it as the treaty or most successful convention, I can say. Now why this? It is the Montreal Protocol is considered to be, we call it as most successful, and it has been accepted by almost all the countries of the world. Why? That is my major reason here. Montreal Protocol, as it has got an approval from, or as accepted or ratified by majority of the countries. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಂಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಡ್ ಇಟ್. ನೋಡಿ ಈಗ ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜಾಯಿನ್ಡ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾಟ್ ಇವನ್ ಎ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ, and every country has joined this Montreal Protocol. Why this joining up of Montreal Protocol? ಅದೇ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ why they are not protecting the climate change related aspect? Why? ವೈ ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇಟ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ದ ಟ್ರಾಪಿಕಲ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್. ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮೈ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಹಿಯರ್. Now if you understand the 0 degree, now major climate change related aspects will impact whom? It is tropical countries. Now tropical countries ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾವ ಕಂಟ್ರಿಗಳು? It is majorly developing countries, or we call it as LDC countries. But when we are talking about LDC also, when we are talking about, we call it as ozone depleting substances. Now ozone depletion is impacting which all regions? It is, we call it as temperate and polar regions. Now in this temperate and polar regions, ಯಾವ countries ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ? It is developed countries. Now developed countries, they'll go for huge lobbying on these countries. They'll go for huge lobbying and they'll put huge amount of pressure. Sign ಹಾಕ್ಲೇಬೇಕು, implement ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. You should sign and you should ratify in your parliament also. If not, we'll go for sanctions. They added huge amount of pressure on all these countries also. But when it comes to climate change, these developed countries are not getting impacted much. That's the reason they said that we won't be a part of this and we won't give even a single penny also for the climate fund. But when it comes to, we call it the ODS, they have huge amount of resources, huge technology, huge resources also. And the other reason when it comes to it is ODS, it is highly successful. When it comes to climate change, it is least because it impact agade yarige andre namanta countryಗಳಿಗೆ. Now namanta countryಗಳಿಗೆ impact adre automatically it does not have much influence. It does not have much influence on these countries. Be cautious. Then you need to know about, we call it as, which is the convention we have. Now Vienna Convention, after 2 years, it is, we have gone for signing. Now sign ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ratify ಮಾಡಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? Ratify ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now signing and ratification is purely different. Now what is signing ಅಂದ್ರೆ? The prime minister can sign, any minister can sign, president also can sign. But ratification should be done only in where? Parliament, with majority ಅಲ್ಲಿ parliament ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಪಾಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ automatically it will come into effect. Or no? And second one, convention is just a blueprint. Convention is just a blueprint. Whereas protocol, we call it as which protocol? Montreal Protocol is binding. Montreal Protocol you need to follow at any cost. Now this Montreal Protocol is considered to be one of the most successful initiative, and it is considered to be, we call it as, considered to be most accepted by all the countries also, almost all the countries, except few bit. And a third one, sir, ODS na achieve madadva antandre, it is from 1985 in the up till 2015, we have completely achieved, it is ODS. We have completely achieved ODS. The reason is that developed countries had huge amount of finances, huge amount of resources, and ozone, the thinning also, or the ozone hole has also been recovered. Now ಈಗ 2015 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? Nothing but ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ. Ozone ಅಂತೀರಾ, everything has recovered, no work. But they thought that it is, let's move towards, we call it as, it is reducing, we call it as temperature. After 2015, the year 2016, via Kigali Amendment to Montreal Protocol, be cautious, via Kigali Amendment to, we call it as Montreal Protocol, after 2015, they are not targeting ODS, rather they are targeting which one? Greenhouse gases. Rather they are targeting which one? Now greenhouse gases anna kadime ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. Rather they are targeting greenhouse gases, which is that greenhouse gas they are targeting after 2016. It is, they are targeting HFC. Be cautious, via the Kigali Amendment, they are targeting greenhouse gas rather than ODS. Now which greenhouse gas they are targeting anta kelidre, which one they are targeting? It is, they are targeting, we call it as HFC. What is HFC? Hydrofluorocarbon. Now this HFC is the greenhouse gas rather than ozone depleting substance. Be cautious. Now within a target ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. Done. Sir, for all those things, secretariat ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ secretariat is being provided at, we call it as Nairobi. It is Kenya. Nairobi, Kenya. Now it is provided by, we call it as UNEP. What is UNEP? United Nations Environmental Program ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. United Nations Environmental Program. United Nations Environmental the program. Yes, this we need to know with respect to, we call it as ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is Montreal Protocol as well as we call it as Vienna Convention and Kigali Amendment. Now you should also know about Kigali Amendment. What's Kigali here? Now Kigali Amendment, they are talking about majorly targeting with respect to which one? We call it as, it is HFCs. It's a greenhouse gas rather than it is ozone depleting substances. Now you should know about what is ozone hole, what is, we call it as stratospheric clouds. Where are we experiencing higher amount of, we call it as ozone hole? Where are we experiencing higher amount of ozone hole? Delhi. Where? Why polar regions? Because of stratospheric clouds, it is leading to, we call it as ozone hole. You know, ozone hole and hole ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತನಾ? It is, the ozone is thinning because of reaction with, we call it as ODS substances. Ozone depleting substances ಜೊತೆ interact ಆದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? O3 ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. O2 and O, and that leads to, we call it as thinning up of ozone. ಸರಿ ತಿನ್ನ ಆಗ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ? ಏನ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ? ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಒಂದು ಸದ್ಗುರು ನಾವು? ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ? It is majorly, we call it as via Dobson unit. We measure via Dobson unit ಮೂಲಕ we'll get to know that is the ozone hole depleting or ozone hole recovering. Now recently ozone hole has recovered. Ellappa, ozone hole has recovered with respect to, we call it as Antarctica. It is the polar region. Antarctica polar region. Now recent Montreal Protocol that took place in, we call it as ellappa antandre Geneva, Switzerland, from, we call it as 29th April to, we call it as 9th May 2025. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ 1985 Vienna. Second one you should know about 1987, we call it as Montreal Protocol. We have signed and this came into effect after 2 years, 1989. And in the next, we call it as some 30 to 40 years ali, we have achieved our goals. Why we have achieved our goals? Because it was impacting our countries, anna. Developed countries, we have achieved it. But you know, mara kame illadaga, we brought an amendment. Amendment ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. It is nothing but we are also targeting greenhouse gases. And which gases are we targeting ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ HFCs, hydrofluorocarbons we are targeting as a part of this. And ozone day we are celebrating every year on September 16th. September 16th ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟೇರಿಯೇಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? UNEP, United Nations Environmental Program. United Nations Environmental, the program, United Nations Environmental Program. First one abbreviation. What is UNEP? United Nations Environmental, the program. Second one, when was established? 1972. Under which convention? Stockholm Conference or Stockholm Convention. The third one, what's the objective? Environment. They deals with respect to, we call it as environmental related aspect. They deals with respect to environmental related aspects. Third. Fourth one, where is headquarters? Nairobi, Kenya. Nairobi, Kenya. Inputಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now only two important UN bodies are present in Africa. One is, we call it as UNEP, and other ಜೊತೆಗೆ United Nations, it is, we call it as Habitat. UN Habitat ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. UN Habitat, only two organizations present in where? Nairobi, Kenya. Nairobi, Kenya or in African continent. And the third or the last major important one we call it as, now with the uniqueness in a pandra, it provides secretariat for which one? Environmental programs. It provides, we call it as, it provides, it is environmental secretariat for which all programs? environmental the programs, that is we call it as UNEP. UN we call it as United Nations Environmental Program. It is Montreal Protocol. The last theme from this topic we call it as RIMS. What is RIMS here? First, what is RIMS? ಏನು ರಿಮಾ ಗಾಡಿ ರಿಮಾ? RIMS means the regional integrated multi-hazard early warning system. RIMS means the regional integrated multi-hazard early warning system. My simple question is, ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಪತ್ತುಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಿದಾವ? Are we facing any of the natural disasters? If it is yes, is it a single disaster or multi disasters? Now, what is that multiple disasters we are facing? Now, can we stop disasters? Kaka, maten marbodu? It is, we can only prevent, we can only mitigate that. Now, adukoskara we have established an organization, and that organization we call it as RIMS. Now, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟೆಡ್ in the 4th RIMS ministerial conference, which took place at where? We call it as Colombo. Where is Colombo? Sri Lanka. Now Colombo, it's in, we call it as Sri Lanka. It's in Sri Lanka, it's in Colombo. Now 4th RIMS ministerial conference has been attended by Arab man andre India. And the question is, sir, why we want this RIMS? Do we seriously want this RIMS? Yake? Because India is facing huge amount of, we call it as disasters. Which is that huge amount of disasters we are facing? The first one we call it as cyclones, okay. Second one we call earthquakes, okay. Third one, earthquakes elli ಜಾಸ್ತಿ earthquakes idave. Himalayas. Now recent ಹೊಸ zone ತಂದಿದೀವಿ, zone 6 ಅಂತ. Now earthquakes, ಹೊಸ zone ಎಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ Himalayas. The zone 6, which has been brought in by, we call it as BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards. Under which ministry? Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Food and Public Distribution ಒಂದು. ಎರಡನೇ cyclones is impacting which coast more? Now East Coast. Why East Coast? ಯಾಕೆ East Coast? Because cyclones moves from, it is east to west. Now east to west it is move adaga, the most important coast gets impacted here is our eastern coast. And the third one with respect to floods, where are we experiencing huge amount of floods? It is majorly with respect to riverine banks. Now river, it is tumbi haritide. Yes or no? Recently we have seen the floods and we call it as Bihar. The Kosi river has evacuated 3 lakh people. The Kosi is called as sorrow of Bengal. You have seen huge amount of floods. Adara jotage landslides. Now landslides. Landslides. Majorly we call it as Himalayan region and Western Ghats landslides. Along with these things, we are also facing a challenge called as drought, Baragala. Now all this multi-hazardous challenges, again, we want an early warning system. For multiple disasters, we want an early warning system. And on that basis, we have established RIMS. What is RIMS here? Regional, for our region, integrated multi-hazard early warning system has been established after 2004 tsunami. After, we call it as, it has post 2004 tsunami, which has impacted India. Now after this, it has, we convinced our regional countries, and we established, we call it as, we established this RIMS the year 2009. We established, be cautious, origin is post 2004, and this has been established in which year? Established in the year 2009. Established in the year 2009. And the second one, sir, how many regional countries are a part of this RIMS? Now, how many countries on the Keladren? It is 48 countries are a part of this. 48 countries. India is also member, and India is also founding member. Yeah, is also a founding member, and India is also member of this. And the third major important one, sir, what is the main objective of this RIMS? Is an objective. Now they provide early warning system. They provide early warning system. And the early warning system ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂಥರ ಪೊಲೀಸರ ತರನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ. There's no early warning system ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ahead. Some 1 hour, 2 hours ahead ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, so that we can go over creating an awareness, and we can also create, we call it as, we can also create, educate, and we can also, it does evacuate the people also. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ early warning training is being done by this RIMS, and this headquarters is present in, we call it as, headquarters is present in, we call it as, it is Patumatani, it is present in, we call it as Thailand. Patumatani, it is present in, we call it as Thailand. ಇದರ objective ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ. Objective is they provide early warning system on voluntary contribution. ದುಡ್ಡು ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ? Voluntary contribution by the different countries, 48 countries, and the private people, civil society, NGOs, they'll contribute. And based on this, they run and they educate the, it is regional countries also. This we call it as RIMS. What is RIMS here? The regional, we call it as integrated, second one, followed by we call it as multi-hazard, it is early warning system. Now idella okay sir, idella okay, but idu regional galva. Now at world level do we have any? It is the convention with respect to organizing and meeting with respect to this, the hazards or natural disasters. It is, we have a framework called as Shendai framework. Now Shendai framework is operational from ಯಾವ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 2015 to 2030. Shendai framework, it is ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, at world level we have Shendai framework from which year to which year? 15 to 30 by replacing which framework? UGO protocol. By replacing UGO protocol, and the Shendai framework will be operational from 2015 to 2030, majorly targeting on, we call it as the multi-hazards, we call it as early warning system. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, hazards ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಇದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, and especially ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ the complete Himalaya comes under zone 6 of earthquake. That we need to know. And second one, which is the only volcanic eruption which is happening in India, we call it as Barren Island. Barren Island ಜೊತೆಗೆ it is Narcondrum also active ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ barren. Now there are a number of volcanic eruption which is also happening. Active ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is only barren. There are a number of, we call it as volcanic eruptions happening in, it is Andaman and Nicobar, because it is present on the it is rift between two important plates. Which is that two plates? One is Indian plate, and second one we call it as Burman plate. Second one we call it as the Burman, the plate ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Next one, Thailand. Next one we call it as Thailand. Now Thailand ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, it is first one we call it as, what is the location of Thailand? Southeast Asia. Thailand, Southeast Asia. Second one, capital of Thailand, it is Bangkok. ಇದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಳಕ್ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. It is Bangkok. The third one we call it as, third one, this Thailand is a part of, we call it as ASEAN. Thailand is a part of ASEAN. ASEAN andre Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Now recent 11th country add agide. It is the East Timor. East Timor. And second one we call it as after ASEAN. After ASEAN, it's also part of BIMSTEC, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. Technical and Economic Cooperation, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. How many countries are a part of this BIMSTEC? Bangladesh, India, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Nepal and Bhutan. Nepal, and we call it as Bhutan. And it's also part of, we call it as ASEAN. And this Thailand is also part of IMT Trilateral Highway. IMT we call it as that Trilateral Highway. IMT Trilateral Highway. It is IMT andre India, Myanmar and Thailand. Yeah, Myanmar and Thailand. And the fourth one, which is the first country in Southeast Asia to legalize same-sex marriages, Thailand. The first Southeast Asia to legalize the same-sex marriages, the same-sex marriage yadu. The same-sex marriage we call it as the Thailand. The same-sex marriage, it is Thailand under LGBTQ. LGBTQ. Now is it legal in India? Not legal. Okay. Marriages are not legal, but with respect to LGBTQ, it is, decriminalized. They have decriminalized under a judgment called as which judgment? It is Navtej Singh Johar. Navtej Singh Johar judgment. They have decriminalized LGBTQ. And that we need to know. And you should also know about now recent again, it is the 6th BIMSTEC meeting took place at where? Thailand. It is nothing but the recent BIMSTEC meeting. Recent BIMSTEC meeting took place at where? Took place at, we call it as, it is Thailand. Adara Jotagame, we should also know about now major agi. Now artificial, it is the major isthmus ali artificial canal is being constructed by China. Which is that canal anta kelidre, it is isthmus of Kra. In particular, it is this isthmus of Kra or Kra isthmus. The Kra isthmus, they are constructing an alternative route to which one? Strait of Malacca. They are constructing, we call it as alternate route to, we call it as the Strait of, we call it as Malacca. So all those things we need to know as a part of, we call it as the Thailand also. Done. This ends our major one called as e topic mugitu. Okay, Alva. Now we'll stop it here, not an issue. Okay, now. The next one, Nagam, we'll talk about our majorly about our islands, about our India chair, we'll talk about the environmental aspect in our tomorrow's class. Okay, Alva. Okay, Artha ita ogli. Done. Now before winding up, just a brief revision for 5 minutes. Okay. In today's class, now majorly we have started with respect to which one? We have started with respect to, we call it as countries. Now while discussing about the countries, we have talked about major nodadadre, we have talked about Scotland. Second one we have talked about, we call it as Ethiopia, Qatar, UAE. Followed by we have also talked about Philippines. We have talked about Vanuatu. We have talked about it is Tuvalu. Eastern to basic nodadin. And after that we move towards our disputed regions. Now while talking about disputed regions, we have talked about our major one called as Darfur, Abyei region. We have talked about Donbass, Luhansk region, followed by Sea of Azov, followed by Kerch Strait, Black Sea. We have talked about that. And we have talked about the different corridors. Now corridors nodaga we have talked about majorly we call it as it is Turkmen corridor. We have talked about it is Lachin corridor. We have talked about Philadelphia. It is Aries corridor. We have talked about we call it as Kartarpur corridor. We have talked about IMEC, INSTC corridor. We have also talked about major one, we call it as the different lines also. Now, which all lines we have talked about, we call it as yellow line between Israeli Gaza and we call it as, it is Gaza of the Gaza. And second one we have talked about, we call it as blue line between Israel and we call it as, okay, majorly Lebanon. And we have talked about purple line, it is Syria and Israel. Fourth one we have talked about green line, West Bank, where is Dead Sea. Now, which is the lowest land in our Asia continent? Dead Sea. Dead Sea is considered to be, we call it as the lowest altitude. Highest altitude? Himalayas. It is 9 kilometers height, approximately 8848 or 9 kilometers. 8848 meters or 9 kilometers highest. Now deepest and the deepest trench with respect to our, it is the oceans, Mariana Trench, or it's also called as Challenger's Deep. That we need to know. And largest lake with respect to area, surface area, it is Caspian Sea. With respect to, we call it as deepest lake, it is Baikal. Second, Tanganyika, Lake Tanganyika. And we have talked about Blue Nile, followed by we call it as, it is White Nile. And we have talked about Khartoum, we have talked about GRD, we have talked about, we call it as, it is Yarlong Sanko. Yes or no? And after that we have moved towards our international organizations and summits. We have international organization summits, we have talked about NATO, Now NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organizations, we have talked about NATO plus, and after this we have also talked about our major one called as it is EFTA or European FTA, and after this we have also talked about major one called as which one? It is majorly we have talked about, we call it as Ocean, UN Ocean Conference. Now I'll discuss about UN Ocean. We have talked about 13 to 30 Kunming Montreal Protocol. We have talked about, we call it as major one, it is we call it as BBNJ or IC treaties. We have also talked about, we call it as RIMS also. Done. Now Aditya, we have talked about COP 30. Followed by this, we have also talked about our major one called as COP 29, 28, 30, 31, Ella Nodati. Okay na. Now this is about our, it is a day one of our, we got a mapping marathon. It is tomorrow. When we come back tomorrow, it is, I'll complete all the left out topics. And from next week, we can go for our pure current affairs. Now the mapping part, it is from next week, Friday and Saturday, for the next 4 days, 20 hours, it will be on current affairs. Done. It is 30 hours, Kutkoli, it is Kutkondre. Majority of the content will be done. Yes, this is all for today. Thank you. Hope you guys enjoy the class. Thank you. See you all tomorrow. Yes. Online, I hope you guys enjoy the class. Yes, just give a like. Yes, online. Yes, yes. Online, thank you.